He's got good line drive ability. He's a solid player. Luciano is and always has been the wild card. You're not necessarily sure what is going to happen on both sides, because if he's not hitting, I mean, I think people should understand that he is not a perennial Gold Glove shortstop. You're not watching Ozzie Smith out there. Like, you're not going to see Brandon Crawford playing shortstop. He's not getting to balls in the hole. He's not getting to balls up the middle as quickly as the Gold Glovers that you become accustomed to watching play. The thing about that play that is a problem, I guess, and not a problem, but it was a easy play, relatively speaking.
Okay.
And he made it more difficult. He made the play more difficult by picking the wrong hop. And that's something that you can, and maybe over the course of time he will correct, but if you get stuck between hops, it's you automatically hurt yourself. And he did that multiple times throughout the game. That was not the first time he did that. And he has done it. It's as if he has trouble right now reading grounders. And that's something he might be able to improve on, but it's not going to happen fast. And so that's the only reason I would push back against the caller about him being the everyday shortstop for the rest of the year, is that defensively, unless there's strides taken and taken quickly because there is someone behind him or coming off the shelf in the IL that could take that spot, unless he improves quickly, I don't think he's going to be the everyday shortstop. That's also not a problem because he's 22 years old, but he is right now the guy that's in the bullseye, and it's not because of just that one play.
Just to let our listeners know, the stream is back up and running on YouTube, 95.7 The Game. We crashed for a little bit, but we are. Yes, that's right. We are back. I think we're back up and rolling. Blake Snell pitches today, and it's his first start back after being on the injured list. And I mean, he's got to start coming through for him.
Yes, he does.
I mean, we're almost a third of the way through the season, and he hasn't helped you yet. And
he's actually hurt you.
Yeah, exactly.
And himself.
So he, he's got it. And then they go up against Skeens on Thursday.
Dude, you better not overlook Jared Jones tonight.
I won't.
He's pretty good.
Is he?
Yeah, well, he's been the guy Goo's been hottest on.
Oh, really?
This guy Jones. He's jonesing. But also, too, I don't want to just harp specifically on Luciano alone, because, well, like, one thing I also noticed is, so the strength of this team should be the rotation, right? You're getting Snell back tonight. You had Webb going last night. You start looking at the amount of quality starting pitching that they're throwing out in these series. Those are games you're going to be in, right? So the defense, that's a bit of a problem on the back end. But the biggest issue right now with this team is their bullpen. Like, they just can't get guys out with consistency. And that's why over the weekend against Colorado, I might have been most impressed by the fact they gave up 3 runs in 14 innings over 3 games. But if you can't do that consistently, you're not going to be able to preserve leads. And I don't think their offense is good enough to overcome right now the amount of runs given up on the back end. So, in a way, at the beginning of the inning, before all the Luciano stuff happened, my first question was, where's Duvall? It's a 4-run game. It's not a safe situation. But Luke Jackson hasn't necessarily been a shutdown pitcher, not just this year, for the last couple of years. I think since he's been in Atlanta, he hasn't been a solid back-end bullpen arm that's been dependable. So Duvall hadn't pitched more than, I think he pitched twice in the last 6 days. He hasn't been in many save situations this year, so I understand you want to save him for that. But if you're Melvin, that's game 1 of a 6-game road trip. It's a game you want to get. Just go to your closer. Just go to your best reliever, because you don't have too many dependable ones, and you already used one earlier in Ryan Walker. So Luciano made the big mistake. He could have cleaned up all the mistakes like you so aptly put, Steiny. But I think also Bob Melvin has some blame at his feet as well.
Absolutely. He absolutely does. And I do think that closers usually don't like to pitch if it's not a save situation, if they're starting, and so I'm sure that's one of the things he had on his mind. I think he tried to get away with getting a win without using Duvall last night. I think that's, that was his goal. And I mean, my thinking is I would lean, obviously, more to the young players and giving them a chance. And the reason is because I don't think the veteran players are good enough to continue to keep the young players out of the lineup if we're not winning more games than we are right now. So if we want to give the veterans a crack at it, as far as I'm concerned, they get another 3 or 4 weeks, and then we got to make a move if we're not hanging around. But the chances are they're going to be hanging around because that's the nature of the third wild card.
Well, I also think if Luciano continues to hit, he's going to continue to be in the lineup. I mean, I know last night was a glaring error. I don't think he's that bad of a defender. He's not great by any means, and Nick Ahmed will field circles around him. But Nick Ahmed he's a below average bat. Like he isn't somebody that can help you at the bottom of the order. And the fact that Luciano's hitting 8th right now, like you look at the way that they've staggered some of these younger players, I think it does boost their lineup quite a bit. Matos is hitting 3rd, and finally got a walk last night, by the way, Steiny. Ramos is right now in the 6th spot, and then Luciano's going to hit 8th. If you have a guy that can barrel the ball with consistency in your 8-hole, it looks a lot more dangerous. Like, let's say last night Nick Ahmed is starting. Okay, so the last 3 members of your order are Ryan McKenna, who got DFA'd a week ago, Nick Ahmed, who's hitting 200, and Kirk Casale, who was picked up off the scrap heap. You're probably 0 for 9 in your last 3 spots of the order. That's not going to help you win games. It might help you play better defense, but I think one of the reasons they were in that spot to begin with, they scored 6 runs, but they went 1 for 12 with runners in scoring position. So like they couldn't capitalize on everything they did offensively. So as long as Marco Luciano continues to swing it like he has so far, he's going to play. And you're just going to have to live with some of these mistakes.
Yeah, and the other thing is, let's put Luciano into his own category. It's funny because I think you would say Matos is the most advanced of the 3.
Well, he's got the clearest path because of his
because position.
Of the position. I guess, like Ramos might be the most pro-ready right now at this point.
I guess what I'm saying is, you look at, I'm throwing these 3 players together, Kuminga, Luciano, and Ricky Pearsall.
Okay.
So Ricky Pearsall's a rookie who's going to be playing for the 49ers. If the San Francisco 49ers win 13 games, is Pearsall really going to play a lot? And if they're winning 13 games, are Niners fans going to be clamoring for Pearsall if Deebo Samuel and Ayuk and McCaffrey and Kittle are having great years? You know what I mean? And that, to me, is the difference between the Giants and the other franchises. Is I just don't think they're as advanced as the 49ers or the Warriors, at least the way the Warriors perceive themselves. And it might be time to transition to the young guys at some point this year.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Pearsall one is interesting because he was drafted to a win now team.
Right.
The Giants I think they want to be in win now mode, and by win now I mean get back to the postseason. The Warriors also want to be in win now mode, but are starting to figure out that it's not as easy as it once was. So there's more runway on the Warriors and the Giants for these younger players. And I think because of the mediocrity last year and the last few years outside of 2021, I think people are okay with these young guys failing. But I guess the question becomes, how much do you need to win now if you spend the kind of money that you do, if you invest in this kind of roster? Because those moves this offseason, Steiny, indicated to me that this is a win-now team, or they want to be a win-now team.
The offseason absolutely showed that.
I mean, you bring in Soler, Hicks, Chapman, Snell, Jung-Hoo Lee, unfortunately, is no longer with the team because of injury, but you spent a lot of money this offseason. That doesn't sound like a team to me that is in develop mode.
No, they're not in develop mode right now. And I said this earlier in the show, the one thing that I don't want that I don't want to see, but I can't see them wiggling out of it in a way, is I do think they're going to win enough to hang around that third wild card. And because it's out there, that third wild card, and they'll probably be competing with 3 other teams for that wild card, third wild card.
Same record as Pittsburgh right now.
Exactly. And the question is, do you think it's fool's gold or not? And do you go all in with trying to make it? And the reality is that teams that have made the wild card game have a shot. But the Giants won a World Series from the wild card spot.
And I know we got to hit a break here in a second, but what you're describing is a place where they've sort of been. And what I foresee with that sort of attitude, Steiny, is a team that just hangs around, and the deadline, they actually don't go for it. Because why would you? You've been hanging around for so long, and you haven't needed to pull the trigger. And then you feel stuck in the same place that you've been. So I think that maybe is also why people want younger players. It's just to feel like this franchise is moving in a different direction than they've been, which is flatlining.
Yeah, and I don't think Giants fans at the deadline would necessarily want them to trade some of their young players, or let's say one of the 4 young guys, for the opportunity to get better right away. I don't think Giants fans would want that.
Well, after last night, they might want to trade Luciano.
I don't think so. I think Giants fans are more patient than that. I think they're smart enough to know that he's going to make mistakes, but this is the year maybe to live with him. 888-957-9570. Is that the way Giants fans are thinking? There's no way the Giants fans don't want the young guys to continue to play. That would be my summation of what the Giants fans are feeling. If I'm wrong, feel free to tell me at 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by Scandinavian Designs Furniture.
This major Memorial Day.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, 49ers OTA started yesterday. We'll talk some 49ers during the show today for sure. We got some good sound from Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy.
Well, it's got a little Warriors nugget.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, things are going to start to leak out over the course of the next month as we get set for July 1st of free agency. So a little news here, a little news there.
Yeah, the Warriors are linked to Malik Beasley. Malik Beasley played with Milwaukee this past year. 3-point shooter, 6'4", pretty athletic. He would fit the mold. Apparently Orlando's also interested, and one other team that I can't remember. Houston. Houston's interested. So, yeah, we'll start hearing names leak out with the Golden State Warriors. Hey, by the way, I was looking at some old texts, and I saw one that I'd sent to you and Guru about a week or two ago.
Okay.
And we never got to it, but to me, I thought, I don't know, I just thought it was kind of fascinating. There was a guy who went to Vegas.
Is not named Daryl.
Not named Daryl.
Okay.
We'll call him Sam.
Okay.
And he put a 3-team parlay bet on the Texas Rangers, the Kansas City Chiefs, and the Oklahoma City Thunder to all win titles. He was set to make $1.7 million if all three hit. So the Rangers hit.
Yep.
The Chiefs hit.
Yep.
And then last week with Oklahoma City was up 2-1 against Dallas, I believe.
Yes.
The casino reached out to him, or he had the option of hanging in with the bet or taking $80,000 and just walking away.
Who was the third leg again? Sorry?
Oklahoma City. So he ended up taking the $80,000.
Attaboy.
But
that's a success story.
Yeah, I think I'm doing the same thing. I think I'm taking the $80K.
See, this is where I wish I had the guts of Daryl the Guru Johnson, because I don't think he would have cashed out. I think he would have left the door open for $1.7 million. And I'm just not built like that, man. If you tell me I could walk away with $80,000. Well, so it's funny. So my brother actually just got back from Las Vegas. He was out there for some, I don't know, music festival or something. And he was at the craps table. He played craps for the first time and was there before his flight, just had some time to kill, ended up making however much money. But he came out like, whatever he put on the table, he walked away with like 3 or 4 times more money. But he was saying the only reason that he did was because he had to make his flight.
Right.
There were a couple guys on the table. He wasn't shooting, but he was just kind of riding whatever else people were betting and stuff. And these 2 guys were on the table for like a half hour, and they were making money for everybody. And then finally, this new guy gets on the table. There was $3,000, craps out first roll. And so my brother, loaded up, lost that first hand, looked at the watch and said, oh, shoot, I actually got to go. It wasn't as if he was going to walk away from the table, but that option dictated by the time of his flight, or it sounds like in this case, the option of the guy saying, well, I could make 80 G's.
Right.
Like that was the choice. That was the reason why you did it.
Yeah, I think it was, he took the $80,000 when the series was 1-1 or 2-2, I think.
Thanks.
But not 1-2-2.
Jeff on YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. EDC, that's what it was. EDC, like electronic festival, something in Las Vegas.
What are you talking about?
That's where my brother was at.
Oh, it's a concert.
I guess.
Is it a band? EDC?
No, it's like a festival. There's acts over the course of a weekend.
What does it mean?
EDC? I don't know.
EDC mean?
He was telling me there was a bunch of famous DJs there. Like Millennium is a band, electronic band, right?
Electronic dance
band. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not too up to date on this.
No, me neither.
Trying to get to Stern Grove though.
For the Sundays, those are nice.
Yeah,
those are very nice.
And you see a bunch of an eclectic group of artists and bands.
I asked a question before we took a break last segment, and it was this one. Is this the year to live with the Giants' young players' mistakes? And my first answer would be absolutely. Absolutely. this should be the year. The problem is it doesn't dovetail, as I said, with what Farhan Zaidi and what Bob Melvin's approach looks like it's going to be. And so how do you figure that out, Evan? Or do you not think it's the year to live with the young players' mistakes? Electronic
Dance.
Daisy Carnival.
Yeah.
Largest festival in North America? Come on. Bigger than Jazz Fest in New Orleans? Bigger than Austin, what's that called? One in Austin? South by Southwest? What about Bonnaroo? Bonnaroo's probably bigger.
How many festivals have you been to, Steiny?
Just one. Just
Jazz Fest?
Just Jazz Fest, yeah.
There are a couple big ones in Northern California, but it sounds like that was one that it's like so it's like an overnight. I'll get to your question in a minute, okay? He was describing it's an overnight thing. So it goes from 7 p.m. until 5 a.m. It's not during the day because it's too hot a lot of times in the desert. So it's overnight, and you basically sleep from 7 a.m. until he was saying like 4 p.m. or something. You get up and then you get after it. So I don't know. I've been to a couple festivals and 3-day ones, never overnights. And I can tell you by the end of the weekend, you are dead.
Yes. So it's so clearly it happens outside in like the desert or something.
Yeah. So that's probably why it's
bigger than Burning Man.
Well,
come on. Bigger than Red Rock.
Bigger than Coachella. What's that?
That's right.
Stagecoach.
Outside Lands. Come on.
Outside there was like what 70,000 people there last year. There's a lot.
What about the Gorge? You ever heard of the Gorge? It's in Washington, I think.
Haven't been to that one.
It's apparently a great venue. There's a documentary on it. I looked at I looked at the trailer. It looked interesting.
I got the Dream Fest in North Carolina. That was pretty fun. But that's more of like a local, I don't know, like Southern and East Coast artist type thing. It sounds like people from all over the world come to this. And
218 seems to know a lot about this. He says it was at the Raceway in Vegas. The Raceway. They have
we got a Raceway up here. Let's get 100,000 people out to Mendocino.
Sears Point, Sonoma.
Yeah, same place.
Or I think it's called the Safeway. Now they're saying it's a rave.
Oh, well, I'm out.
Yes or no? Is it the year or not?
Is it the year to live with mistakes? No. No, it's not the year to live with mistakes. You spent $350 million. Now, maybe next year you decide that's not the path you want to go down. But Steiny, I think a huge reason why many people believe that this year was a failed season for the Golden State Warriors is because you footed the highest tax bill in the history of the league. Now, the Giants aren't on that level yet, but when you spend money, when you bring in names and veterans and you invest in a singular year, you expect results. And maybe the result for ownership is as good as, well, we're top 10 in attendance right now. We're 9th in MLB. Last year, we were closer to middle of the pack. That's actually what we spent the money on. I would disagree. I don't think it's just about bringing people back into the seats because what happens when you start to lose? People leave the seats. And we've already quietly begun to see that a little bit in the last few weekends with the average attendance beginning to wane. And I don't think that's going to get better as the summer continues if you don't win baseball games. So is this the year to live with mistakes? Maybe a couple of them, but not like the one we saw last night. If there are more than one of those mistakes that continue to happen, then yeah, something needs to be done.
I think what we're looking at is like Dave. Well, let's listen to Dave Fleming because he was with the morning show and he's in Pittsburgh with the team. Take a listen.
I think the end goal is the playoffs. Like this team believes we've brought enough good players in here to where we should be playing postseason baseball, and I think they also rightly believe that with Webb, with Hicks, with Snell, with Harrison, like you get us into the postseason, I think that's the Giants' mentality. We can go toe-to-toe with anybody. So I still think until it really looks like it's unlikely, and what are they, one game out of a playoff spot right now?
Yep, one game.
The expanded postseason, the weirdness of the league has all helped to keep the Giants right in the mix. The priority is going to be finding a way to get there. And so if that means the young guys aren't performing and some of the veteran players get more extra playing time, I think that's what's going to happen, because I do believe this team feels like not just it can, but should be a playoff team.
That's Dave Fleming. He's tapped in. And it sounds to me like Bob Melvin and Farhan Zaidi are going to kind of take this thing as far as they can to just try to get into the postseason. And I think the one thing where you got to believe them is when they talk about the pitching staff. I mean, there's a chance that this pitching staff could become dominant over the summer. I mean, it's out there. They have those kind of names, Evan.
Those starting pitchers, yes. The bullpen is still, I think, the biggest question that I have about this roster. But if Fleming also mentioned something that I might push back on a little bit, which is you should be able to go toe-to-toe with anybody. That I would disagree with. I mean, you saw last week, you're not in the same class as the Dodgers. If you just look around the best teams in the NL, because what we're talking about is being a top 16. Mm-hmm. But it's really getting one of the final three spots, because you're not winning the division. Nobody is going to catch the Dodgers. Are you in the same class as the Braves? I would right now say no. Are you in the same class as the Cubs? Perhaps. I think there are some flaws in that roster also. And if your starting pitching is as good as we believe it can be, well, then maybe that's good enough to get you above them. Are you as good as the Padres? Your offense, probably not. But the rest of your team, again, the Giants' season is going to be determined by their veterans, and I'll specify their starting pitching, because those 5 spots are going to keep them or have them ahead in just about every game, if they're at full strength, when they're at full strength. And we're starting to see them get full now. I mean, like Jared Jones tonight is a good young pitcher for the Pirates. Tomorrow you're going to see Paul Skeens, who's absolutely electric. Blake Snell's got to win tonight. Like that's what you pay him for. You want Blake Snell to go out there and put you in a position to win tonight. And tonight's one you got to get from your vets. You got to have better production from your veterans, because the reason why they've been so bad, the reason why they've had to lean on some of their younger players, it's not just because of injury, but it's also been because, well, when that guy comes back outside of Conforto, who are we really going back to?
Well, and that's why last night's loss, I think, hurts really bad, is because it was a Logan Webb start, and it was a Logan Webb quality start, and you're taking a 4-run lead into the 9th inning in a game your ace essentially won for you, and you kicked it away. And now Blake Snell's going to be pitching, and it's his first game back, so who knows what to expect there. And then tomorrow you run into the Phenom. So we'll see. A couple things here. Hey, guys, this is from the 415. Hey, guys, it's Michelle. I've been to many EDCs, and it's a 3-day rave. Definitely not for the faint of heart. And then the 209, Steiny, the Gorge is in George, Washington. Fantastic venue. That's from Gutter Trash from the PNW. But did you know this? You know what the PNW is, right?
Pacific Northwest?
Yes.
Come on, man. Went to college there.
Did you go to in the Pacific Northwest or the inland Pacific Northwest? Where's
Both.
Willamette?
Willamette is right in the center of the state.
That's the inland Pacific Northwest.
Well, it's certainly not on the coast. I mean, you want to get out to Crescent City. You want to get up
Crescent City? That's in California.
Uh-oh.
Crescent City's right on the border.
Oh, it's on the
I'm pretty sure.
On the Oregon side. Help me out.
Pretty sure. It's right up there near Pelican Bay, I believe.
Like the prison?
Yeah. Yeah, Pelican Bay. It's also, I know where all the prisons are in Pennsylvania and California.
Why do you know that?
I've got an affinity for public defenders and lawyers.
Looking for a job?
No. Although I'll tell you what. I got to believe wardens make a lot of money.
That's what I was thinking. Sorry.
How do you become
Tillamook, Astoria? That was the town I'm thinking.
Okay.
Of. Where they filmed the Goonies, as you well know.
Sure. It's a funny movie. You got to love the kids. There's a movie about kids. It certainly was.
Don't you have a popular phrase that bucks that trend?
No, well, I mean, you would think I'd want to go with the veterans because I always do say to hell with the kids.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
This is a different
Let's get into that. In fact, recently, Steiny, you have been about the most anti the hell with the kids person on this station. I'm curious as to why. It's not just with the Giants. It's been with the Warriors. It's even to some extent, I feel like Ricky Pearsall is going to be your guy by midseason. And I'm curious, are you having a change of heart?
No, it's
Are you evolving?
No, it's just a matter of where the team is. And though I didn't buy into the Warriors being a championship contender the past 2 years, I realized that the fans and the organization did consider themselves a championship contender. And however flawed that thinking may have been, if that was the thinking, then I understood relying on the veterans. When I look at the San Francisco Giants, I see a team that's made the playoffs once in Farhan Zaidi's tenure. And so, hey, I love a good rebuild. I got no problem with a good rebuild. And if the Giants don't win or they start to lose, we're going to see more and more of the youngsters. So I'll give the veterans a shot. I'll give them a crack at it to prove me wrong. But if they start losing, then we got to go young.
I do love this, though, from the 650 Xfinity Mobile text line. Yay with the kids.
No.
Why?
Well, it's a generational thing that you don't understand, but somebody in my generation does. It's a stereotype. It's a perception, but it's true. When my generation was growing up, we weren't catered to. We were essentially an afterthought. We were always taken into consideration last as children. And something changed over the last 2 or 3 decades to bending over backwards for the children and making the children the be-all and the end-all as opposed to the adults. So when I look at my own personal life, I've gotten hosed on both ends.
See,
I didn't get the benefit of the doubt as a kid. I wasn't catered to. And now I'm an adult, and I'm not catered to. So I got nothing.
Well, let me put you on the couch for a moment.
Sure.
First question. You were the youngest child, right?
Yes.
So you were catered to. That's a false.
No, that's a stereotype. In fact, my family was opposite. They got less lenient the younger the kid was. So my parents were stricter to me than my brother. They allowed my brother a great deal of freedom. He blew it. All right, he blew it. He took the choke. And so that impacted me negatively in terms of their supervision over me.
Well, it might have also turned you into a person with, I don't know, just a little more understanding of rules and regulations.
Maybe, yes.
But the second question I have is, so if children are given, or you're more lenient with your kids nowadays, like generationally speaking.
Yes.
Isn't that your fault?
Yeah. No, it is.
So quit blaming us.
Well, I'm talking about the kids in general.
Look inward. That is my favorite phrase. Look inward, Steiny. Yeah, that's right. Kids are a bunch of bullies from the 209, and we only have the older generation to blame for that. That's right. I'm talking about the boomers, and for some of you that are younger, the millennials. The parents are the ones at fault here. Not mine, but the parents are the ones at fault.
I think your parents, they probably gave you too big of a leash.
Probably.
I would think.
But I was also a middle child, so I had to fight for everything.
All right.
You don't get the best or the worst. You just get the scraps.
The stereotype of the youngest getting all the breaks, that didn't hold true in our family. That's all. That's all I'll say.
You don't sound salty about it.
Hey, by the way, are you at all worried about Logan Webb?
He's an interesting one. I feel like people don't ever give him his credit and continuously come down. Maybe it's just because, I don't know if people don't like pitchers who throw change-ups or don't throw hard or don't have, I don't know, like an electric pitch. Because Logan Webb's the kind of guy that, all right, if you're like on an opposing side, you're looking at him and you're saying, well, I can hit this guy. I mean, he doesn't have much. He throws 92. His velo's come down over the last couple of years. He throws more change-ups than any other pitch, we should be able to get to him. And then you look up in the 6th inning and you got a run or maybe 2 and you're wondering where'd the game go? Like he is, I think Logan Webb is an ace. A lot of people would tell you differently, and I think it has to do with stuff. It's like, I don't know if there's I'm trying to think of a player right now. Maybe like I don't know, Jalen Brunson. Like a player that isn't physically imposing, doesn't do anything that jumps off the page, but then you look up and the player's got 30 points on 50% shooting and is carrying your team.
I mean, there's no doubt when you watch the Giants, you feel at your best when Webb is on the mound.
You should.
I mean, he just looks like he's in control. I was talking more about, O'Neal Cruz and his 3 exit velocity hits last night. I heard Webb in the post game, and he was kind of chuckling because I guess O'Neal Cruz hit 3 balls over 115 miles an hour, which has never been done before.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it was his double in the 9th or it was that earlier hit down the line, but one of those was the hardest hit balls since the StatCast was.
It was the one against Duvall in the 9th inning because he just absolutely torched a 100-mile-an-hour cutter. But the funniest one was the first one. I think he hit it 116 up the first baseline.
Right.
And it was so funny because Wilmer Flores actually thought he had a chance to catch the ball. Like if you see him dive, it was one of those little league dives where the coach tells you, just show heart, show hustle, dive for the ball. You have no chance to get it, but if you dive, you look cooler. Like if you look at the replay, the ball is past Wilmer Flores as he's in the middle of his dive. And then as the ball clangs off the wall down the right field line, Flores finally hits the ground. That's how hard he hit the ball. And that was only 116. That was the 3rd lightest hit of his 3.
Are you saying there was fussle involved?
There was fussle. Actually, another great term.
That was one of the great, that was the nickname for Mark Jackson.
Did you coin that?
No, I didn't coin it. Inside the organization, it was cool.
Oh, really?
It was coined.
Fussle?
But that's what they called Mark Jackson because that's how they perceived that he approached coaching, essentially.
God love Wilmer Flores, but yeah, but let's also can we just put the round on the table?
Sure. Brought
to you by Atco Pest Control.
Yeah.
If Wilmer Flores is diving for a ball, it's not going to result in an out.
Okay. I'll keep it. I'll. That's noted.
Just defensively, God love the guy, but his job is to hit baseballs, not catch them.
All right. Hey, by the way, coming up later in the show, we're going to talk some San Francisco 49ers. We'll also get into the NBA playoffs a little bit. I cannot believe what I saw last night in the Pacers-Celtics game. And I may be coming down your road on the other side.
Oh.
Hey, real quick, I want to jump in about
what's up, Ken?
Talking about basketball real quick. Draymond said something on a podcast I think you guys are going to want to hear. We can definitely listen to that in the next break.
All right, we'll do that. We'll listen to that in the next break. By the way, a reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo on the free Odyssey app. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. On the other side, we'll see what Draymond Green had to say. That's always interesting on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Happy Memorial Day from Safeway. To celebrate, Safeway's got amazing deals for you, your family, or your friends to enjoy. Dibs, I'd like to say happy Memorial Day to the weight that you lost.
Oh, thank you. And that weight is gone. I'm afraid it's no longer here.
However, you will still eat a steak. Digital coupon for USDA Choice New York Strip Steak. Bone-in, $6.97 per pound. Limit 1 mega-pack member deal. Remember, medium rare.
Always medium rare. An exclusive digital coupon for delicious red cherries, $2.97 per pound. Limit 4 pounds. And for me, with the fruit I'm eating, that's about 2 days.
Red cherries like those red cheeks. Sweet corn, 6 for $1. Limit 6. Or freshly prepared corn, 7 count for $3.99 member price.
as we left you, we teased something about. Did we say Draymond Green on the tease? Apparently, Draymond said something that's very interesting. Before that, though, real quick on the Pacers Celtics game.
Oh,
your guy.
My guy.
Oh, yeah, you were talking about him all day yesterday. What a great coach Rick Carlisle is.
Oh,
championship pedigree, but he doesn't foul up 3, and it cost him.
They're talking about the Golden Bear, Jaylen Brown. By the way, who got fouled on that? You see Siakam put his chin in his elbow?
I thought you can't call a foul on Siakam there. He tried to avoid him on purpose. It was a smart play. He knew he got himself.
He was in his landing space.
Not really. He took a fade away.
He should have fouled him beforehand.
Well, he got there too late.
Well, but can't you just kind of bear hug him? Like, I know the reason why Draymond Green didn't want to foul, say, Chet Holmgren is because he's 7 feet and he can rise up and take a shot. You just can't foul him.
Right.
But Siakam's taller and bigger than Jaylen Brown. You could just bear hug him almost.
I mean, the problem is, I've solved this problem 10 years ago. I still see it. Why are we guarding inside the arc when we're up 3? You don't pack in the lane when you're up 3. You flood. That's what I call it. I invented that term. It's called flooding rather than helping on defense.
But this is where context matters because how much time was left. Because if you give
10
up,
seconds.
But if you give
I'm not saying you give up. I'm saying you have one guy in the paint. All right, when they're inbound and under their basket,
when they put
essentially 1 or 2, and then you have 3 guys that are essentially at the 3-point line. So, did you notice that the Celtics fouled in overtime when they were up 5?
Yeah,
and you know what? And I think that's a great idea. This is another concept.
So wait, so you're giving credit to your boy, Joe Mazzulla, who you rave about quite often.
No, I'm not a big fan of his, but.
You're not a fan of either of the head coaches.
The one thing that, so you know how back when Shaquille O'Neal they were Hack-a-Shaq?
Yeah.
Do you realize that nobody ever employed that correctly? Nobody ever employed the Hack-a-Shaq correctly.
Well, Popovich did at first possession of a game one time. That was pretty funny. You should have hacked a Shaq when you were ahead in the game. Everybody always used Hack-a-Shaq when they were down to the Lakers. You get down 8, then you foul Shaq, and he makes 1 out of 2, and you're back down 9. I was always somebody who said, I would try that when we're up 7. So we're up on the Lakers 7. How can they come back? Well, they can come back with some Kobe 3s, and but if you foul Shaquille O'Neal, they're only getting 1 point of possession. That's a good point. I guess I never thought about it like that. I don't know if anybody really does that.
Well, that's the way I think about sports. Like I came up with Steph Curry.
Okay.
Build
a wall around him so he can shoot threes.
Guard him from behind. Stay behind Steph Curry so he doesn't know where you are. And you force him to play inside the arc.
So you just trail him up the court?
Exactly. You trail. So Steph brings it up, and you basically trail him. You're acting like somebody at a BART station who's trying to evade the fare with those new doors. Yeah. You come right up behind him, and then you just follow him through the gate.
But then you could just Trae Young him. It'd be too easy, I think, for Steph to just pick up a foul, right? Because he could just bump back into you and take a shot.
You got to be cognizant of that if you're the defensive player.
Well, speaking of last night, if there was one player I think that could do it effectively, it'd be T.J. McConnell. Because, dude, that guy is
a pain.
He is he's the definition of a pest. In fact, like watching him play almost, I can't tell whether I love it or I hate it. Like he's infuriating and then he'll make a play and go, wow, that was actually pretty intelligent.
Isn't he essentially just the white Jose Alvarado? Or Alvarado for the Pelicans?
Yeah. Well, or you could say Alvarado's the Puerto Rican T.J. McConnell.
Exactly.
One came first.
All right. What did Draymond what did I do? What did Draymond say?
I'll have questions we ask once a week for 500, please, Alex. What did Draymond Green say? Well, he went on the Point Game podcast with John Wall and CJ Toledano. So it's John Wall's podcast. And he was, actually, I don't even know if he was asked a question because Draymond just tends to ramble about these things. But Draymond said that he was having a conversation with Joe Lacob.
Okay.
And it was, I'm not sure if it was during the offseason, but essentially Joe Lacob, according to Draymond Green, said that Green would be potentially a good candidate for the head coaching job of the Golden State Warriors when Steve Kerr was done. So I'm just read the quote from this podcast.
Oh, my God.
I'm honored with the conversations I've had with Joe Lacob over the years. And him saying to me, like, yo, when you're done, I could see you one day coaching this team when Steve Kerr's done. Like, I could see you working with this team. Like, I would love to see that, according to Draymond Green. Quote, that means the world to me because that means the man that owns the organization that I play for is watching me play basketball and saying, this guy can one day coach my team. Again, big business. These assets are not small, man. Like, you're going to trust somebody. That's not small. That's a big bleeping deal. End quote. The floor is yours, Steiny.
Draymond Green is the next coach of the Warriors?
Joe Lacob believes he could be.
It's always fun game.
Yep.
All right.
The Rockets coming out to play.
The first thing we have to parse is, do you believe that Joe Lacob actually said that to Draymond Green, that he would be a great candidate to be the next coach of the Warriors?
I do.
Okay.
I don't think Draymond would make that up.
I think
you think
Joe Lacob might have said something like, you'll be a good coach someday. And Draymond maybe ran with it. But let's say I don't. Oh, boy.
Well, the quote was, I could see you one day coaching this team when Kerr's done.
Well, that's pretty specific.
And then he followed up with, like, I could see you working with this team. Those are two very different things. Being a consultant and being the head coach of a basketball team are very different. I could see Draymond working with the team.
Right.
Head coach, well, let's just say there probably need to be some, adjustments to the temperament.
What's funny is when I think of Draymond Green as a head coach of the Golden State Warriors, which is apparently what Joe Lacob told him, that he'd make a good candidate for a coach after Steve Kerr. The one thing I'm not worried about, I swear to God, would be his demeanor on the sidelines. Like, he wouldn't be the same guy. I guarantee you he would not be as volatile. Not even close.
With the referees?
Correct. I really don't. I don't think he'd be an issue with the referees as a coach. I'd have other issues with him.
Like what?
He'd be a tough guy to play for. I think he'd be a really hard guy to play for. He'd be, in a way, harder. It'd be harder for Draymond than like a Larry Bird or a Magic Johnson, because I think he knows the game and could be a coach. But I do think that Draymond Green might have trouble with certain guys on his team, and it might be difficult to keep the team together under him, if you know what I mean.
Well, in order to not mince words, let's hear from Draymond Green himself. Ken, do you have the cut? Would you be able to play that? Here's Draymond Green on the Point Game podcast with John Wall.
With the conversations that I've had with Joe Lacob over the years, and him saying to me, like, yo, when you're done, I can see you one day coaching this team when Steve's done. Like, I can see you working with this team. Like, I would love to see that. That means the world to me, because that means the man that owns the organization that I play for is watching me play basketball and saying, this guy can one day coach my team.
I believe it does mean a lot to Draymond. And if Joe Lacob did indeed say that, that is a great compliment. I think it speaks to how cerebral Draymond Green is on the court. I mean, temperament aside, like he's indisputably a smart basketball player. He understands the game. He's a big reason why the Warriors have been as prolific on the defensive end, and even how their offense operates on the other side. So, yeah, no, I do think that that's something that has probably been in passing stated. But I'm kind of with you. Like, I think it would be. I think in general, it's hard to play for good or great basketball players. Like, It's hard for a great basketball player to be a head coach.
I would agree with that. I think Draymond could be a little different because, I mean, I guess he's going to the Hall of Fame, but, he's not on the Magic Bird level. So he's got that, like, he's got more relatability to kind of blue-collar players or role players maybe than a superstar trying to coach. I just think it would be exhausting. I think it would be exhausting. I don't think Warrior fans would want that. I really don't. I mean, you can jump in at 888-957-9570. Draymond Green saying on the Point Game podcast that Joe Lacob said he'd make a great coach after Steve Kerr left. I think Warrior fans are ready to be out of the Draymond Green business when he's done as a player.
Well, also, if I was Draymond Green, I wouldn't want my first head coaching job to be in Golden State. I don't
really
think. No. I mean, I think because you're automatically held to your own standard, and the standard you've set is championships. And if you don't come anywhere close to that as head coach, I just think that people will, I don't know, it just innately relate you to how you were as a player. So, or it could be some of the bad things that happen as a player. Like, for example, the first time Draymond Green gets, ejected from a game as a head coach, is going to, we've seen this before. That's happened. But in a different market, I think you're allowed more of a clean slate. Also, more along the lines of, great players coaching. I just searched, worst head coaching win-loss percentage of all time. There's a few names that pop up. Willis Reed, Wes Unseld, Dave DeBusschere, and Elgin Baylor. All of those players are in the Hall of Fame. Like, they're, varying levels of greatness, but They're all great players.
Right.
I just think it's really hard to, I don't know. It's just hard for players who have like just their own understanding of how it is to play. I think it's hard to get guys on the same page, even like regardless if you're Draymond Green or not.
Yeah, I see. It's funny the way you looked at Draymond coaching the Warriors rather than coaching another team. I almost think I looked at it the other way: is if he would get a job here in Golden State as the head coach, he would already have a built-in relationship with all the fans, and they absolutely know what to expect. And so it would just be a matter of how Draymond could be a conduit between what he's doing with the team and relaying that to the fans. But I almost think, I think certain fans would not want it. That's not a stretch, but I think there's too many people right now that are kind of out on Draymond Green, and like I said, I think there's a lot of fans that want to be out of the Draymond Green business once his playing career's over.
I think that's because of how it's ended, and I don't know. Maybe if he became head coach, people would be willing to give him a pass. I just think that the last couple of years would be really difficult to overlook for non-basketball purposes, right? Because that's mainly what we've been talking about with Draymond. It hasn't been, I haven't had a problem with the way he's played. Like, I think he's been a pretty damn good player when he's on the floor. I think he's still their second most important player on this team, whatever that means about the roster. It's been the relationships with teammates or with opposing referees or with opposing players. I think there's a reputation that is moving in the wrong direction for Draymond Green that would also make it kind of difficult for him to be a head coach. I don't think he would be someone that would, get in a physical altercation as a head coach.
No, I don't.
For example. But I do think that lasting, stain is something that a lot of players, unless he had maybe a younger team that wasn't as, closely related to his time in the league, I just think it'd be difficult for him to get older players that are familiar with how he was. I think it'd be harder to get them on the same page.
It's funny because my first thought would be, well, he can't go from player to head coach right away. I'd want him to be an assistant coach for a couple years. That's the first thing that came to my mind. But then I thought, well, that's not right, because Mark Jackson and Steve Kerr had no experience on any kind of staff at all. Now, they had more time between the end of their playing days and when they became a coach. So I guess that's the part that jumped out at me. And if you're just joining us, Draymond Green was on the Point Game podcast with John Wall, and he relayed that Joe Lacob has told him that he thinks Draymond would be a great candidate to be a coach of the Warriors after Steve Kerr. I would need more time to pass rather than Draymond going right into the head coaching position. But the other thing, if he's telling the truth, and I have no reason to believe he's not, the reality of the situation is Draymond's got an opt-out that last year, and so he could opt out of his contract and become the head coach of the Warriors. I think it's pie in the sky, but it's interesting. It's interesting.
I think he's speaking more about the compliment, and I think, larger picture, it also speaks to the relationship he has with Joe Lacob, which we heard during the last contract negotiation he had proved to be pretty important. I mean, he drove to his house.
Right.
So they are very close. They seem to have, a pretty cordial and friendly, it sounds like, relationship. So the fact that Lacob would go so far as to compliment him from that standpoint, I think, is something that is significant. I personally don't think Draymond Green would want to be a head coach. I mean, number one, because he's doing the media stuff, and I think he's pretty good at it. Whether you like his podcast or like him on Inside the NBA, I think he does a pretty good job. So I think that's more where he's geared. And maybe down the line, because, for example, Steve Kerr went from broadcaster to head coach. I know he had time as an executive beforehand, but maybe that's something he would want to explore. I just feel like Draymond is someone that is, once he's done with the game, I think he'll kind of be done with the game, at least from being involved on a day-to-day operational standpoint. I think he would still want to be a part of the sport and cover it and provide his opinions and be close to basketball, but coaching or, I don't know, maybe front office decision-making, Draymond Green doesn't strike me as one of those guys.
Yeah, I mean, the one guy who comes to mind for me is Chris Mullin. I never thought, I never really saw him as a coach, and then he ended up coaching at St. John's. Maybe he'll just replace Tom Izzo at Michigan State.
I know it sounds weird, but I actually do think Draymond would be good with college coaching.
I kind of do too, believe it or not.
Like, I think he would be better with younger players across all levels than older ones.
Yeah, I agree. Here's the other thing that Draymond could do if he was a head coach at Michigan State. He could probably keep doing his podcast, just like Doug Gottlieb is still going to do his radio show, even though he's coaching Green Bay.
Okay, that is ridiculous. Can we be honest about it?
I heard some sound on that yesterday from him. He had his press conference yesterday, Doug Gottlieb.
Did he do it live on his own show?
No, he did it at the podium. But the one thing he said was the reason he's going to keep doing his show is because he wants to bring attention to Wisconsin, Green Bay, and how beautiful it is and how great the place is. And he's from up there. So, he's going to be a walking marketing guy. He's going to be a walking marketing tool for the university.
Yeah, I mean, I heard a lot about development. I heard a lot about, helping boys become men. I heard a lot about things that generally come first in coaching, winning, creating a program, establishing success. And I didn't hear anything about Doug Gottlieb in that. I didn't hear anything about the I in Gottlieb.
Well, I don't. How do you go from never coaching to being the coach of a Division I program? I mean,
you have a radio show apparently.
Well, but I mean,
Steiny, you should throw your name in the hat. I think. I don't know if I don't want to say a school around here, but
Randy Bennett on the way out.
Well, he's a one and done this year, Steiny. He's on the hot seat.
Doesn't Stanford have an opening?
Could you have kept Mahaney? Could you have kept Mahaney at St. Mary's instead of him transferring to UConn?
Mahaney might not have started under me. No, just kidding. Stanford does have an opening, don't they? Or Cal? One of the no, not
side?
Cal. Not Cal. The women have an opening for sure.
Program. By the way, I think Tara Vanderveer is on. Was it the Sparks staff? I thought I saw her on the bench of the LA Sparks because of our player Cameron Brink, who, by the way, had a big block down the stretch. She might have been the steal of the draft. By the way,
yeah, Indiana Fever 0-4.
Well, appropriately named.
Caitlin Clark is. She's doing okay.
She's a rookie.
She's going to lose a lot. They're going to lose a ton.
Yeah, they stink.
They do stink. But they've had the number one pick the last 2 years.
Yeah, so who are they? They're the process Sixers. Just keep stacking number ones, and maybe one of them will pan out.
And by the way, I would encourage Bay Area fans to really take an interest in women's college basketball next year, because the Warriors have a WNBA team, the Valkyries. Give me Juju. I want Juju here.
Juju or Paige Beckers, those are the two that a guard.
You know what the problem is? Usually, I can only use the NBA in this. When they bring in an expansion team, they don't give them the number one pick.
No.
I was
looking at the Vancouver Grizzlies.
Exactly.
They had like the number 6 overall pick the year they came into the league.
Exactly. So
that's wrong.
If they don't get one or two, they're not getting either of those guys.
It does make it pretty incredible how the Las Vegas Golden Knights, I think, their first year in the NHL, like they made it all the way to the Stanley Cup. And I don't know how they did it. But yeah, the Valkyries are. Is there any way we can fall into a top 3 pick, top 2? I mean, Juju's coming out next year no matter what. Maybe she has a down year. I don't know if there's a muscle strain that keeps her out of the tournament. Her stock falls a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know.
We got to keep her in California.
Did you hear they have 13,000? That's the number of season tickets they've sold already?
Oh, it was 11,000 yesterday, so
maybe it's
keeps going up.
That's incredible. I mean, 11's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, well, the place packs like 19 or 20, right? It's pretty usual for an NBA.
I mean, I'm wondering, and not for nothing, but I watched the Fever against the Connecticut Sun game, the opener, and the Sun had been playing in a 4,000-seat arena, and then they moved it. But how can one WNBA team draw 4,000 and another draw 15, like if you're the Valkyries? You know what I mean?
I don't know, but apparently all eyes in basketball have been on the state of Indiana, probably for the first time since Bobby Knight, because you got the WNBA team, and then the Pacers are in the Eastern Conference Finals.
That's true. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings. And on the other side, it's also 49ers OTAs. And a few guys were missing. And I'm just wondering if it's worrisome to some 49er fans. We'll talk about that on the other side. What's coming up next on The Game? Presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises in that segment, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body.
trip.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Remember when I said that?
What was it about?
It was after the Boston game when the Warriors got beat by Boston by 50.
That was a 4-1.
And they went 4-1, and Guru said it was unacceptable.
Beat down in Beantown.
And I said it's a scheduled loss, and it was the end of a road trip.
It was also a bloody Sunday.
It was. Hey, Draymond Green wants to coach the Warriors. I'm dead serious. Kay, let's just play it again to set it up. Draymond Green on the Point Game.
Yeah, this is a hell of an assist by John Wall.
With John Wall. Take a listen.
With the conversations that I've had with Joe Lacob over the years and him saying to me, like, yo, when you're done, I can see you one day coaching this team when Steve's done. Like, I can see you working with this team. Like, I would love to see that. That means the world to me because that means the man that owned the organization that I play for is watching me play basketball and saying, this guy can one day coach my team.
You know what it also means? Probably that Draymond's going to be here for 3 more years.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's good. That's a good point. Yeah.
You want to see Warrior fans, you want to see Draymond Green coaching the Warriors in 2 or 3 years? I mean, clearly that was just Joe Lacob being a nice guy, right? Oh, yeah, I could see you coaching someday.
You've called him a killer. I don't think a killer just says things like that willy-nilly. It is funny, though, because I think you're totally right. It does mean Draymond's not going anywhere. I remember we did a show, I think it was probably after the Orlando game, and you guys were like, hey, do you think Draymond's going to be on the team next year? And there were some yeses, there were some nos. I never felt like he was not going to be on the team, but I did feel like there might have been a possibility. And the Zach Lowe article at the end of the season also spoke to that some people have become tired of the volatility of Draymond. But at the end of the day, there's only one guy that matters. If Joe Lacob is willing to go out on a limb. Okay, you asked me if it was true.
Yeah.
If you think he said it. I do think Joe Lacob said it. Now I'll ask you this, Steiny. You think Joe Lacob meant it?
No. I think Joe Lacob meant that, hey, Dre, you're smart as hell. You're a great basketball mind. You know, I could see you coaching after your career's over. Heck, I could see you coaching this team. It's kind of a throwaway line, but I do believe the sentiment in it, and that's that Lacob still thinks very fondly of Draymond Green and his ability to play the game and his ability to understand the game.
So, for example, you think it was like when you go and speak to a sports media college class,
right?
And you're standing up there and you're explaining how you got to where you are and the things that you believe make you successful, and you're trying to impart some wisdom. At the end, you go, and every single one in this room, all of you can do whatever you want. I believe that you can be this, that you can be this. And in your mind, you know damn well the percentages would say that probably, 2 or 3 of this 30-person class is actually going to amount to anything. The rest of you are going to have to figure it out. But you say that everyone can be what they want to be.
Yeah, I think there's some of that with Draymond. I also think there's some of that. I also think when you're talking to Draymond, sometimes you just be nice to him. Let's try to have a conflict-free conversation. So let's go to Joe. Joe's in San Jose. What's going on, Joe? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
The way I look at it is like you got the highest-paying coach, Steve Kerr, and they didn't make the playoffs in 2 years. So, and then you got Draymond. Why not give him a shot? I mean, that's the way I guess Joe Lacob is looking at it too. But let me ask you guys one question.
Yeah.
Do the players make the coach or the coach make the players?
I think the players make the coach for the most part, Joe. I think, the one exercise that I do kind of think is, I don't know if it's fair or not, but, how many coaches would have won 4 titles with those Warriors teams? Because I don't necessarily believe any other coach would have won 4 titles. I just don't. I think Steve Kerr handled some situations in a way that other coaches would not have handled them. And there's there is a calmness or a poise about Steve Kerr that has been extremely beneficial to the Warriors over the last decade. And I do think it takes a special kind of coach to coach a team with those kind of superstars. And I think that Steve Kerr was built for that in a way. He was built to be that kind of coach. So I don't know what the next guy is going to be like, but I do think, I don't think the Warriors have the success they have without Steve Kerr.
Yeah. What do you give me for this? I think that coaches are not the driving forces behind all championship teams. I think they can be the difference. They can help get a championship level group over the top,
right?
But they're not the driving force. But I do think a head coach a bad head coach can tank a team.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think they're the reason why a team hoists the trophy more so than the first, second, or third best player. But they can be a reason why a championship level group doesn't get there.
Right.
I mean, I don't know. Take a look at the Boston Celtics. I think their biggest weakness is probably their head coach. And I don't know if that was the difference in 2022, but maybe with a better head coach, this might be a team that gets over the top. Like, they have all the ingredients.
They do. But I look at it as, I look at a guy like Tom Thibodeau. You cannot tell me that 29 other coaches would have gotten that much out of the Knicks. There's no chance. Like, to me, I look at coaches one of three ways. They either help you, they either hurt you, or they're right in the middle and they neither help nor hurt. And to me, a guy like Tibido, he helps you win more games. Steve Kerr, I think might be more toward the middle, I would think, because he's had more talent to deal with.
True, but I think there is something to be said for not bleeping it up. I mean,
you're right.
Like, when you have that level of, talent, sometimes it is just kind of riding the coattails a little bit. Now, I think 2022, he did a great job. I mean, I don't think at the beginning of the year we looked at that Warriors team like they had the most talent in the NBA, and they managed to win the championship. I think that's his best job as head coach. But you said something about how head coaches, I think Steiny, it's with Tibido, for example. Yes, he helped that Knicks team win more games. I could also very easily make the case that he's the reason why they did not move on. Because in order to win that many games, I think he ran his team into the ground. I think that there were injuries that were caused or not helped by the amount of usage of those players. I don't think it's a coincidence that by Game 7 of the second round of the playoffs, that his team was broken. And so while the second round might be the furthest that any coach could have gotten that New York Knicks team, he's also the reason why they broke down. So Thibodeau, I think, is a good coach. I think that his methods are a little old school, more traditional. And that's just what you live with when you hire him as your head coach.
That's exactly right. And that's the way I look at it. If you're hiring Tom Thibodeau, you're hiring a guy to get the most out of your team. It's probably not going to be a younger team, but he's going to milk that team to get more out of it probably than any other coach.
He's kind of like a football coach, it feels like. A football coach that's not afraid to run his running back 35 times a game.
Well, but that's
how you get there.
Well, the other thing about Thibodeau is, he's extremely well liked. I mean, if you're Josh Hart or you're DiVincenzo and you're playing 40 minutes a game you weren't playing, and I know DiVincenzo's not playing 40, but he played close during the postseason. It's just like Steve Kerr to me. If you want your organization right now to start prioritizing the Warriors' young players, well, then you should get rid of Steve Kerr, because who he is someone who's going to milk the veterans more than go to the youngsters.
You think Draymond would be more like Steve Kerr or like Tom Thibodeau?
I think he'd be more like Thibodeau.
I think he'd be more like Kerr.
Well, I mean, I think Thibodeau and Kerr are somewhat similar in their reliance on the veterans. Maybe not the minutes. Like Thibodeau's not afraid to play his younger guys who are stars a lot. But
I just view Thibodeau as a my way or the highway type head coach, whereas Steve Kerr I do view as more of a player's coach. And I think Draymond would be more of a player's coach. I don't think he'd be as, as much of a dictator as maybe people perceive him to be.
Yeah, I wonder. Let's go to Eric. Eric's in San Francisco. What's up, Eric? How you doing?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Evan. Two quick points. One about Draymond being the Warriors coach. You know and I know that would last about 5 preseason games before some rookie player would mouth off to him and a la Jordan Poole. I mean, let's be real. The guy can't control his temper. There's no way he wouldn't wig out on a player at some point. But I do agree maybe he might be better for college. The second point I wanted to ask you guys on your opinion is, yesterday was Steve Kerr's 10-year anniversary and people were talking about trade. And I still don't understand why people, Warriors fans, don't seem to understand that of the 4 teams remaining, the best player on Boston is Tatum at 26, Halliburton's 23, Edwards is 22, Doncic is 25. And of the teams that got eliminated, SGA is 26, Jokic is 29, Brunson's 27, and whoever you determine is the best player on the Cavs, Mitchell's like 28 or Mobley's 22.
You're right.
So why do we think a 36-year-old, as great as he is, who is at least 10 years older than all the best players that were in this round, the conference championships in the second round, is going to mysteriously be able to bootstrap with 2 other players over the age of 30 anything more than a play-in or first-round appearance? I think the playoffs have really shown that the league is turned over, and I don't see why we would sacrifice valuable future picks to lose in the play-in or first round. I mean, maybe you guys disagree with me, but I think the playoffs have shown that.
Eric, I agree with you 100%. 100%. 100%. That's what the playoffs have shown me too. I don't want to see the Warriors get older. And that's, that's been a theme. I just don't. I think that's fool's gold. And, I also, and he was talking about Curry. I thought he might have been talking about bringing a guy in here who's 36. But what he's saying is, Steph's 36 right now. Mm-hmm. And he's got to play with other 30-plus-year-olds and try to get it done next year against these kind of teams. I'm with Eric. I don't see it. I just don't see it. And I certainly don't see losing draft picks from 2025 to 2030 just to make a run at a title that to me is not realistic.
Yeah, I mean, but did we think at the beginning of this year that the Minnesota Timberwolves were a realistic championship team? And I understand they're in 2 completely different places. But I think looking at this individual postseason look, we're all prisoners of the moment. It's a copycat league, every cliche you want to talk about. But in a way, because there is now going to be a 6th consecutive different champion, Steiny, that tells me that one way isn't the way. Like, we all thought that Denver, and I certainly did, that Denver was the best team in the league, and they were just going to run roughshod over these playoffs. And they haven't. They got eliminated in the second round. Boston, a lot of people are getting cold feet about them, even though they're a team that's been in the Eastern Conference Finals more than any other team the last, 5 or 6 years. They haven't gotten over the hump yet, and they have the greatest collection of talent, I think, in the NBA. It just goes to show that each year has, at least for the last 5, has proven to me that there is not one clear-cut way to win a championship. And so I'm not advocating for trading for an older player beyond the age of 35, but I wouldn't dismiss the fact that the Warriors couldn't stumble into something successful because, I guess they did it a couple of years ago, but I also just think that the league is telling us that every year every team should feel like they have a chance. I mean, there's more parity now than ever, especially because of these second apron rules. That means there's going to be more players available. So I would just pump the brakes on, well, they got no chance. Now, they might not be a clear-cut favorite to win a title team. I'm not going into next season expecting them to win a championship. I think that's fool's gold. But to dismiss in the next, 5 years that they couldn't stumble into something magical is, I'm keeping an open mind to that.
I mean, it's obviously not outside the question, but the way I look at it is
I also do want to refute the first part of the call, which was Draymond would be good until he punched a player.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
I actually don't think that that's an issue at all.
Like, also in a way, the fact that it did happen means that it would never happen, I believe.
Yeah. I look at the Warriors. They won 46 games. You know what? Next year, can you win more games? Because next year, if you win more games, you'll probably have a higher seed just because of the way things shook out this year. I have a question out there for people that are hockey experts, because the 408 on the Xfinity Mobile text line, Evan talked about the Vegas Golden Knights and how did they get so good so fast as an expansion team. And I told Evan that when Vancouver came into the NBA, I want to say they had the 6th or 7th pick, that expansion teams don't get the first pick. So the 408 has sent this in. The Vegas Golden Knights were blessed with an expansion rule change to attempt to make expansion teams more competitive. They were handed an insane team. The rules changed the following year immediately. Hence, that's why the Seattle Kraken did awful in their inaugural season. So I guess I'm actually curious to know what the specific rule changes were, or if it was just. I'm sure they had to get more than just the number one pick. So any hockey experts out there want to help us out, 888-957-9570.
Well, they didn't even specify where they selected in the draft because, I have to imagine a rookie in hockey is not just going to all of a sudden, be the reason you win a title. It sounds like there were probably not many roster restrictions on who went into that pool, because that's how you build a team, right? Whether it's in any sport, if there's an expansion draft, there are amount of players you get to protect from that expansion draft.
Yes.
My guess, and if someone would like to call in and correct me, feel free. It sounds like the amount of players that were available were of a very high caliber, and that's where that's how they were able to piece together what turned into a finals team, or Stanley Cup team, their first year. And it sounds like then the league said, no, and just put a Dikembe Mutombo finger on that.
Well, there's two different things here. There's a draft with an expansion team placed in the draft. So the Vancouver Grizzlies, when they were an expansion team, they had the 6th or 7th pick in their inaugural year of NBA play. But what they also had was the expansion draft. And that is when, and the way I remember it was, every NBA team can, quote unquote, protect 7 players. And then the Grizzlies and the Raptors, or at least back then it was the Raptors, the Raptors selected players who were not protected, and that was the expansion draft. And the reason I know this is because the Chicago Bulls, after they won their title in '98, they left B.J. Armstrong off their protected list. In other words, they didn't protect B.J. Armstrong, and sure enough, Toronto selected him, and then they ended up trading him to the Golden State Warriors. But there's two different things there, and one is where the expansion team drafts their first year of the draft, and then is I don't think the WNBA has an expansion draft where the Valkyries, for example, will get to pick up an unprotected player off, let's say, the Phoenix Mercury. I'm not sure that's what happens. I don't think it is.
No, but I think it does depend on how much the league values immediate success. Because, for example, you take Vancouver, They never made the playoffs when they were in Vancouver.
Right.
They didn't make the playoffs, I think, until I'm looking at it here, like 8 years in after they moved to Memphis. So is it really good for the league to have a team as an expansion team come in and basically just be a doormat? Like that's what the Seattle Mariners were for a long time. They were horrible up until the 90s, and they were a laughingstock of MLB in the late 70s and 80s. So is that actually good for the league? You have more teams, but it's just a watered-down product. So I think the WNBA has to decide whether they, I don't know, kind of want to set the Golden State Valkyries up for success, which I hope that they would, because I would personally like to go down to Chase Center and see that team and the violet and the beautiful purple that they have all over that floor and will have be a pretty good team. I think I don't know, it's kind of like, I mean, there are more options in this town than ever in terms of sports.
Right.
But I view that as a good thing.
There's no way that the Valkyries should get the number 1 pick. They don't even have a team. The Indiana Fever stink. Like, there's no way that Valkyries should be able to get the best player in the draft. It would have been it would have been like if an expansion team came into the NBA last year and they get Wembanyama.
Well, the Hawks got the number 1 pick. They don't deserve that.
They're not an expansion team.
Well, but I'm saying they could go into the draft lottery. Like, if the Golden State Valkyries get put into the lottery and the ping pong ball turns up purple or violet, then they should get the number 1 pick. I believe.
Yeah.
Just give it to them.
I don't know.
Come on.
I don't know.
I just want to say Juju.
Adrian and Livermore. Let's go to Adrian and Livermore. He's got this explained for us. What's up, Adrian? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Doing well. Talk to me.
All right. So you guys brought up the Golden Knights. Okay. So the way the Golden Knights drafted was they did the expansion draft before the NHL draft. So the Golden Knights were able. So the expansion rules was all the teams were only able to protect 6 players and a goaltender.
Okay.
So the Golden Knights were able to pick decent players that had already been drafted, but the best player that they got was Marc-Andre Fleury from the Penguins because the Penguins didn't protect him.
Right.
And so in the NHL draft, they got the 18th overall pick, but that draft pick refused to actually play in the NHL, and so that's how the Golden Knights were actually able to play really well their first season.
Gotcha.
It was the expansion draft rules that had the ability for them to pick up really good players. And then in 2000, when they were able to pick at the deadline in 2019, they were able to get their captain, Mark Stone. That's why they're so good right now, because they're using that the ability of the draft rules.
Gotcha.
Have a good day, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate that. That actually makes a lot of sense. Boy, the Kraken got hosed. The Kraken got hosed.
They just don't like the Pacific Northwest. I'm telling you, man. As first with Vancouver, Seattle stunk. The Kraken now. They got rid of the Supersonics. I mean, my God. They're just getting bludgeoned up there.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings today. And we'll be back on the other side to talk some more sports on 95.7 The Game. I know where all the prisons are.
Have you been wanting to find...
Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, every time I see it, it's still not a goaltend. The LeBron James block on Iguodala in 16.
It's one of the greatest plays ever.
I guess they're playing LeBron James's greatest moments.
Well, no one gives J.R. Smith
3 hours.
enough credit for that, to be honest. I mean, he was the one who altered the shot to allow LeBron just enough time to slam it up against the window.
Yeah. Last night I'm watching the Celtics and the Pacers.
Oh, the only game on.
And maybe I'm just doing this because Goo's not here, but...
Okay.
I mean, he's right. These guys, Breen, Doris Burke, and J.J. Redick are just not Breen, Mark Jackson, and Van Gundy. There is something missing. And I don't know what it's just too straightforward. It's just too vanilla. Both those guys are Doris and Redick and Breen. They're afraid to criticize anybody. And there's just no oomph to it.
No, I mean, look, it's impossible to replace a crew, but because I'll also include Mike Breen in that. Like, I think Mike Breen he has to be a different play-by-play broadcaster with Doris Burke and J.J. Redick. You can't replace the chemistry that is built over the course of years. I mean, they'd done however many finals to get 10 straight finals together. They'd worked prior to. So I do think you're right. It's the critical aspect of the broadcast that I miss, but it's also it sounded like three friends calling a game. I mean, it's a big reason why in baseball I think that there are different levels to certain broadcast crews. Krug and Kuiper at the top, if not near the top for most, because it sounds like they're friends. Like they're friends describing a game, having a conversation about the game, while Mike Breen is keeping everyone informed. So you're right. It felt vanilla, and especially for a game that was as, I don't know, exciting down the stretch as it was, I just felt like there's a little meat left on the bone.
Yeah, I kind of am with you there. I have a theory about that. I'm going to go against my rule. I'll tell you on the other side. But let's go to Cheesehead in Oakland real quick. What's up, Cheesehead? How you doing?
Well, I'm doing well, thank you, and love listening to your show.
Thank you.
Just wanted to provide some evidence, echoing what someone said earlier about the Warriors being too old.
Okay.
You look at the plus-minus numbers for the entire season. I don't know if this point's been made before, but you look, and, obviously Brandon Podziemski was at the top, and then you had Curry, Green, but then you had Kuminga, Moody, and Trace Jackson-Davis would have been up there too had he gotten more minutes. But, those guys from Moody on up all had plus 100 or more for the season. Then you look at guys like Andrew Wiggins, minus 58.
Right.
Saric, minus 21. Klay Thompson, plus 7. It just, and I understand the plus-minus stats, particularly in the short term, don't really reflect the true value of the player. But over a season, I think it does. And I think all those games that the Warriors lost, particularly early on when they were playing the vets almost exclusively down the stretch, it just cost them lots of games where, we didn't get the 50-50 balls. We couldn't close out on the three-point shot. We couldn't get the rebound to secure the win. I just think watching these playoffs with young guys who aren't going to be future Hall of Famers outplay, older teams, it just tells me that that's where the Warriors need to go. Not, as much as I love Durant while he's here, I just think that's, going backwards. And, what has Durant done since he's left? I mean, nothing. It just seems like we're trying to hang on to the past instead of acknowledging, what's happening in the present and planning for the future.
Yeah, I'm with you, Cheesehead. I'm with you. And we'll see what direction the Warriors go in this offseason, but we'll know. When we see the moves, we'll know what direction they go in, that's for sure. By the way, and I never do this. Never do this. But I have my own rules, and
Okay.
There's a reason why I'm going to do it.
Break one?
Indiana is done. They're done.
The Fever?
The Pacers are done. This series is over. And the reason this series is over is because when you're a 6 seed or you're the underdog in a series, you cannot lose a game that you had in hand. You cannot do it. Because in essence now, you've got to beat the Celtics 5 times. Because you already beat them in game 1. You beat them, but you let it slip away. You're done. You cannot, an underdog cannot lose a game like that. They can't. They just don't have that kind of wiggle room.
Well, now I'm rooting for the Pacers. I didn't think the series was theirs to win to start.
Right.
But they are still in the series. You know why it's not over?
Go ahead.
Because of the Boston Celtics. That's why. Because the Boston Celtics should have put that game away early on. They did not. The Boston Celtics have had opportunities to put away opponents throughout this postseason. They have not. This is a Boston Celtics team that reminds me of the Los Angeles Dodgers, a team that is better than just about every single team that they lace them up against. A team that, like the Houston Rockets in the late 2010s when they were going up against the Warriors, had opportunities to close out series and could not do it.
Right.
Not just when they were playing the Warriors, but against other teams as well. The Boston Celtics are the reason why the Indiana Pacers in this series is not over. It's never been about Indiana, in my opinion. And maybe that's why on the broadcast, everything leans a little bit more towards the Celtics.
Right.
On the pregame show, we're talking about Boston instead of Indiana. Same thing in the series before. It was about New York, not about Indiana. God love the Pacers, but they fell into a series first round that Giannis Antetokounmpo was unavailable for. They played a New York Knicks team that by the end was, throwing plumbers out there. Alec Burks was starting in Game 7. And then in this series, it's about if the Boston Celtics are actually the championship team we believe them to be. That's why the series isn't over.
I guess, but listen, I'm not saying the Pacers would have won the series, but you know what that game reminded me of last night? And somebody brought it up.
What?
When J.R. Smith lost track of the time against the Warriors, that was a game 1, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. The Warriors were the favorites in that, but the Cavs had a chance to come in here and take a 1-0 lead. I'm not saying they would have won that series, but the minute that J.R. Smith messed that up, I don't think they had any chance, because now you got to beat the Durant Warriors four more times. Pierce Evans saying, didn't they do the same thing in Game 1 versus the Knicks, Steiny? You know what? Believe it or not, the Knicks ended up making big shots in that game, and I didn't look at it as the Pacers blew that game. I looked at it as the Knicks got a lot of help from the refs, and the Knicks ended up making some big shots to win the game. But last night, that game, the Pacers just lost that game. I mean, they just turned the ball over every time they needed a bucket. So,
yeah, especially down the stretch. They also didn't foul. But even in spite of all that, Steiny, they were up in overtime, I think, with 90 seconds left or 2 minutes left. I mean, it wasn't as if they had no opportunities. Like, I was watching the game with Grandy yesterday, and as soon as overtime starts, he goes, God, well, this game's over. And then Halliburton steps into a 3. They go up immediately, and it's like, no, this game is not over. They just couldn't close it. I didn't look at that game like Boston. I mean, Jaylen Brown hit a big shot. There's no doubt about that. But I didn't look at it like Boston stole the game. You know, if you're talking about stealing versus choking, I know that they're the underdog, but Indiana choked that game.
I mean, they had it right there. You know, the other thing, let me ask you a question.
We'll ask it.
You like Jason Tatum?
No, not particularly.
Me neither. I'm just not crazy about him. I mean, I'm watching that game last night.
I dislike most Duke players, but
it's vintage. It's kind of vintage. And that in the fourth quarter, the last 4-6 minutes of the game, he can't make a shot. Yeah, he can't make a shot.
Did hit a big 3.
Of course. And then he has the 3-point play.
Yeah.
And then he makes his 1-3. I'm not crazy about that team. I don't like. He just loves to shoot perimeter shots. He just does not like to go to the basket.
There is something weird about him, though, because, like, for example, I forget which series it was. You know, Jason Tatum's had a 50-point Game 7.
Against who?
Last year in the postseason. I think it was in the second round against Milwaukee. I could be wrong about that. But like that's a legacy game. I mean, it is. He had 50 in a Game 7, and they won the series. And
against Philly, I guess.
Or against Philly, I apologize. But I still don't look at Jason Tatum like he is, I don't know, like he's always in the conversation for, I don't know, MVP, top 5 player. But doesn't it kind of feel like there's something left missing about his game? Like, and maybe it's just a moment or two here, and if they win the championship, but even if they do, I feel like it's going to be because of Jaylen Brown or Drew Holiday or Porzingis getting healthy. I don't know. He is a damn good basketball player.
Right.
But I don't view him as an alpha. I just don't.
There's something missing. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I'm kind of with you. I just think he's too perimeter oriented. And then you look at him and it's like, this guy's big. This guy's 6'8". You know, he should be able to score at all 3 levels, and it just feels like he's all perimeter. You excited about the Timberwolves?
Yeah.
Somebody on the YouTube chat said they find the Timberwolves boring. Like, what? That's the most exciting team in basketball right now, aren't they?
I think so. But it's because of Anthony Edwards. I don't think it's because of how they play. I mean, in a way, Anthony Edwards he's must watch because of what he's going to do. I mean, or what he's going to say. I think that's part of it also.
See, I think one thing that can happen is the Timberwolves defense is so good that even a casual fan would realize that their defense is really, like, it's noticeably better than other teams' defenses. And to me, I'm not saying it's exciting, but it's like watching a golf tournament with pros, but the course is so hard that the scores aren't very high. You know, they just had the PGA and the guy who won it was 20 under or whatever. But there's sometimes tournaments where the weather's bad and the pin placement's hard and the winner is 2 under. And that's what I feel like the Timberwolves are. Like they make the game so ugly that they just make you look bad and they take you out of what you want to do.
They kind of remind me of like the Harbaugh 49ers a little bit. Like, I was excited to watch the players on defense. I know that basketball is different. They play both ways. But my point is, I was equally excited to watch, say, Colin Kaepernick or Frank Gore run the football or Michael Crabtree run the football as I was to watch Patrick Willis hit somebody or, you know, Justin Smith take 2 offensive linemen and push them back. I watch Alden Smith, who was fantastic, by the way, last week at the Dwight Clark event with Wildern Dibbs, get to the quarterback. Like, I loved watching those defenses play because they were physical. They imposed their will. And maybe that's the thing that I find myself thinking about the most with the Timberwolves. It's like when they decide that they're going to lock in on defense, there's not really anything you can do. There's a feeling of helplessness, I have to imagine, if you're on the other side. And that's where a lot of the great Niners teams that I enjoy watching have made their hay. It's like when they turn it on, or when they have turned it on, there's not really a team that can hang with them. And maybe that's why, you know, we were talking yesterday with Bob Myers about who you think is going to win the title. I know you're rooting for your boy and the head coach, but I legitimately do think you believe they're going to win because they have a level that it appears no one else can match.
Yes, on defense, absolutely. But I do think I think the Celtics could beat the Timberwolves because at that point I do think the Celtics' experience of having gotten there, or you know, the Timberwolves have never been past the first. This team hasn't been past the first round outside this year. But you think they've done enough losing for you? Yes. Yes.
That was a pretty funny question.
I mean,
we were talking about Malone going after a reporter for, dumb bleep questions.
Boy, he's getting skewered, Michael Malone.
He's a sore loser. But, but in a way, that the question to Anthony Edwards and Karl Anthony Towns about how do you feel like you guys have, earned your keep, basically. Do you feel like you've lost enough? Like that's kind of more of an unfair question.
Yeah, exactly. You brought up something interesting as we were talking about defense, the Timberwolves defense. What teams in your lifetime, any sport, their reputation was defense? Like the one team that jumps to mind for me, and I'm going to date myself, but it would be the 1985 Chicago Bears.
Yeah.
When their defense was more exciting to watch than their offense. And I'm wondering if there's any other teams that, in any sport where their defense was the number one thing that people remember.
I mean, 2000 Ravens, obviously.
Okay.
But I was pretty young at that point. Legion of Boom. That defense was just unbelievable. They talk about a skewering. I mean, they would light up opposing offenses left and right. Unfortunately, the Niners had to be one of them. But, I think I don't know, maybe sometimes baseball's different. I guess I gravitate more towards pitching staffs.
Okay.
The best tandem I've ever seen would be the 01 Diamondbacks. Randy Johnson and Curt Schilling won the World Series for them, essentially, or put them in a position to win in Game 7 against a great Yankees team. There's been some unbelievable pitching staffs that I think have gotten, that have flown a little under the radar.
Well, the Atlanta staff with...
Yeah, but they only won one World Series, though. Talking about in the postseason.
Okay.
The Giants. The Giants had at different times a three-headed monster.
That's true.
Lincecum, Kane, Bumgarner, but, Jonathan Sanchez, Barry Zito had a couple of big performances. You can ride pitching staffs. It's funny, we were talking earlier with a caller who described how the Vegas Knights got to where they were their first season. Well, they rode a goalie. Like Marc-Andre Fleury was unstoppable.
Right.
Like he had the hot hand, and you can do that in hockey. So, thinking about defenses, I guess I kind of gravitate towards individuals more than groups. Football, you do that more, but it's harder now. The rules are so much different that I think when people think of one side of the football dictating a game, it's probably modern day football offenses.
Yeah, and Kay said this, our producer Kay, and we're seeing it on the Xfinity Mobile text line. The bad boy Pistons probably fit that mold. And somebody even mentioned the Larry Brown Pistons from, what year was that, 2004?
When they beat the Lakers.
Oh, that's who you were thinking of.
Well, yeah, those when playoff games were like 60 to 55, right?
I guess maybe the Heat had some teams that played defense. But anyway, just...
In the 2000s. I don't know. For basketball, though, great defenses. Minnesota... In a way, because of how prolific offenses are nowadays. Like, for example, in 2016, the Warriors won 73 games. I think I've told you about this, but if you look at the offensive rating of that all-time team per 100 possessions, it'd be like middle of the pack nowadays.
They
would be an average offense if you dropped what they did into today.
Is that because the pace was slower, or because their percentages were equivalent to what they are today?
It's a combination of both.
There's more possessions,
but also how many threes teams take. You can just score more. That's why I hate watching the Celtics most of the time, is because it feels like they have a better five than whoever else is on the other side. But Drew Holiday's taking 8 threes a game. Jaylen Brown's taking 7 threes. Tatum takes 10. They shoot so many damn threes that it almost, I feel like they leave something on the table for how many other parts of the game offensively they could impact. But that's just their philosophy.
Yeah. You forgot Horford, too. All he takes is threes now, too.
Yeah, which also pisses me off.
Why?
He's 37 years old. Are we allowed to step inside the stripe?
I love Horford.
Hey, I think he's a good guy.
I'll tell you what, he's a guy who...
He's too old.
Stop it, Priest.
Thank you.
If the Celtics... he's not a Hall of Famer, but he's I'll tell you what, he's had a great career, Al Horford. He's a damn good player. I'd take him on my team any day of the week in the last 20 years.
But you might take him next year. He could play backup 4.
I mean,
if he's available for the Warriors.
Yeah.
That's probably why he's been around for so long.
What time's that T-Wolves game? 5:30?
5 o'clock. TNT, by the way. Well, actually, Ken told us, and I'm actually happy he enlightened us, because I was under the impression that this was the final year of Inside the NBA.
It's not?
It's not. Next season is the final year of Inside the NBA. Officially. That was what was decided.
Okay, so, but didn't Barkley's got an opt-out this year, doesn't he?
He said he can become a free agent. Yeah.
Maybe he meant at the end of next year.
And it sounds like he will. I mean, he loves it, and I think he's really good at it. NBC's going to need some people. I don't know, Amazon.
I mean, I got to tell you, ESPN, they stink.
You're going to go down Bob Myers, right? You didn't tell this to his face yesterday.
No, not Bob Myers. I mean, the fact that they had the camera on Stephen A. Smith when he walked into Madison Square Garden is everything I abhor about the media. I can't believe they did that in a way. I really can't. That just bothers me so. It just bothers me so much when like media people actually think they're the story. But when ESPN does stuff like that, what other way can you read it?
I don't mean to count pockets, but when you pay a guy $10 million a year, you kind of do need him to be the story. Otherwise, what are you paying him for?
I mean, I guess, but that's a major turnoff.
Make some more money, Steiny, and then you become the story. So he's trying to lay the groundwork for you.
What if I told you that I would have told you, don't do that. Hey, we're going to get Steiny coming into this. No. I would say, no chance. No chance. I'm coming in the back way then.
And they're still going to film it. They're going to film your grand entrance from the janitorial section of ESPN Studios.
925. Y'all are acting like the Wolves swept the Nuggets and held them under 80 every game. They were down by 20 in Game 7. The series clearly could have gone either way. Moreover, the Nuggets scored 112 or more in Games 3 through 5. Yeah, but the Denver Nuggets were considered the best team in the league. And Minnesota just beat them, so Minnesota's got a chance to be the best team in the league now.
Well, and I thought that's why we also specified when they turned it on.
Right.
I mean,
they clamped down the second half of that Game 7.
They couldn't do anything, or at least more than two players couldn't do anything, and even Jokic struggled. So, I mean, I looked at Denver like they were the best team, and for them to be able to do what they held them to 37 points in the second half. Like that's a pretty impressive defensive effort.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget, a reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo, and in this case, Evan Giddings, on the free Odyssey app. Mm-hmm. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. That segment was brought to you by Scandinavian Designs Furniture. Sports, man.
Don't miss major Memorial Day.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
In case you're just joining us, big news is Draymond Green, the next candidate to coach the Golden State Warriors, according to Draymond Green. We're having a little fun. Draymond was on the...
He would break the news of him being the new head coach.
Draymond said on the Point Game podcast with John Wall that he says Joe Lacob has approached him and said, you'd make a heck of a coach after Steve Kerr left. And we'll see.
I'll take his word for it.
Yeah, I'll take his word for it.
I wonder if he'd give him $4 for $100 million to be the head coach.
It's always a fun game.
Well, coaches are starting to really make some big coin now.
Kerr got what, 2 for 35?
Yeah, so he's at 17 or 18.
That's the highest paid per year.
Yeah. Although Monty Williams is up there. But
not for long.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, I just thought of this. So it was just 1 week ago today that we came in here after a spectacular defeat by the San Francisco Giants. They lost 10-2 to the Dodgers last Tuesday, and we came in Wednesday, and we're talking about that loss being a low, and that loss indicating how far they are from being good, and that loss indicating that there's not interest in the Giants because they're not exciting. Well, they haven't lost a game until last night. Since then.
Boy, did they.
And my first question to you, Evan, will be like, would you rather lose 10-2 or would you rather lose 7-6 when the opponent scores 4 in the 9th and then 1 in the 10th?
I mean, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. I think I'd rather get blown out. I mean, it's like, okay, so I gave up a lot of home runs in my brief collegiate career, right?
All right.
Just get all of it. I mean, hit the ball 500 feet. Give something for people to look at. I mean, pimp the bat. I don't know. Do a dance around first base. The most infuriating thing in sports is the close defeat, especially when you are in control. I mean, look at the Indiana Pacers. They're probably kicking themselves. Rick Carlisle saying, I blew the game. Last night, the Giants blew a 4-run lead. They should have won that game. Those are the losses that stick with you. You can... I don't think Bob Melvin gave a damn about getting beat 10-2 by the Dodgers. He's throwing some river cat to the Wolves in the 9th inning. Get as many hits as you want. Bat around, batter us, embarrass us. Maybe because it happened at home, it was, a little more terrible or tragic.
You're a 77-win team.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't know who that was.
Who was that?
They were last year, right? Who was that, Ken?
That was a caller we had on last week.
Oh boy!
I think he's actually a Dodgers fan, but he lives out here in the Bay.
Yeah, I'd much rather get beat by 15 than lose in extras on a game you should have won.
I mean, I guess that's the easy answer, but hey, they were in last night's game. I mean, last night to me is more of a gut punch, but when you lose 10-2, the whole picture looked blurry, or the whole picture looked pretty bad. I mean, to me, last night's game was, it's just one of those games where Luciano made a key error. I got to tell you, the boss surprised me today.
Well, hold on.
Yeah,
before you get to that,
sure.
Is there a comp to, would you rather get booed at home against the New Orleans Pelicans or blow a 16-point lead in the final 8 minutes to the Denver Nuggets?
Where's the game?
They were both at home. I'm saying, like which was the worst loss? You know what I'm saying? Because both days we overreacted to.
Well, I think in that case it would be the Pelicans' loss because at least the Nuggets were the defending champions and you played them close.
Oh, I guess.
Like I think there's something to be said about that.
That's fair.
For sure. But
back to the boss.
Yeah. So he really surprised me today. So we're chatting him up about the game last night, and he goes, "Well, this is kind of be careful what you wish for." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And he goes, I'm kind of on this play the kids kick, and I want to see Matos and Ramos and Luciano, but then you see last night, and you're thinking, well, maybe not. And what surprised me there is, do you really think that Giants fans who would like to see this team transition to younger players are really going to give up on the younger players because Luciano made an error in the 9th inning early in his tenure. I mean, to me, this is setting up the question that we know is coming. Is this the year to live with those kind of mistakes if you're going to play Luciano and you're going to watch Matos take some questionable routes? Is this the year for this team to play its young guys and you can live with the mistakes? I don't think this team's a World Series team, so I would lean toward the youngsters, but because I love to play it right down the middle sometimes, I also know that all you got to do is get into the postseason, and it feels like you got as good a chance as anybody in the postseason.
Well, from what I heard, you weren't playing it down the middle in Spokane, but...
That's a 4. You know what?
I'm just sorry, a cheap shot.
That was a cheap shot.
Sorry.
Maybe somebody can explain this to me.
I feel better because you shot like an 81 last weekend.
So, all right, I'll let you know a little secret.
Yeah, my bad.
So, it's been the second golf trip in about 4 years where I've come back despondent.
I know.
So 4 years ago, I was back east and was terrible.
A low blow.
So I went up to Washington and I was terrible. And the last round I played up there, I shot a 99. And I got to tell you, I was despondent for like 2 or 3 days. I was like, I swear to God, I was like, first of all, there were 16 guys up there. You were the worst player.
Yeah.
You were the worst player up there. And then I start thinking, dude, you've been at this for 10 or 15 years, and you've still only gotten marginally better. What are you doing? And then it hits you threefold when you start thinking, hey, Steiny, why don't you start adding up all the money you've spent on golf over the last decade? And so I came home, and I had like 2 or 3 days where I was just out of it. I was sad. I was very sad. And I was thinking maybe it's time to get a new hobby. And then sure enough, a couple days passed and I went and played Sunday and I shoot an 81. I don't know. It's a stupid game, but I love it.
You know what you are right now? You're Klay Thompson.
That's exactly right.
You might go 7 for 10. You also might go 0 for 10.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Oh, no. Sorry. Low blow. But the point is with the Giants, I don't think that this is a year to live with mistakes. Last year was the year to live with mistakes because I didn't think that roster could compete. I think if this roster plays at its potential, it can compete. And I think it's because the strength of the team is their starting pitching, which is improving. It's getting healthier. And I also think it's because they have enough veterans on this team that have had success that those guys, they just got to play better. Like, okay, we made the first hour about Luciano, and I will say it again. That is an error that you cannot make. However, he also went 2 for 4. He didn't kill you any of the other plays. He's not somebody that I expect is going to make the Gold Glove game-winning play. However, he should be able to make a game-saving play. That's that.
He's got to make the routine play, and that one, that's a double play ball in any league. You know what? Yesterday, or was it today? No, yesterday I said to you, why is Soler leading off? Well, Bob Melvin was asked that. So here's his answer. Why is Soler leading off?
Saw Soler's leading off. What kind of went into the decision to bat him there?
We got to find somebody to lead off now that Jung-Hoo's not with us. So he's done it before. He's been successful doing it. He's done it in the postseason. Talked to him about it before time. He's all in for it. So this is what we'll do right here in the interim.
And then when it comes to lineup construction, like how much collaboration do you have with Farhan in terms of just kind of putting the lineup together on a day-to-day basis?
Yeah, I think that we have good dialogue, always have. So, he'll have some ideas, I'll have some ideas, and try to come to the right place. But this one today, I think Jorge, this is a nice little change of scenery for him too, coming back. He's done it before, had some success. So that's what it looks like today.
Sam Lubman, our own Sam Lubman, grilling the skipper,
grilling the grizzled vet. Yeah, I think it's a fair question.
Next question.
Sure.
And he did give a little bit of the next question, not because he didn't like it, but because I don't think he had an answer.
No.
I mean, why is Jorge Soler hitting leadoff? I don't know.
Because we don't have a leadoff hitter, and he's the last guy who did it.
Jorge Soler's he's got 170 career at-bats in the leadoff spot. That's probably why, because if you go up and down people's lists, who else has hit leadoff before. And he's right. He has done it before. And Jorge Soler was a former World Series MVP. He's played big games and big spots, and he carries a big stick. But he's hitting leadoff because right now, nobody else can. That's the reason.
Right.
We're having tryouts. And so far, you might see another guy hitting leadoff later today.
By the way, you know what I feel like? I feel like the Snell injury is really taking away the enthusiasm.
By the way, you want to know who's hitting leadoff later this afternoon?
Can I guess?
Yep.
Matos.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yes, sir. How fast is he?
Matos?
Yeah.
He's pretty quick. I mean, but you don't need to be fast to be a leadoff guy necessarily.
Right.
Although I am a little interested to see how he performs at the leadoff spot because Luis Matos swings at everything. Now, he can hit everything.
Right.
He's got very good plate coverage, but he swings at it. Like, if you just, like the first at-bat yesterday, I think he saw 5 pitches. He did walk yesterday. He saw 5 pitches, though, and I think he swung at 4 of them. I mean, whether it's in the plate, off the plate, up, down, he can get to every pitch, but from a leadoff man, traditionally speaking, you kind of need a guy that's willing to go deep into counts, and not that Matos isn't, but I don't think that's what he necessarily profiles as right now. I was impressed to see him in the 3-hole last night, and so I guess it does make sense that they're trying to move him around the top of the order.
And, I'm looking at their lineup right now also. Matos is in there leading off. Soler's hitting 7th today. Ramos hitting 8th. Yaz hitting 9th. Yaz goes from leading off to hitting 9th.
Oh, he's hitting 8 today, I think. Luciano's batting 9th.
Oh, did I miss a guy at the bottom? Oh, I did. My bad.
But
I was only looking at...
Luciano's right back out there at shortstop.
Yes, Luciano, batting 9th. Matos, Wade, Estrada, Chapman, Bailey, Soler, Ramos, Yaz, Luciano.
But like Soler to me is kind of a microcosm for the issue, which is the reason why they've been underperforming as an offense is not because of the young players, even though they've just been called up, but it's been because of the veterans. Like they have not hit very well. If you look at right now, the worst performing bats in their lineup, you will see Nick Ahmed, who's hurt. You will see Wilmer Flores. You will see Jorge Soler. You will see Mike Yastrzemski, Matt Chapman, also Jung-Hoo Lee. But he is no longer available. All of those players outside of Lee are in their 30s or their free agent acquisitions. Those are the vets that are going to dictate how good you perform on a day-to-day basis offensively. And they have not carried their weight. So whether Soler's hitting leadoff last night, whether he's hitting 6th tonight, you got to hit. I mean, you got to bring your bat to the yard and find some barrel. And they have not been able to do that. This season, as much as, we're talking about the boss being in or out on specific young guys or play the kids or not, the season will be dictated by how well your veterans perform, because those are your everyday pros. Those are the guys that have been in the spots. Again, Soler is a World Series MVP. This is a guy that has the ability to hit 40 home runs in a season. If he does not do that, you're not going to perform well as a whole. If those guys can't play at their potential, or at least the standard that they've set for themselves, then you are in trouble. And it's not going to be because Luciano can't field a ground ball.
Well, that's why the time is right now for the Giants. And it's right now because you look at a guy like Matt Chapman, and he got off to a slow start, and everybody pointed to the fact that he was a late free agent signing. But here we are now, as we get to the 1/3 part of the season, he's starting to hit. Chapman's starting to hit. And it's got to be around this time. Soler has been hurt. Now he's come back for a few games. Now he's got to hit. Blake Snell had 3 or 4 terrible starts to start the year. Everybody knows he's a slow starter. It's time for him to pitch well. I think what we're looking at the next, not only tonight, but through the next week or so, we're going to see Conforto get back. And then we're going to see that impact probably one of the youngsters. But that'll be fine, but they're going to have to win if and when they do that. And that's the team they put together that they think can contend, not the one with 3 or 4 young players batting 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, and they're going to need their bullpen to be better. I mean, they just are. Like, you need guys that are going to eat innings. If a starter doesn't have his best stuff, you're going to have to bridge things. And Doval has been good this year. Has he been as shut down as we've come to know him in previous years? I would argue not. Last night's a bad case, but and also, I mean, you could say he got squeezed a little bit. I know that was another storyline from last night's game. The fact that there were 18 missed calls and 15 of them went against the Giants. That certainly didn't help. But is the 12 pitch difference the difference in a 4-run game? A 4 blown run lead? In my opinion, no. And for those also, saying that, Luciano gave them a couple runs or set up the big rally. Well, Giants got 2 freebies in the first inning because O'Neal Cruz dropped a pop-up. So the game could have been a lot closer. I just think the Giants are in a position where they have to figure out how to win games. I think it starts with their starting pitching staff, and then leaning into some of these younger guys so far has not hurt them as much as, quite frankly, the veterans have through the first 45 games.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I find interesting is, over the course of the last few games, the Giants have been terrific with 2 strikes.
Yeah.
They've been terrific. I want to say they had 6 2-out hits either last night or the night before. However, they stink with runners in scoring position. I think they were 1 for 12 yesterday.
Yep.
And they could have tacked on a lot of runs. They could have put that game away from 6-2, up to 9-2, and it would have been night-night, but they couldn't get a big hit yesterday.
No, and for whatever reason, I mean, just kind of looking at 2 strikes, it's those are things that are going to fall. I think that's somewhat of a sign of a good hitter, but you're naturally not going to be as comfortable or advantageous in a 2-strike spot. I just think that is one thing about Matos hitting the leadoff spot, which I find interesting is, I don't think RBI are the greatest metric of how good a hitter is, but to his credit, he had 11 over the weekend. He was named the NL Player of the Week. That was the first time it happened to a Giants hitter, I think, since Brandon Belt in 2018. So he's cleaning up guys that have been aboard, and you're going to use him in the leadoff spot. Maybe that's not the best use of his strength at this point, because I feel like that is a guy that clearly enjoys hitting with people on base. So, I think right now Bob Melvin is still searching for answers, but I think for example, like the biggest story to me tonight is not about the young guys. It's about Blake Snell.
No doubt.
He's coming back from injury. He looked really good in his couple of rehab starts, and he looked absolutely awful in his first 4 starts prior to his injury. Like, that guy has got to perform.
No doubt about it. By the way, the Giants hadn't lost a game in which they were up 4 or more runs in the 9th since 2020. So it's been over 4 years. You know who my favorite pitcher is on the Giants? They need to use this guy more.
Can I guess?
Yeah.
Ryan Walker.
No, he stinks. No, this guy
He's actually one of the better guys.
No, this guy's great. This guy could be their closer.
Could be their closer.
Yes.
Eric Miller.
Jelly.
Sean Jelly.
I love Jelly. Dude.
What about peanut butter?
Jelly's last outing, he was unhittable. He was unhittable. He comes at you with that 6'11 and a half frame, and he throws that slider low and away. You can't catch up to that. It's a little Sergio Romo-like. Mm-hmm.
Who was it, Austin Rivers, that was talking about players that could play cross-sport?
Yes.
Sean Jelly could probably give you a couple minutes in the post.
I mean...
Guy's 6'11".
Get you a couple rebounds at least.
At the very least.
Leroy's in Oakland. Right. Our good friend. What's going on, Leroy? How you doing?
Hey, what's up? What's up, guys?
Hey,
man. Slowly, I'm slowly easing into the baseball season. You know how it is after football and with basketball, but I'm slowly easing. And I'm gonna just be real quick, man, because the boat is kind of rocking right now. We're going back and forth. We don't know, what we're gonna get out this team with the injuries and playing the young guys. But what I have noticed, guys, is the Giants have been very, very impatient at the plate. And they have been all season swinging at a lot of stuff, man, that were balls. And I was like, I don't know if it's because we're young or what it is, but I wish someone on the Giants would pick up on that. And I think that's one of the ways we can kind of get rolling because, man, just very, very impatient at the plate. And I saw a stat that was interesting, and you guys helped me out. I don't know if it's true or not, but I think the Giants have a record of like 17-2, 17-3 if they're leading after 6 innings. And so I'm just like, come on, let's go. Let's start, getting some runs going, and I think one of you guys mentioned it, boy, with runners on base. And I think that comes back to the impatience at the plate. So I think that, hey, a little more patience at the plate. Coach got to pick that up. Hitting coach got to pick that up. And especially with young guys, I know they want to hit and hack, but more patience at the plate. And I think we'll be okay, guys.
Appreciate it, Leroy. I mean, I guess I could say maybe they're starting to display that a little bit because they had so many 2-strike counts last night, and they ended up taking advantage of a couple of them.
Yeah, I mean, so far this season, they look at the third most strikes in baseball. That's interesting. I don't know. I mean, I haven't noticed necessarily, and maybe it's just because of the last week, but I think they've been putting together better at-bats. It's just their lineup at the beginning of the season wasn't performing. But when you have a couple players that can get hot, like, for example, Matt Chapman, like when Matt Chapman gives you anything offensively, he's a plus player because of how good his glove is. I know he had the poor series in Philadelphia, the last road trip, but he's right now your most valuable player because of what he gives you on defense. He's begun to hit. Matos is obviously hitting. Ramos is hitting. If you can get a guy like Soler to get a little hot, Lamont Wade is someone that gives you quality at-bats, even though he went down swinging in a big spot last night. Then you have something. They just haven't had enough bats that have been performing successively, and that's why I do think Luciano should remain in the starting lineup. Like, if you're asking me why I think the kids should get a chance, is because I don't think Luciano, he had the big mistake last night, but I don't think his glove is that bad to where his offense doesn't help you as a whole. Because again, if we're looking at the lineup last night and you insert, I know I mentioned Schmidt earlier, it was down, but even if Ahmed is back, it's like the bottom of that order are just 3 free outs, and you can't afford to give any pitching staff that amount of easy at-bats, which is what they've been doing for the better part of this season so far.
Right, and what obviously what you hope for now is that the bats start coming alive as their pitching as their starting pitching starts to become what they thought it was going to be before the season, if and when they got everybody healthy. All right, coming up on the other side, it is the Too Short segment on 95.7 The Game. And don't forget, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. You can download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. What's coming up on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. So I came home and I had like 2 or 3 days where I was just out of it. I was sad. I was very sad.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You sounded glad there.
I was very sad after I came home from that trip.
He
deserved it.
No, he didn't deserve it.
Oh, man. How you feeling? Everything's you think everything's going well today, or how would you assess the week or the day? We doing okay?
Well, it's Wednesday, so we've gotten past the midway point. That's something I've always loved about the work week. Maybe the only thing about the work week is that once you get past Wednesday, like there is no halfway point. Like you're already there. Like Thursday and Friday are both downhill.
No, I got you.
And is it a payday Friday?
It is.
Too?
Yeah, it is a payday Friday.
Thank God.
I know. You know, the one thing I'm not sure. I'm kind of what's not ambivalent. That's when you don't really have a feeling. What is it? I'm kind of torn between the Monday through Friday work week versus the like
the 4-day work week
or the haphazard where you work. You know, this week I got Tuesday and Wednesday off. Next week I got Thursday and Saturday. Because I tell you what, sometimes those 5-day weeks you get into a routine and I don't know. It's just,
so you do like the 5-day work week?
Sometimes, not all the time.
Depends on the week.
Exactly.
Well, I'll say this. I would much rather work, let's say, 8 hours in a 5-day work week than work 4 10s, at least from what I used to have to do a graveyard shift.
Okay.
And we had to do 4 10s because they wouldn't let us work a 5th day at, whatever hour of the night.
Right.
And it also might have been because I hated the job that I was doing, but I just could not stand having 3 days for my body to acclimate back to like your normal circadian rhythm.
Right.
And then you dive right back into, 6 p.m. to 4 a.m. Like I absolutely hated that.
That's pretty tough, those graveyard shifts.
Like in that case, I would have rather just done 5/8 overnight, and that way I can just be nocturnal completely, where I have 3 days for my body to readjust and then 4 to get back to being absolutely just wrecked.
I think the 4-day model works well for me, to tell you the truth. And I'm not picky. I mean, you can give me the Friday off for a 3-day weekend, or you can give me a Wednesday off for... Then I wouldn't have to work more than 2 days in a row. I think Wednesdays off would be perfect. That would be perfect. That's what I'm looking for.
Well, is it just the 4-day work week here, or is it in general?
Everywhere. No, everywhere. We got to be more like Europe. 8 weeks vacation.
Certain parts.
8 weeks vacation.
Yeah, parental leave also.
And siesta in the afternoon.
Well, it's Italy. Well, it's like they take all of August off. The place is barren. People just leave.
Yeah. Hey, Bob Myers. I was just thinking about this today.
Like, because you threw him a softball yesterday?
How about him coming down our road?
For what?
For not giving him a 10-year anniversary. He didn't make it 10,
come down my road.
He didn't make it 10, did he?
Wow.
No, I guess he did.
Yes, he did.
Well, you know what? Win 5 titles and we'll honor you.
Well, you know why, right? Because, technically he would have been GM. When was he named GM? 2012?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, so that season wasn't about him, 2022. It would have been about Curry, right? Because he was on the verge of breaking the 3-point record coming into that year. So Bob, moved to the side. And then the year before, if you wanted to honor his time in Golden State, would have been 11 to 21. And 2021 was not a great season for the team. So maybe he just didn't want the spotlight on him.
Yeah, I wonder. And I was disappointed in Bob yesterday, to tell you the truth. And I'll tell you why. Is you'd think he'd know better. Yeah, he's getting up there a little bit. He still looks young, but he's probably getting close to 50.
Is he?
I think so, probably.
Oh, God.
The fact that he didn't enjoy the view after they'd won 4 titles, I wanted to wring his neck. Because 7 years ago, he was saying, it's hard to really appreciate it. Sometimes the relief of winning is not worth, it's not as good as the pain of losing. It's like, dude, you talked about smelling the roses for 6 years. How come you couldn't do it? The other thing I blew it.
What?
I should have said, what's the story? Are you retired for good from being a GM, or no offers, or you got crickets, or what's going on? You really going to retire at 47?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to pat myself on the back. I probably asked him the hardest hitting question of the interview.
Which one?
There's something about regret. Of course, he dodged it, but also,
he said he had regret telling Mark Jackson, why did we go to Carl Landry down the stretch?
Also, fair question. I mean,
it was.
If you're talking about those Warriors teams, God love Carl Landry, but yeah, you might have had a better option there.
Yeah,
I think. Look, he was also on to talk about his boy. I mean, if we're really going to peel back the curtain here.
That's true. By the way, if you're just joining us, we've had a good show today.
I think so.
Yeah, I've had fun today. I
enjoyed myself.
You're doing a wonderful job.
The Giants are starting to gain a little traction, if you know what I mean. And I'm not saying necessarily they win, but Eric Musselman, the great Eric Musselman, former Warrior coach, now coaching at USC, used to say, it takes you about 25 games in the NBA to really know your team. I think in baseball it's probably like 50, but I think the Giants are coming into focus in terms of what they're going to have to do to be successful. I mean, their starting pitching has got to come around, and their veterans got to start hitting better. But you can see the recipe that this team's going to have to use to be successful. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we talked about it before the year. I didn't see a team that was going to win a lot of games in which an opponent scored more than 5. I mean, it's going to be hard for them to win those kinds of games. And last night was unfortunately a result of that because they scored 4 in the 9th. But yeah, they're going to have to win with their pitching. I do think. I mean, what's been encouraging to me is I know that the story of last night was being unable to field a ground ball, but I do think they're a much better defensive team than they were last year. Last year, they led the league in errors. This year, I feel pretty confident in a few of their players. Losing Jung-Hoo Lee does hurt, but if Matos is a guy that can replace his production and do an adequate job defensively, like something about Matos, I know we have a couple minutes left, but one thing I was talking with my friend about yesterday is I think Matos is someone who stands out when he doesn't get to a ball because of his athleticism. Like, he can get to more balls than a lot of, say, center fielders with average speed. They just make up for it with instinct. And so when he takes a bad route, he can still get almost to the ball. And so it looks like he's not entirely, he doesn't know what he's doing. Meanwhile, it'd be like a great shortstop. Like, one of the reasons I always thought Derek Jeter was overrated as a defender is because he makes every play that's in front of him, but he can't get to a ball, at least the latter stage of his career. He couldn't get to a ball in the hole. He couldn't get to a ball up his left. He's not throwing people out on a dribbler to shortstop. Whereas a great shortstop will be able to make that play close, but it looks like they didn't make enough plays. So Matos will be involved in a lot, even though he might not make everything. And so I think that's something that makes me feel better about how he's going to play defensively in center.
All right, coming up on the other side, it is crossover time. Crossover time with Willard and Dibbs. That's on the other side. And that segment was brought to you by Express Employment Professionals.
If you're ready for a new job, let Express Employment Professionals help you.
95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Joe.
Nice. I missed another meeting.
Yeah.
You hate to see it.
Little Faith Evans coming in. I like it. Nice. Titty's better half.
Big company meeting at 11.
Now
another meeting scheduled during our show. So did we miss anything?
You did.
Evan
You
and
missed
us?
a lot.
You did.
Oh,
you did.
Please fill us in.
Well, we're going to wait until you guys are off the air.
Okay.
Sure.
And then we'll give you the update as to how you're doing.
We'll use the old word. What were the takeaways?
A couple of roast beef sandwiches I saw get taken away.
Big time.
I did see that. But,
I had myself a caprese. Yeah, one of those mozzarella.
You had a Capri Sun?
Yeah,
Good for you.
Mozzarella and pesto.
Is it halftime of your soccer game or something?
It feels like it. No doubt.
Speaking of, I didn't bring when I was in kindergarten. Like my dad, we were supposed to bring a snack or something for class.
Right.
And I thought, I was like, oh, this would be great. Bring Go-Gurts and Capri Suns. And the teacher was pissed. Like, you can't be giving all these kids this sugar.
Wow.
And of course, my dad caught hell for it. And that was the first time I realized that there was actually, you have to create some sort of healthy palate for young children. I was like,
no doubt. Not only healthy, but
not?
safe. And I'm getting ready to send my almost 2-year-old to preschool. And so we're going through the 10-page paperwork. And one of the things is no peanuts. So if you want to send your daughter with peanut butter and jelly, that's a no from them. Dog. There's no peanut. So
you're so new.
You can go to almond butter.
You're so
There
new
is
at this.
sun butter and
My son brings peanut butter 3 days a week.
right, but he's not a 2-year-old.
leave the Sean jelly at home though.
He's a 10-year-old.
In a preschool.
They say the same thing, and everybody ignores it, and we move on. It's like the speed limit.
You're like a felon, though. If some kid comes across his peanut butter sandwich and has an allergic reaction,
If somebody wants
you're going to jail.
steal my kid's lunch, that's his problem. That's his felony. Get your hands off my kid's lunch. I made that in my kitchen. That's for him. It's not for you.
Well, there are kids who are near peanut butter who can, have. Dude, believe
Get
me.
away from my kid's lunch.
Totally.
Your kid wants almond butter anyways. It's better.
Oh, God.
This guy's a renegade.
I know.
Over here.
Well, look at his little six-pack underneath his polo.
Yeah.
By the way, it is the crossover. So the question that would then follow is, did you know that it's tick season?
For sure.
Lyme disease is transmitted through the bite of infected ticks.
Great question.
Visit Atco's Pest Control website today. That's atcopestcontrol.com. There you go.
Nice.
Luciano stinks.
Well, okay. All right. Like, first of all, hold on. Hold on. To me, here's the question. And I know, and I think Dibbs is actually probably sitting there nodding his head with what you just said. Some people would like to give up on the kid based on one play.
Should be spelled with an E, am I right?
Well, here's my question is not about Luciano, it's about the Giants. It's not should he stay, it's not should he play. The question is he a shortstop? And the reason we can ask that, and it's not about one play, this has been a question all along. I've been asking it the whole year. If you keep saying, every reporter around the team is like, yeah, they're not sure if he projects as a shortstop. And then Baseball America people will flat tell you, for a year now, he does not project as a shortstop. What are you doing still playing him at shortstop is my question. If you all know that he's not a shortstop, why is he still at shortstop?
Or if you want to be the smartest team in the room, then play him at shortstop and keep him there.
Okay. Great.
Yeah.
I mean, the Pirates' young stud shortstop, he was awful with his glove yesterday as well, and then he shot a line drive down right field and everybody forgives him. So I don't know if this is so much about, play the kids, you're going to take your lumps, which is it's always funny to me. That's a can of corn ground ball. You don't need to be experienced to pick that up. He didn't make that error because he's young. He might have made that error because he's not a shortstop. So if that's how you all feel, what is the delay in transitioning him somewhere else? I've not heard one person in the organization in a year and a half express confidence that he's a shortstop. So what's he still doing there?
Except for the president of baseball ops. He told you to your face when you were in the dugout, he's going to be the starting shortstop. And he told you that Crawford was, there's no place for Brandon because Marco Luciano is going to be our starting shortstop. And yet he wasn't. And what happened? He went to Sacramento and he played shortstop. And he came up last night he made one error, and then he made one play that should have been a double play, but he threw it to the wrong side of the base, and so they couldn't turn two. So really it was an error and a half, and yet, he's your shortstop. He's not your shortstop. He's not a shortstop. He cost you the game last night. So go ahead and keep playing him there. Play the young guys. He can't play shortstop at this level.
It's an interesting conundrum because I'm not fascinated by bringing Nick Ahmed back in at all. And that's nothing against Nick Ahmed. But the whole, the guys were having this conversation this morning. I think you guys were having this conversation. I heard on the way in. But it's like, okay, you're going to take your lumps with the young guys, or do you want to win now with Nick Ahmed? I'm kind of like, gosh, I really want to split the difference on that question. I don't think it's an either-or thing. We're sort of making it sound like, well, they can win with Nick Ahmed. And I'm like, can they? But they can't with Luciano.
Right, and the assumption is the young kids, then you're going to lose.
I'm like, they can't? Like, I don't know that there's right? You're going to gain something on offense. Right. You're going to lose something on defense.
Do they win that game with Nick Ahmed at short?
Probably.
Yeah. So, that's one game.
But Luciano also went 2 for 4 and scored a run.
Do they score the way they have the last 4 games with Ahmed? Less.
Probably.
The answer's less.
Yeah.
No, probably not.
Yeah, that lineup's pretty hideous at the bottom if Nick Ahmed's hitting in front of Luciano. I mean, I just think his bat right now is more valuable. And I mean, there's a few redemption arcs. I mean, you guys covered Marcus Semien when he made 35 errors in a season. Turned out to be a pretty decent shortstop. So, I mean, right now he's not great. He's less than not great. But at the same time, I just unless you want to put Estrada there and move him to second, I don't know if that's something people have thrown out there. He's just going to keep playing until Ahmed comes back, and then maybe you evaluate how valuable his bat actually is. But I mean, he's got to play short. I don't know where else to play him.
He made some good plays too. Like I'm not where you are, Dibs. I'm not reacting because of one play. It's a bigger issue.
2 plays.
Well, no, but he also made some really good plays.
Yeah, we're looking at it now.
Yeah,
nice little play, nifty to his left, picked it up and threw out.
It's like I think that the conversation has maybe accelerated too fast for my taste. Is a very frustrating, ill-timed, bad error.
Oh, beyond bad.
Well, the ball caught him. But
yeah, but for me, it's a bigger question of I don't understand why the organization seems to be sort of like tap dancing for the last year and a half. Is he a shortstop or not? If he is, tell everybody so that we will be ready to deal with this stuff.
Right.
Like what we got last night.
Is he your shortstop?
And if he's not, well, he is right now, yes.
But he should have been in April. To your point about your conversation with Farhan last year, and he said that he was going to be the guy, and then he wasn't.
If he's the shortstop. That's what I mean. You're tap dancing if you're an organization. If he's going to be the shortstop, he should have been all year, and prepare us for the bumps and bruises, the brutal errors like last night by saying, look, come hell or high water, we are giving him some runway. That's what you said at the end of last year. Give him some runway. Then once we know that in our mind, we can give him some runway. But then you don't even let him start the year. You hide him in Sacramento. You sign Nick Ahmed. Then when he gets hurt, you call up Casey Schmidt. You're telling us that you're so unsure about everything.
Right.
Then you stick him there and he loses you a ball game. And so I just think you need to pick a direction. Either let us know that we're supposed to deal with bumps and bruises, or start putting him in left field and see what he can do. Like, you got to do one or the other.
I mean, I think if the bat plays, he should stick there. Like, there are examples of players that play shortstop, and their bat is the reason why they play, because they are average or sub-average defenders. Xander Bogaerts in Boston was not a great shortstop, but he's a silver slugger, so he's going to play shortstop.
They also let him walk. Yeah,
but he also gave you 10 years of above-average hitting.
I don't know.
And your team here is built on pitching and defense. Your team is not built on being a massive offense. You've got Logan Webb on the mound, and you bring your closer in, and you're hoping for defense, and it's a 6-2 lead. And if you had Nick Ahmed on the roster, maybe you would have put him in for defense because you knew that Luciano is not a good defensive player, but you don't have that luxury right now.
I mean, someone like Bo Bichette is an average to sub-average defensive shortstop, but he plays shortstop because he hits. Like, that's why he plays there. And I know it's a little bit of a different team, but if Luciano is the bat that you were promised, the reason why his bat is so valuable is because he plays shortstop. Because that position generally does not produce offensively the way other positions do.
Totally get it, but it also mitigates some of what you do if you lose ball games out there. Like, it is an incredibly important defensive position, and this organization 3 years in a row has gone into the offseason saying, so we need to be better defensively, and we need to be more athletic up the middle of the baseball field. It's why they signed Jung-Hoo Lee. They have openly stated that was a goal. So I'm with you. I am not jumping ship after one bad play. It's an awful play. It lost you a ball game. But by the same token, I just want it why can't the organization just say it? He's our shortstop. And we're going to check this out for a couple years. He's the number 45 prospect in baseball. We are opening up a runway. But their signaling all year was, we don't have any confidence in him. We have no confidence in him. We have no confidence in him. Okay, here, you're the shortstop. And then you make an error to lose a baseball game. And it's like, tell us, do you have confidence in him or do you not? Are you going to sink or swim? Because if you don't like him as a shortstop, if you're going to sign Nick Ahmed and then call up Casey Schmidt when he gets hurt, then get him the hell out of there and put him in left field or do something. Start training him somewhere else. Is he a third baseman? I don't know. But the whole idea of he's our top prospect, let's create runway for him, but then take every opportunity to put other people there. I just don't understand it. That's all. I have no issue with riding through a bad error. I want to see him there again today.
Oh,
sure. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You want Draymond to coach the Warriors? Is that what you're saying?
Less than I want Luciano to be shortstop. And I don't want Luciano to be a shortstop at the Giants.
Oh, I see.
If Draymond becomes the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, you can go ahead and take my jerseys. You can take my shirzies. You can take my free giveaway shirts. You can take my sleeve jersey that I got about 9 years ago, and you can throw them all into, not the dumpster, not into a bonfire, but into a big bag, and it's off to Goodwill. I'm out.
Why dibs?
Because Draymond Green is, to me, indicative of a guy who I do not want representing my team as the head coach. I don't want him mentoring my young players. I don't want him to be the face of the franchise. I don't want him on a weekly with Willard and Dibs every afternoon.
What do you mean? That'd be great.
Wow, I do.
That would be the most
good
listen interview in the Bay Area.
Oh, I'm for real.
You don't want a weekly with Draymond Green on the radio.
No.
Wow. I would.
What about a podcast?
You know what this company would do if you said that?
Phony. I mean, I'm saying
you can sit out that segment.
Fine,
then.
I'll sit it out.
I'll do it solo.
Yeah, but that would be unlike what other interviews, right?
Well,
exactly.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, he would be controversial, but would he be a good coach? Do you want him to coach the young people in your organization? You want him to mentor your young 18 and 19-year-olds? I don't.
I actually think he'd be better with the young guys than he'd be with the veterans, personally, because I think vets have, a little too much ammunition against them. I think young players do take a calling to them, assuming he doesn't slug them.
Exactly. There you go. We couldn't even get through one 10-second take without somebody bringing up the fact that he punches young people. Don't say
that in a plural. That's not fair. Don't say that in a plural.
Oh, he punched young people.
Well, I'm a big believer in life that you are not defined by your absolute best moment and you are not defined by your absolute worst.
And I don't want to spend this time collectively to run down his best moments with an S, because there have been more than one time when he's had a bad moment.
Right, but he's not.
Young people, mediocre people, old people, all the rest of it.
But only once where he punched someone.
Well, you could ask Yusuf Nurkic how he feels about that.
I don't know. Why would I care about what Yusuf Nurkic thinks?
Did he not punch Yusuf Nurkic?
He did not punch Yusuf Nurkic.
Okay.
No.
Did he body slam Michael Beasley? Did he punch LeBron James? I mean, we can parse the words.
No, he didn't punch
when he
LeBron
hit him in the family jewels. I don't know what you would call that.
That wasn't even with his hand. What do you mean? Did he punch him?
Was it with his
leg.
forearm?
No, it was with his leg.
No, the leg was Steven Adams, and he flail kicked a couple times. Anyway, we can run down all the incidents. I don't want Draymond Green to represent the team that I love the most.
To the point where you'd give up your fandom.
Yes, absolutely.
That's quite a statement.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
The reason why I guess I wouldn't want him is because typically great players don't have great track records as head coaches. I mean, that would be the reason why. But as far as, I mean, just from a media perspective, yeah, I would love it. I mean, dude, he would give us so many things to talk about on a day-to-day basis. Some things great, other things not. But he's polarizing. I mean, I think it's one of the reasons why I enjoy watching him on Inside the NBA, because I'm not sure what he's going to say.
Well, I'd add this, and this is less about Draymond, more in a general sense. And this, I think it's always a challenge for people who come to know something one way and then it changes in life. Like, you know what I mean? There's probably some 75-year-old baseball fans who somewhere are still upset that the DH has come to the National League. You know what I mean? Like that stuff is difficult for people. The bottom line is, this is the kind of hire that the NBA is starting to move toward. Like, there is actual smoke that someone younger than LeBron James, who is also his podcast co-host, might be his head coach next year. Like, that's a thing. The former players who pop out of the league and retire and then get gigs. Like, what did Steve Nash do to be a head coach? I have no idea. But this is a growing thing within the industry, and to a degree, baseball as well, where you've seen like the manager become like less of a leadership position. It's more kind of a co-manager type of a thing. And so I think it's challenging for fans who've been around for a long time to understand that it's going to start looking and feeling different. And people who you wouldn't think are quote-unquote head coach material are going to be head coaches. And I do think we should open our mind to some of that. I'm not speaking directly about Draymond on that comment, but in general, that, like, you got to start thinking outside the box a little bit.
I mean, the last two Warriors head coaches, I guess the current one and the one before, are non-traditional.
Yeah.
I mean, they had no experience.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, and J.J. Redick going to get a job with the
People
Lakers,
are calling him the next
maybe.
Pat Riley, though, Dibs.
Right.
Before he's coached a game.
Because his hair, or, I mean, why is he the next Pat Riley?
Because he's got Pat Riley's style characteristics.
Yeah. He'll give an F.
If you want to name all of the other coaches that you just were talking about, Steve Nash and Mark Jackson and Steve Kerr, these are all coaches who have a different countenance and a different behavior pattern than Draymond Green. I don't know if Dennis Rodman or Rasheed Wallace or Ron Artest, Meta World Peace have gotten jobs. And let me know if they have. And I know Steiny was saying that Rasheed is coaching in the high school area in Philadelphia. Good for him. And, you know, a Tiger can change his stripes for sure. But I think about Draymond going from the court to the bench with this team. It's not something that I'm interested in or excited about.
Interesting comps of the names you just brought up, though, because there is a very significant difference between those players and Draymond Green. Those players were never considered basketball savant type coaches on the floor. Good players, and obviously instigators, and Draymond is all of those things in terms of characteristics, but you'd agree that Draymond's a smarter basketball player than those guys, no?
Maybe not Rasheed Wallace. Rasheed Wallace was a very smart player, very gifted player, and he played in a different era where he wasn't able to do things that Draymond does, and Draymond as a point guard for this team, he is one of one. And you can run through the Basketball Reference until the end of the show, and you could try to come up with a comp for Draymond Green. There isn't one in what he does as a player and as a leader and the basketball IQ and all the rest of it. I'm thinking about the behavior. And when you're a head coach and you've got 82 games and you have to be the leader and the number one tone setter, and I think about what Draymond does on the court, where we all watch him. He's a ticking time bomb of emotion. Is he going to get a tech here? Will he get thrown out here? Will he punch a guy, choke a guy, flail kick a guy, groin punch a guy, body slam a guy? It's all happened.
But does that mean he would coach like that?
I don't know if he wouldn't.
Right, but you don't know if he would.
Right, but I would imagine he would be more prone to that than somebody like J.J. Redick, for example.
Well,
a guy who has never done any of those things on the court.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, to be honest with you.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Who's the coach right now in the NBA closest to Draymond in behavior?
I don't know if it's relevant, to be honest with you. Again,
it's relevant to the question that he'll be a coach, I think.
Well, but we don't know that that's who he'd be as a coach. Like, you're putting a characteristic on him that I don't know that we know yet.
All we know is what we've seen from him in the association.
Right, but it's completely reasonable, I think, to think that a lot of those behaviors are triggered by the actual art of playing, the emotion of playing.
Right.
Not being in a polo on the sideline. Like, that would actually be my bet. That would be my guess.
Yeah.
I don't think he'd be the same person as a coach.
And that's fair for you to think that. And, you can also look at things that he's done off the court, such as pimp slap a Michigan State football player at a party 7 years ago and think that maybe that's the behavior that he would bring to the floor as well.
All right, what do you guys got today?
You're listening to it. What do you mean?
Okay.
On which station?
No.
He's got 2 more minutes.
No.
I like your instincts.
I think that's a natural break.
I think FP's going to pop on in 20 minutes.
Okay.
Tim Kawakami's going to be on the show today.
He wrote a story on some targets for the Golden State Warriors.
Yes, he did.
And you can hear who some of those guys are right here on 95.7 The Game.
Great job, Steiny.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
So you said he's not your shortstop. And I don't know that you're wrong. Am I wrong for wanting the organization to give us a little bit of guidance here?
No.
That's what I want. I can't tell you what Marco Luciano's going to be. What I want to know right now is, Giants, what do you want him to be? Look, right now we're having this conversation about do you play the kids? What happens when Nick Ahmed comes back? I find that to actually be not a terribly compelling question. What happens when Nick Ahmed comes back?
Right.
Does anybody really give a rip? Is anybody in the Bay Area? Call us right now if you're like, Ahmed has got to get his spot back. I can't sleep right now because Nick Ahmed might come back in the next week and a half, and I'm worried that he's not going to get his spot on the left side of the infield.
You know the old adage, you can't lose your job due to injury.
Sure you can.
Yeah, I mean,
ask David Lee.
Ask Alex Smith.
Yeah, very good.
We just had him on. But you could ask a billion athletes, but that's the old adage. Oh, you can't lose your spot due to injury. You can, but right now, I've never missed Nick Ahmed more than I do after last night. I'll tell you that.
Okay.
Because
that's
my
fair.
God, Mark, and there are errors, and there are errors that you don't see, and it was really back-to-back plays where Marco Luciano on an easy chopper, and that thing is 99.9% of the time, that's at least one out at second, and probably 88% of the time, that's a double play.
Yeah, that was a cookie. That was a total cookie.
It was a cookie to at least get one out. You catch it, and maybe your feed is bad, and the runner's fast at first, and you don't get two, fine, you get one out. The fact that he absolutely gacked it, for me, that is a fireable offense.
Come on, man. Like, come on.
Mark,
really?
That's a fireable offense.
Okay, it's an awful error. So, but really? Is there honestly any one play in any sport where you can do that? Steph Curry throws up an air ball on a wide open three,
at the buzzer. Or
this was worse than that.
I mean, Jerry Rice used to drop balls over the middle as a rookie.
This was worse than that.
The time. Fireable offense?
This was Leon Lett.
What do you even mean? You want to send him down today?
I mean, we know that he's not a shortstop. And you're not going to send him down now because, what, you're going to send him down and bring up Casey Schmidt, a guy who can't hit?
You know he's not a shortstop because of that one play?
It was 2 plays, but yes.
No, but you're not talking about the 2 plays.
I'm talking about the 2 plays.
But the other one is...
The other one was indicative of the fact that he's not a very good shortstop.
But it's not egregious. Like, that's a...
No, I mean, but if you're a good shortstop,
happen.
That's a double play ball.
Okay.
And your feed was awful.
Not every time.
90%.
Matt Chapman's a Gold Glover, and shortly into the season was leading the league in errors.
Right, but he's got a track record. But you understand, like a track record versus this guy who they're trying to square peg and round hole him already.
You can't have a track record when you're 22.
Mark, you can.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
You literally can't.
Your track record is what you've done. And what you've done so far is cost your team a game that you were up 6-2. So far his track record is that.
He's played like 20 games. How can he have a track record?
His track record is what his track record is.
There is no track record. He's a pup.
His track record is what he's done in the bigs. And what he's done, especially yesterday, it was not 1, but it was 2 plays. It was the double play ball that he absolutely gacked, and then another double play ball where he fed it to the outfield side of second base, and it wasn't turned. It was nuanced.
And that's a mistake, and that happens at every level.
It was an error and a half, and you lost the game because of him.
Fine. I didn't realize you were so big on errors. If you feel this firmly about big mistakes, I would have thought you'd come in saying that the home plate ump should be fired. That was one of the most disastrous performances I've ever seen at a professional level.
Well, I'd have to check his numbers.
You look at the auditor. It's absolutely embarrassing what the umpire did, and that dissolves absolutely no one of responsibility who wears a Giants uniform.
Well, we'd have to look at his track record because it's about track record.
The relievers were off. Luciano was terrible. I excuse no one on the Giants for blowing that game.
Okay.
But that umpire, the Pirates made 5 outs in the 9th last night. He absolutely killed Doval. I didn't realize you were this firm when someone made a mistake, and a big one.
Yeah. It's a big mistake.
So I hope you want to fire the ump, too.
I love when you bring it to the umps because you know that's where I live. And so, fire all the umps. Let's bring in the robots, and then everything will be right.
But why does that ump get a pass? Like, I'd argue when you have a track record and you make a mistake like that, that's worse. That's worse than when you're 22 and you're a pup and you've never been here. And in the 9th inning, the ball is hit to you. And who knows mentally how you handle that.
Mentally.
No,
I mean,
seriously.
You got a cherry hop. You got an easy 2-hopper right to you, and you gack it.
You know what it's like to be in the bigs.
The home plate umpire has about a 95% accuracy rate. If you look at all umpiring across the entire league,
he was brutal.
The ground ball to short that he had is a 99.9% conversion play.
Fine.
And he gacked it.
Yeah, he was brutal.
For you to highlight an umpire who is normally at 95% at his best.
Now you're moving the goalpost.
No, you moved it.
No, because
you brought the umpire in. I'm talking about a shortstop who didn't catch a ground ball that was right to him.
I brought it up because you want to fire a 22-year-old for 1 play.
I want to put him in his right position. That's what I want.
You want to define him on 1 play. It's the same thing you just did to Draymond 7 minutes ago.
Oh, he's not a head coach.
You want to define.
Yeah.
You want to define him based on 1 moment.
Absolutely.
He's crazy
not a shortstop.
That's crazy. Man. Think about if you did that to yourself.
Well,
think about your worst moment. Think about...
I've been in this business for 25 years.
Think about...
So I'll think about my worst moment.
Go ahead.
And I look at my track record of 25 years, thank you, and I can see my worst moments. And
how do you feel
couple
about
of them have been with you, and I feel terrible about them. But knowing that I have a track record of 25 years, and knowing that I've done this for 25 years, and knowing that I can do this at this level,
again,
it's much more allowable. This guy is not a shortstop.
Wow.
And it's okay to admit it now. They keep trying to cram him into this position. He's not a shortstop.
You keep wanting him to have a track record. He can't. He's 22. He's 22, Dan.
I want him to have a track record.
How can he have a track record? He's 22. 2.
Your track record is everything you've done up to this point.
Which he
That's
can't
your track
do
record.
it yet because he's 22.
He can't do it.
He's
period.
22.
It doesn't matter how old he is.
It sure does.
I watch him, and it's a play that a 13-year-old could make.
Yes, you're right. He blew it. He blew it. And you want to fire him.
I want to move him somewhere else. I want him to put him in a spot where he can be more productive because he's not that.
He's not
that dude.
Now, you may not be wrong about that. There's no way that yesterday is what defines that. But you may not be wrong about that. And that's the point that I want to make today. The team has got to say something. And I don't mean with a press conference.
Nice.
Don't call a presser. But can your actions lead us there? Because what I really hate, and by the way, people tried to make this point in the Warriors season all the time. All the time. If Jonathan Kuminga's not getting minutes, people are like, well, what's the message that you're sending the kid? You're not showing any confidence in him. All right. What's the message that the organization has sent to Marco Luciano over the last year? All right, we're going to set up runway for you to be our shortstop next year. Then spring training comes, and all of a sudden everyone's like, shh, don't say anything to Marco. We're going to sign another veteran shortstop because actually we don't believe in him at all. Oh, and then that veteran shortstop comes out, hits .235, gets hurt. What do? Let's call up Casey. And when people ask us why, we'll tell them it's because there's a couple of left-handers on the hill the next 2 nights. We wouldn't want Marco, who's right-handed, to face left-handers over the next 2 nights. What the hell would happen there? And then finally you bring him up because the guy you did bring up gets like 2 hits in about 27 at-bats. Then you bring Marco up. And then the ground ball gets hit to him in a huge moment, and he gaffes the thing, and we got people who want to give up and say he's not a shortstop. I don't know if he's a shortstop, but the Giants have got to decide. They've got to decide. And if they decide that he's a shortstop, then yes, he absolutely deserves a ton of runway. Like literally for the rest of the year. Rest of the year.
Right, but they won't give him that because they want to win. Because that's why they had Nick Ahmed come in. If they thought that Luciano was the guy, they would have given him the job at the start of the year. Or you would have kept Brandon Crawford, who is not doing anything in St. Louis. You would have done more. If you thought that Luciano was the guy, you would have given him the job and said, you're the guy. But they don't think he's the guy, and now they had no choice but to give him a shot, and now he's showing you that he's not the guy because I'm sure deep down he knows that he's not the guy because he hasn't really gotten a chance to be the guy.
If you want to play small sample, if you want to do that, then I'm going to give you the fact that his OPS is 944.
We're not talking about hitting.
Why not?
We're talking about fielding.
But hitting is relevant.
Left.
But hitting
Put him in left field is my point.
Hitting is relevant.
Hitting is not relevant to the fact that he's playing defensively at shortstop.
But it is because then we've got to match what he does offensively to what Nick Ahmed does offensively.
Well, Nick Ahmed's terrible offensively.
Okay, well then I would argue that the errors, if they're worse with Luciano at short, to some degree are offset by what he brings offensively. Are they not? O'Neal Cruz was brutal also last night defensively. I don't think on Pittsburgh's Odyssey sports station today anybody's questioning whether or not O'Neal Cruz is allowed to be a shortstop anymore because he rockets line drives to the outfield.
He had the 2 hardest hit balls in the year.
On the regular.
Night. Yep.
Right. So they're like, let's just put up with it for a second. I could argue that Giants fans, at least for a second, we might offer the same to Marco Luciano and his 944 OPS.
Yeah.
No?
You might. I won't.
Okay.
Because, I mean, you watch him play shortstop and he's awkward and he's ineffective, and the error he made combined with a double play he didn't convert, that's what cost you the game. And you can blame the ump, and I know you want to, and it's convenient.
No, I don't.
You just did.
No.
You blame the ump.
No, I'm putting you in a spot.
You gave Pittsburgh 5 outs, is what you said.
Because you are putting somebody else in an unfair spot.
I'm not putting him in an unfair spot. I'm looking at the game.
You're asking a 22-year-old to have a track record, and it's a silly point.
I'm asking the 22-year-old to make a play that 99.9% of shortstops at the professional level would make.
Of course.
And he didn't make it.
And he didn't. So that's it. Let's move on.
That's it.
Really?
I mean,
what a weird feeling to have. Honestly, I can't believe what you're saying right now.
I can't believe that you are so ready to defend a guy who many people have already said. We've talked to 3 or 4 experts on this show who've all said, yeah, I don't see him as a shortstop.
Right.
And now they put him at shortstop, and now you see him, it's
point.
Oh my God, this guy's not a shortstop. It's the point.
No, it's not.
He's not a shortstop.
That's not
and
the
point. And you can keep putting him out there. He's not a shortstop. And if Farhan thinks he's a shortstop, Farhan, you're wrong.
Well,
he's not a shortstop.
But you're basing that on one play.
I'm basing it on what I've seen him at shortstop so far.
Which is...
He's a little awkward.
Which is next to nothing, and a lot of young players in sports are a little awkward when they come out.
Right.
Right? Jerry Rice was a little awkward. Kobe Bryant, rookie year.
Again, you're
super
comparing
awkward.
Luciano to 2 of the greatest athletes in American history.
I'm using great athletes to explain to you that rookies look awkward. Peyton Manning led the league in interceptions as a rookie.
Right.
I can't believe that at 22...
I can't believe you're comparing him to those 3.
I'm not, and you know that if you'd listen to what I'm saying.
I'm listening, brother.
Why would I give you an example of someone who ended up sucking? That doesn't make any sense. The examples are good players to show you that yesterday does not mean Marco stinks. My issue is the organization has failed to even decide what he is.
Right.
And
that's fair.
And they have also not given him confidence. And then when a bad play happens, then we're all going to freak out and start to shrug our shoulders, and no one knows what to do. And to me, that's because the organization has failed to define who he is. If they tell us he's a shortstop, fine. Terrible play. Let's see what happens in the next game, because there's runway there. But because they've been tiptoeing through this whole thing, honestly, I think that's what leads to an opinion like yours, because you're not sure if they're sure. And then when you see a play like that, it accentuates it. That's my feeling.
Yep. My feeling is that they're sure that he's a shortstop. They've never played him anywhere but shortstop.
Then why didn't they give him the gig at the beginning of the year?
Because they're not sure if he's any good at shortstop, and they're stuck.
But you just said they were sure, and then you followed
they're sure. They're sure because they've only played him at shortstop.
Why didn't they?
The only time he's not played shortstop was when he played in the Dominican Winter League.
Why didn't they call him up last week?
Because they don't believe in him. And so now they're in a spot where Casey Schmidt came up, and Casey Schmidt can't hit, and they need offense because their offense is embarrassing. And so they bring him up, and they think, you know what? Fingers crossed that he's not terrible at short, because all we've ever done is play him at short, and then he comes up and he plays short, and he plays like that, and now they've got egg on their face. I don't care what his OPS is. He's not a shortstop.
Okay.
So you'd be better off today to just DH him.
So you just said it. You said they don't believe in him. And when Bobby Evans came on the show last week, when he asked him, how do you build a farm system? Yep. And what did he say? Believe in your people. It's the first words that he didn't hesitate, didn't even blink. Right. Believe in your people. So that's my issue today.
And you also asked him, is Marco a shortstop? And he went,
well, go find out. And that's my issue today.
I think they have found out.
Then get him out of there.
That's my point.
But it's not about the play yesterday. You're making it about the play yesterday.
It's about the overall play. And you can small sample size Steve me all you want. You watch him play shortstop, and it doesn't look like, man, this guy's a natural. He looks awkward.
888-957-9570. You can weigh in on this for sure. FP is going to weigh in on this. We'll ask him, okay? He's close to the team. He's going to jump in here. Coming up next, we're sponsored by Safeway. It's Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for digital deals for their members. USDA Choice New York Strip Steak, bone-in, $6.97 per pound. Limit 1 megapack.
to second, and Luciano couldn't field it. And now it's 6-4, and I think that was an example of thinking about starting a double play as opposed to making sure you get the out.
I'm a Giants fan.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, we got into such a spirited Luciano conversation, and I did try to find a creative way to get the umpire in there.
Yeah, you did.
The umpire was brutal. I didn't love Bob Melvin going to Luke Jackson. Go straight to Doval. I don't care that it's not a quirky little save situation. Keep your win streak going. Doval also, whether it was because of the umpire or not, he got loose. He started missing the zone. He started giving up some line drives. And yes, Luciano's defense, all of these things, Luke Jackson, all of these together are why the Giants lost. That was the most brutal loss of the year.
By far the most brutal loss of the year. I mean, you put up 6, and we talked about the Giants' record when they score 4 runs. They're almost unbeatable when they score 4 runs, and yet you're up 6-2.
I think this is their first loss of the year where they scored 5.
It could be.
First time they lost
Very
this year
likely
where
would
they
be.
scored north of 5.
Yeah, I mean, you're up 6-2, and you've got a chance to bring in your closer, and you've got a win probability of, 90% going into that last inning.
Let's throw this immediately to FP, who's on with us now. And first of all, hey, buddy, how you doing?
I mean, you guys go ahead. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll just sit here and listen.
No. We're
doing good. How are you?
We're good, but we're in a serious space today, FP. Damn it, because of this loss. And so I'm going to throw the question right to you right now. Ahmed's defense versus Luciano's defense. Luciano's offense versus Ahmed's offense. How does it balance one another out? What's more important?
I think defense is always more important, especially when you got a great pitching staff. And the big league's a tough place to learn how to play shortstop. You guys have heard my takes on Luciano all along, that he needs reps at that position. There's so many little intricacies about when to turn a double play, when to make the play, when to get it out, the time of game. The game sped up on him last night in the 9th inning. That's a ground ball that if it's above your waist, you field it with your palm facing down. If it's below your waist, you field it with your palm facing up. And that's just like shortstop 101. And what he did is he had dead feet. And once you have dead feet and you sit on the ball, then your hands become dead too. So you got to keep your feet moving there. And he even said in the paper, and I was talking about it last night, that he just had his glove in the wrong position. And I don't know in all my years of baseball that I've ever heard anybody say they've had their glove in the wrong position. So that's concerning. And I don't know defensively if he's a major league shortstop right now. He had a nice game offensively. He made some good plays defensively before that. But I feel, and this is just a selfish thing, a lot more calm when Nick Ahmed's at short. Just like I feel more calm when Pat Bailey's behind the plate or Kurt Casale's back there. And that's no offense to other guys, but we've seen bad defense the last couple of years with the Giants. We have. And I don't know if it's guys out of position. I don't know if it's guys that just aren't good defensively. But all of a sudden, you got the gold gloves on the left side of the infield. Tyro's picking the hell out of it at second. Lamont Wade Jr. has become a really good first baseman when you didn't know if that was going to be the case when he first moved over there. Pat Bailey behind the plate. Now you got Matos, who I think still learning in center field, and same with Ramos in left. But you got Yaz in right. So this is a decent defensive team. And now with Luciano at shortstop because of the Ahmed injury, I think obviously you've weakened yourself defensively. But it's not like Nick Ahmed was an automatic out at the plate. Is he the force that Luciano is? Probably not. But, they're both hitting in the bottom of the order. So, I don't know. I'm just a defensive guy. And I think, like I said, reiterating, I think shortstop's a tough position to learn when you have a team that needs to win right now.
You're talking about reps, and I'm looking at his baseball reference, and he's played 2,673 innings at shortstop across all levels. Isn't that enough reps for you to figure out which way to point your glove on a ground ball?
Should be. Absolutely should be. But, the 9th inning in a major league ballpark, with the game on the line as a rookie is a little bit different than, Bakersfield on a Tuesday night in front of 20 people. So I don't know if the game sped up on him or not, but he sat on that ball last night. And we were talking about, we had the right guy on the mound for his demeanor, and Camilo Doval, he's got a slow pace, and he's a ground ball away, even though all hell's breaking loose right now. He's a ground ball away from the Giants winning this game, and there's a tailor-made double play right to the kid, almost a Sunday hop right around the belt. And then once you drop that, I mean, we were all thinking about that because you just can't. You can't give a team an extra out on the road. You know, we have that silly rule that it's a save if it's a 3-run lead. But talking to Dusty Baker and a lot of managers, like on the road, 4 might as well be a save. And so that was just one of those things where you can go back to, they could have added on last night.
Yeah.
Camilo could have started the 9th. There was a lot of, second guessing, and I think people second guess because they don't know how to get it right the first time.
FP Santangelo hanging with us here, Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. The Giants will try again later tonight in Pittsburgh. FP, I'm interested when you said, because you used the phrase right now. Like, I don't know if Luciano's a major league shortstop right now. Can he ever be?
I mean, I always think the defense is something you can improve on. I think offense, you can work as much as you want and swing in the cage. And it's only, the ceiling's only as high as what God gave you. Really, like, if a guy like Barry Bonds goes in the cage and hits all day, he's going to be great. If a guy like myself does it, I'm going to be a 240 hitter. But I think defense is something that it's a mindset. And if you work at it, you could become better at it. I know Wade Boggs, for instance, was a terrible defender in the minor leagues, making 40, 50 errors a year. And he won a couple of gold gloves in the major league level. So it's just about reps and getting better, but it's also, there has to be like baseball acumen and a feel for the game too. And I think those are things that playing the position at the highest level, because you get the speed of the game up here is way different than AAA. The speed of the game up here is way different than AA and A ball. I mean, things are moving. I mean, you saw O'Neill Cruz last night, 120 and 121 miles. There's nobody in the minor leagues that hits the ball 120 miles an hour. So the base runners are faster, the infields are faster, the exit velo's faster. The game just moves quick here. And if you're not moving with the speed of the game here, it's going to bite you in the ass. And last night, I just think, I'm just watching, as a guy that played shortstop the majority of my career, I watch Luciano closely every day in batting practice. And defense is something that he's going to need to work at. His feet are slow. His actions are slow. And I think sometimes the game moves fast for him. That doesn't mean in a year or two he can be a shortstop, or that doesn't mean in a month or two you make him a left fielder. I don't know. That's not my decision. And I don't know, based on a 23 and 26 start, if the Giants can afford to wait around to see if he can play shortstop, if stuff like that rears its ugly head again.
Are those things that he can improve upon? You talked about slow feet and slow hands. Is that something that as an infielder you can get better at, or is that more of an innate skill that you have to have going in?
Did you see Rocky train with Apollo Creed?
Yes.
Okay.
You're familiar that's a movie, right, FP?
If he starts chasing chickens and jumping rope, I think his foot speed. I think yeah.
6 raw eggs for breakfast.
There's all kinds of things you can do to increase your foot speed. I always think like your 40 speed or your 60 speed. There's things you can do to like maybe shave a 10th off, maybe from a 4.6 to a 4.5. But most of that's God given. But with foot speed itself, you got rope ladders, you got jump ropes. There's all kinds of things you can do. And I don't know what Marco's training thing is in the off season. But I mean, the way we're talking, I don't think he's that bad. I just don't know if, you had the initial question was, Ahmed or him. I just like track record. I like guys that can make the play. I like looking down at my scorecard as a broadcaster and putting 6-3 on the piece of paper before the play's even made. And I feel like that's what you do with Nick Ahmed, and maybe you wait a little longer with a young guy like Marco Luciano.
Okay, here's my next question, FP, because there's at least been enough discussion about, I'm not sure if he's a shortstop. Okay, why is he still there?
I don't know. I saw your tweet the other day where you said, why wasn't he the opening day shortstop?
Well, no, that's what I would have done. But here, I hope you understand where my question's coming from. Farhan Zaidi says at the end of last year, we've got to give runway for Marco to be the opening day shortstop. Then he's not. Then Ahmed gets hurt. They don't bring him up. They bring up Casey. Then they bring up Marco. It's almost like you're saying, we're not sure if he's a shortstop, but you keep putting him there. So, if you don't think he's a shortstop, try him somewhere else. But they keep putting him at shortstop, then not having any belief that he's a shortstop. I feel like there's organizational messaging problems right now.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Casey Schmidt was doing a decent job at shortstop when he was here. And his at-bats and his approach, maybe the numbers weren't there, but his swing looked a lot better to me this time around than it did last year. Did you guys see what Tyler Fitzgerald did the last couple of days in AAA?
I don't think they've gotten him out yet.
Yeah, he hit 2 home runs last night and 2 more today. He's hit 4 home runs since they set him down. But he was playing timid. I mean, that was the right move. Tyler Fitzgerald wasn't playing with the same swagger and confidence that he did in Scottsdale in spring training. So maybe he'll regain that in AAA. But I don't know. I think if you're developing and you're thinking you're not going to be a playoff team, then it's fine to let a guy like Marco Luciano play shortstop for 162 games and see what you get. I just think due to need with Ahmed right now that they're just giving him a go. Maybe they thought like with Matos and Ramos that it's time to just unleash the kids and see what happens.
Yeah, and unleash him they probably will, at least until Ahmed gets back, and then it becomes interesting. What do you think about Blake Snell tonight getting back on the bump after being injured? Does his ERA go up or down from 11.57?
Oh, it's going down for sure, and it's going to continue to go down all year. He's got the resume and the Cy Youngs and all that stuff, and he threw 5 no-hit innings, striking out 10 his last start in Sacramento. He only walked 1. That was against Oklahoma City. Threw 60 pitches, and 41 of those were for strikes. So apparently he's worked out his mechanics. His legs are underneath him now. It was kind of a rush job based on a late sign. And add that on to stuff we've talked about before where you're the new kid in class. I think he feels more comfortable as a Giant. I think he ironed out his mechanical issues. Apparently his fastball command was really, really good in the minors and was really, really good in the side piece. So I'm expecting big things from the guy. He's going 5 innings tonight, 75 pitches. So hopefully that's 5 innings with Blake Snell, because you never know, because he's effectively wild, and that's how he's won a bunch of Cy Youngs, or 2 to be specific. But I think it's just a boost for this club. But when you talk about the guy on the other side, Jared Jones throws 100, and then schemes tomorrow throws 100, and we're just hoping Olivia Dunn's at the ballpark tomorrow. That's all.
Nice. Yep. Shout out LSU.
FP, I know you're with the team. How are they holding up after a game like that?
They were all on the Roberto Clemente Bridge after the game last night, and they were going to jump, and I told them, don't.
Okay.
It's just one game. They're fine. Talking to Joe Rizzo, he said he came over on the team bus today, and I walked because Joe's lazy, and it's only 0.8 miles.
Yep.
He said everybody was in a good mood today. So, yeah, everybody's yeah. In baseball, you guys, it's one of 162. Like, last night's as bad as it gets, too. Like, there's not going to be a worse one than that. But baseball players are resilient, man. You come to the yard the next day, and it's a new day, whether you went 0 for 4 or 4 for 4. That's the beauty of this game. You get a game every day. It's not like football where you got to wait around a week.
Don't say that it doesn't get any worse than that, please.
Dude, come on. A 4-run lead in the 9th with Doval on the mound?
I know.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking, wow, this is going to be a fun night. Let's grab some beers. And I just went back to the room. And, at this point, very rarely does a loss affect you as a broadcaster, because I've been doing it for so long. But last night was a tough one, man. That was just go back to the room and watch highlights of other games.
Oh, man. FP, thank you, sir. Always good to hear your voice.
All right, man. Thanks for having me on. Have a good show, you guys.
Okay, brother. There he goes. FP Santangelo on the scene for the game later tonight between the Giants and the Pirates, where the Giants will try to start a new winning streak.
Yep. Against Jared Jones, a guy who throws 100, which means he's one of 100 who can throw 100 in this new Major League Baseball that we have.
Yeah, it's kind of wild.
Right.
I mean, just to put a bow on that, you know that was a circumstantial conversation. I have a really, I don't even know what robo-umps would look like, but it's almost as if we've just reached a point where this has to be robo-umps, not because I'm frustrated with human umps. We're reaching the level of what is outside human ability. It's not, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's like if the hitters can't hit it, well, right, then the 60-year-old ump can't see it either. Like, we've heard that about 100-mile-an-hour fastball. I've never been in the batter's box against one.
Right.
But you can't see it very well. And when we're asking umpires not to just sort of know where the ball is, but, absolutely fine-tune know if it's right on the block or not, it's kind of impossible. And so,
you get what you get, and you get really frustrating calls, and there were about 4 of them in the 8th and 9th inning for the Giants.
There's a couple.
No, listen, you did the
scorecards on Twitter.
What's the metric as far as runs added last night?
Well, first of all, the accuracy was 94%, which the average is 95%. Which people will hear 95% and say that's not good enough. Well, too bad. That's actually really
life.
good.
That's life.
The problem is the overall favor is what they track. The overall favor was 1.2 runs for Pittsburgh, which normally the overall favor is usually plus or minus a half a run. Either way, you can tolerate a half a run here and a half a run there. That's just the human error of 95%. And the most impactful calls were Webb to Joe in the 3rd, Ortiz to Luciano in the 5th, and then Doval to Reynolds in the 9th.
Yep.
That was the big one.
Yep.
It was a strike that was called a ball. Correct. On an 0-1 count.
Right.
So and 0-2 versus 1-1 is a huge difference.
Oh, my God. The batting average goes absolutely
about 100
into
points
the tank.
or more. Yeah.
So, and one that, it grazed the line in the little box.
Right. And it was 100.
It was 100 miles an hour. And it grazed the line. And that's what I mean. I don't blame the ump for it, but it is what it is. Like, yes, they had a hand in blowing that game for the Giants yesterday, along with Jackson and Luciano and Melvin and Doval.
Right.
They all had a hand in blowing this one last night.
And the 10th inning, too, where you got the runner to 3rd with 1 out and you couldn't get him home. And then the Pirates took a grand total of 1 pitch
for sure
to end it in the 10th. So it was a number of things. It was a complete collection of errors. And, if you want to go to robo-ump, I'm starting to understand it more and more because you watch tennis and, you watch the French Open coming up here in about a week or so. And they have robot umps now because when you're serving the ball at 130 miles an hour, the human eye can't tell.
See it.
Yeah, and the way the ball hits, it elongates, and it's hard to even see if it hits the line or if it's out. So, yeah, maybe it's time for robot umps.
I'm sure that they're coming. I'm sure we'll hate it when they're here, and then we'll get used to it, and at times yell about that too. But, maybe it will cause less frustration. It will also have less sort of like artistry and majesty to the game. There's no question. And robo-umps I don't think, at least initially, it doesn't mean there's actually going to be a robot behind home plate. It's not going to be like walking through the streets of San Francisco where every other car doesn't have a driver in it anymore.
Isn't that weird?
It's really weird. I'm sorry. It's still hard to cross the street. It's like, you going to go? Are you good? Because you're not a person. So are you going to go?
They stop.
Yeah, they do. But anyway.
And I dare you to hit me, Waymo, because I'll see you in court.
Yes, you will, if you're still alive.
No doubt. You're not killing me. Driverless car. There's no chance.
Boy, gosh.
I'll jump up on the hood.
You tempt fate so often on this show. It's unbelievable.
Believe me, I'm out there trying to make my way. I'm not afraid of anything.
I know. Which is why I'm
still here.
That's why I worry about you.
I'm still here, dog.
Out in them streets.
You better be careful. Yeah.
I know you are, dog.
I know when to hit the horn. I know when to flip a bird.
Never would be one thing you could try. But anyway, let's go to
undefeated on these streets.
Let's go to the phones. 888-957-9570. How about Mike in Santa Rosa? Hi, Mike. What's up?
Here we go, guys.
Hey, Mike.
We're doing good. Maybe better than your phone. Can we hear you?
Can you hear me now?
Now
Better,
we
Mike,
can.
yeah.
That's an improvement, Mike.
All right, sorry, man.
What the hell were you trying to do? What were you trying to do the first time?
I don't know. I'm talking through my truck, so.
Oh, okay.
Who knows?
All right.
Anyways, listen, I'm a 40-year-old man, been playing baseball a long time. I'm totally against the automatic umpires, but I do believe in change. And so the umpiring, in my opinion, is the worst it's ever been. From top to bottom. You're talking about Little League, everything. But as far as the pro level, I just been thinking about this lately, and I want to hear what you guys think. We got the new pitch caller where, you don't need to give signs. You're getting the pitch call coming in through the catcher to the pitcher. What if the umpire is receiving those calls as well? I think they're getting duped by some of these, frisbee sliders, 102 mile per hour fastballs. But if they know what's coming and the batter doesn't, I think they're going to be more consistent. What do you think about that?
That's an interesting question, Mike. Thanks. Let's make sure that the umpires don't end up with drums that they can beat on and get bought off by the hitters so that they know what's coming too.
Right.
I guess I'm not against that. At least off the top of my head, I can't think of a reason why that would be a bad thing. And again, if you missed it, the question was, what about if the umps
had the pitch com,
knew what was coming, and that way they wouldn't get fooled by a Tyler Rogers curveball or whatever, any of those things, or a 101 mile an hour fastball. I don't know if that helps them see it any better, but it can't hurt.
I would bet it definitely helps them see it better.
Yeah.
When you're dealing with 101 miles an hour, if you knew the fastball was coming, you could kind of gear yourself up for a trajectory or a plane as opposed to a slider or a downward breaking curveball. If you know a guy's got a curve that's breaking from maybe not 12 to 6, but breaking from, 10 down to 4, and you know that's coming, you can track it better and you can see better where it's going to cross the zone. That's actually a great call.
That's an interesting idea. It really is. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. 888-957-9570. What do you want to do with Luciano? I mean, here are the options. Just create the runway and live or die, sink or swim, kick balls, whatever for the rest of the year. Luciano is your shortstop. I guess option B would be when Ahmed is back, Ahmed is the shortstop. Or option C is don't ever let Luciano play shortstop again. Send him to the River Cats and show him left field. You have showed up today with some pretty firm thoughts on two different people, one of them being Marco Luciano, the other Draymond Green. I'd love to take the conversation we already had and further it coming up next. Don't answer yet, but I'd love to hear you answer that question.
I'll wait.
Your cell phone's not working.
Oh.
Call back. Call back. It's Willard and Dibs.
The Floor Store is your Bay Area flooring authority. Selection, expertise, price, guaranteed installation. Visit floorstores.com.
Hey, it's Willard for La Garza and La Garza summer camps, which are fantastic.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
What did Ross from Friends famously say?
A lot.
Pivot.
Oh, yeah?
Pivot.
Is that what he said?
Well, yeah, so take that Luciano question.
Okay.
Put it over here for a sec. Let's get back to it in a little bit because we have a development.
Okay.
In 14 minutes, Tom Izzo joins the show.
Love Tom Izzo.
So do I. And Tom Izzo becomes endlessly relevant here in the Bay Area because Draymond Green, period. And nobody knows the guy better. Nobody has been through the wars with him more, maybe Bob Myers. But Tom Izzo becomes an incredible conversation today because of the things that Draymond Green most recently said. And he said them on the Point Game podcast with John Wall. Okay? John Wall, Point Game podcast. Wait till you hear what came up. Now, start with this. Draymond Green talking about life in basketball and the schedule that they have to keep. Follow us here in terms of where this is going to go.
I've been on the basketball schedule my entire life, man. Like, the reality is, as special as it is, you miss so much. Like, I miss my son taking his first step. Like, I saw that on the camera. And that's 7 years ago. I got 3 other kids on top of him, but I miss him taking his first step. Like, you just miss so much. You miss weddings, you miss birthdays, you miss Christmases, man. This Christmas was the first Christmas in 11 years that I've been at home. I mean at home for the entire day. Guess what? I was only at home because I was suspended. But it's the first Christmas in 11 years that I didn't step foot into an NBA arena. Like, you miss so many things. And so I'm just not sure that I'd want to be on a basketball schedule.
Okay, so this is after Draymond's not playing anymore. Maybe he'll just be captain media. By the way, it does look like this coming year is going to be the last one for Inside the NBA on TNT. Right. But Draymond's a free agent. He can go wherever he goes. And apparently new contracts are being finalized. So we'll see. But keep that one in mind.
Okay.
Draymond hesitates about being on an NBA schedule for the rest of his days.
And it's not lost on me that the one time he was able to spend Christmas with his family was when he was suspended.
Yeah.
So let's just keep that in the back of our mind as we go forward.
Okay, let's keep that in the back of our mind. Now, that led to this comment where he shares a conversation that he's had with Warriors owner Joe Lacob.
I will say I'm honored, man, with the conversations that I've had with Joe Lacob over the years and him saying to me, like, yo, when you're done, I could see you one day coaching this team when Steve's done. Like, I could see you working with this team. Like, I would love to see that. That means the world to me because that means the man that owned the organization that I play for is watching me play basketball and saying, this guy can one day coach my team. Like, big business. These assets are not small, man. Like, if you're gonna trust somebody to coach your team, that's not small. That's not a small thing. That's a big deal. And so to know that you have that type of support and like the owner of the organization that I play for is watching me and saying he can one day coach this. Or, man, Steve Kerr is my coach. The guy who's been coaching this organization for the last 11 years, 10 years is Steve Kerr. He's a Hall of Fame coach. You're watching him and saying, I think that can one day be Draymond. That's insanity to me. And so I'm very thankful that people look at me in that light. But as I am in year 12 of my career, I say right now, and everything changes as time goes on. So I would never say never. But where I stand right now in year 12 of my career, headed into year 13, I'm not sure I want to be on the basketball schedule.
Okay. So, he's tired. But everything changes, as he says.
Yeah.
I have no doubt that it might. Maybe he's just going to be new media Draymond. I think he does it very well. I think he can be a huge star in that arena. But Draymond, the coach, Tom Izzo joins us in 10 minutes, and he will answer that question better than anybody on planet Earth. What kind of a coach would Draymond be? Can he coach at the highest of levels? But first and foremost, Dan Dibley, your thoughts.
Yuck is my thought. And my thought about a coach, and maybe it's just looking at what Steve Kerr has been, and Steve Kerr has been the second or greatest or third best, whatever. It's Bill Walsh, it's Steve Kerr, it's Bruce Bochy. Those are the three, and if you want to do a Mount Rushmore, you can find your fourth, and I'm here for it, and we can wait until the All-Star break when we have more time, and we can get into all of that. But for me, when it comes to a head coach at that level, it's more than just basketball IQ. And Draymond's got more basketball IQ than maybe any other player I've ever seen in my life. But part of being a head coach is leadership, it's mentorship, it is sportsmanship, it is stewardship. It's a lot of ships. And of all the ships that Draymond Green has, those are 4 ships that I haven't seen from him in terms of what we need, what I think you would need to guide a multi-billion-dollar organization. You need somebody to be able to step to the microphone and show that sort of maturity after a loss and be able to not speak your mind, even though you want to speak your mind, and be able to lead somebody who is a younger player who maybe isn't doing what you think they should be doing. There is a certain way to go about things in the modern NBA as a head coach, as the face of your franchise, as a CEO, and I don't think that Draymond Green can be that guy.
That's interesting. I think Draymond's brilliant in front of a microphone. I don't think.
But how is he brilliant in front of a microphone? Speaking his mind and giving opinion, not being not being deferential and playing the game of, well, we're going to take it one possession at a time.
Why do you have to play it like that? You don't have to play it like that. Like, I've never seen Draymond Green sell teammates down the river in front of a microphone, and that's largely what you have to do. What does Steve Kerr always do with us? He's got his guys back.
Exactly.
No matter what. I think Draymond has done that in front of a microphone. I mean, quite frankly, even at his absolute worst moments, what Draymond does, and it's reached the point where maybe it falls on deaf ears, but what Draymond does, he'll show up a week later in front of the microphone and say the right thing. He'll be totally apologetic.
A week later.
Right. But so here's what I guess my question is for you. And maybe there's a little devil's advocate here, but allow me to go there for a sec, which is to say, is it possible that when you're assessing the idea of Draymond the coach, you are only in your mind remembering the, let's call them 10 to 15, the standout moments of Draymond's career? You're only thinking of those rather than what I would argue, how many people have come on this show and said Draymond's a great teammate? I'd argue a lot.
Yep.
How many people have come on this show and said Draymond was my big bro? Like that's someone who went out of his way to take me under his wing. I'd argue a lot. Brandon Pajemski, who's on this show yesterday, said it to us right when he joined the team, like early in the year last year. So couldn't I argue that a lot of the characteristics you just mentioned, he does have those, but they get forgotten because of the high-profile other stuff?
Yeah. And what is that other stuff that we're talking about? Stuff
that has happened, I would largely argue, in the emotion of playing basketball, which he wouldn't be doing anymore.
Okay, including punching a teammate in practice, which was,
playing
the emotional playing basketball.
Yeah.
Body slamming a guy at the end of a game that you're losing is the emotion of basketball. And all that stuff, you could say, is the emotion of basketball. And I would come back to you and say, if I'm a player on another team and thinking about free agency, do I want to go play for Draymond Green? I would argue that a lot of players would not want to go play for Draymond Green.
Is Draymond Green not well liked in NBA circles?
Depends on who you ask.
I mean,
would Rudy Gobert want to come play with Draymond Green?
Probably not.
Would Yusuf Nurkic want to play with Draymond Green?
Would LeBron James?
I doubt it.
You really?
You want to go play for Draymond Green? It's one thing to play with Draymond Green.
He wants to play for J.J. Redick, for God's sake.
Well, J.J. Redick is a controllable entity. I don't know if Draymond Green would be as controllable. And it's something we can ask Tom Izzo coming up here in 5 minutes. But
I don't think Draymond
I think that there'd be more NBA players who would not want to go play for Draymond than would be like, let me go play for Draymond.
I big time disagree with that.
Yeah.
I think Draymond Green is much more liked in NBA circles than outside NBA circles where we just watch games and then have our judgment and our reaction based on things that trigger us.
Yeah.
In the NBA fraternity, are there a handful of guys that he's really selected as his foils who don't like him? Yes. Are there many, many more, I think, who actually look up to Draymond Green or see him as a counterpart? I would totally argue yes.
Well, there's a difference between looking up to somebody as an opponent and wanting to play for that person as your head coach.
But you don't know. You've not heard from anyone say that they wouldn't.
I don't think that anybody's even opined on Draymond Green as a head coach, because to me, it is a completely laughable notion to have Draymond Green as the head coach of an NBA team.
Let's find out what a very accomplished coach who knows Draymond as well as anyone says about that very question. We're sponsored by Scandinavian Designs Furniture, and Tom Izzo joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
Don't miss major Memorial Day savings at Scandinavian Design.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, I'm excited about this conversation. We're excited about this conversation. I'm not going to waste any time. We'll get to your calls. Go ahead and line it up. You think Draymond Green can be an NBA coach? Could he be the coach of the Warriors? How would that sit with you? 888-957-9570. But a man who knows Draymond just a little bit and also knows coaching just a little bit. His name's Tom Izzo. Joins us now on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Coach, how are you?
How you guys doing, man? I'm actually in California, believe it or not. I'm at the airport. I was out here for our Big Ten meetings, inviting our new Oregon, Washington, USC, and UCLA to the Big Ten.
That's just weird, Coach, to be out here for the Big Ten meetings.
Is there any chance you guys discussed letting us have them back?
Yeah, you can have them back. I don't want to travel all the way out here either.
Yeah, there we go. Coach, it's a real treat to have you. What kind of coach do you think Draymond Green would be? Before you answer, take a listen to why we're asking. Listen to this comment he made on John Wall's podcast recently about a talk between him and Joe Lacob.
With the conversations that I've had with Joe Lacob over the years and him saying to me, like, yo, when you're done, I can see you one day coaching this team when Steve's done. Like, I can see you working with this team. Like, I would love to see that. That means the world to me because that means the man that owned the organization that I play for is watching me play basketball and saying, this guy can one day coach my team.
What kind of coach in the NBA do you think Draymond Green would be?
Well, guys, you might not believe this, but there was a couple times that we're playing in the NCAA tournament, and Draymond would be calling my guy, Austin Thornton, who he played with in college, telling him what to tell me to do on a pick and roll or ball screens and all that during the game. I mean, Draymond is a passionate human being. First of all, I'd like to say this. I hope Steve Kerr stays forever because Steve Kerr, to me, has been one of the greatest, and it's been an unbelievable relationship there. I love Steve Kerr. But as far as Draymond goes, in every way, shape, or form, I think he'd be a phenomenal coach. He's got an incredible basketball IQ, incredible. He's passionate. He is demanding. I think in every way he'd be good. He'd make adjustments. He'd do all those things. Where I think he'd have the problem is the same place Magic Johnson had a problem when he went with the Lakers is I think it would be hard for him to watch other guys not do the things that he would do, and maybe he couldn't get that through. Now, maybe he would get that through, but it's just not as easy as you think when you coach. So I think in every way he'd be great. He would just maybe struggle a little bit because whether, you like everything about Draymond, which I do, but, he plays so hard and he's such a team guy, and sometimes some guys don't play as hard and aren't as good at team guys, and that's the only area I think he'd struggle in.
What about the idea of emotional control? Is that something that he'd be able to contain, not being on the court and having the adrenaline? Feels to me like over the course of 82 games, you might see some of those classic Draymond flare-ups.
Well, that would be I know one set of people that probably wouldn't like, Draymond can get mad during a game at a bad call on him and maybe go off a little bit. But when you're the coach, you got to protect all five of your guys. So any bad calls on any of the five guys, he might go off on. So I do think he could lead the league in technicals in some way. But at the same time, believe it or not, Draymond, he doesn't get credit. And I know I've been on show, I've listened to people talk about him. He's really, really smart. And usually, we all have our moments. I've had a few myself. But usually, he's making educated decisions. Sometimes you get a technical to get your team going is what I'm saying, and things like that. But that would be, hard because he's always looking out for five guys, not just himself, like you do sometimes when you get upset on calls, But I think he'd find a way to work around that. I really, really, really do. It would be, could he put up with people not doing the things that he does when he's in charge of all of them? He sometimes is a coach on the floor if you really look at him. I always coined the phrase back when I had him, a player-coach team is better than a coach-coach team, and he was a damn good coach on the floor.
The great Tom Izzo, of course, Draymond's college coach, Michigan State, with us here, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Coach, here's my question about that, and it's sort of, I guess, one that calls for a little bit of guesswork, but how much of that behavior, that emotion that we see from Draymond is because he's playing? In other words, would he be kind of a different human being if he were the coach and not the player?
Well, like you said, I don't know if any of us know the answer. The best part of the answer that I know is, for the most part, he's calculated what he does. He's very intelligent, and I think he would adjust. Like we can say, well, sometimes he doesn't adjust. He's got the technical here. He's done this there. But, for the most part, like, I thought he had a really good year this year, shot the ball as well as he has. I think Draymond can adjust to a lot of things, and I think one of the things he would adjust to would be that. Steve Kerr, like I said, to me, him and his staff have done a phenomenal job over the years that Draymond's been there. But at the same time, I think Draymond does do a lot of coaching on the floor, Sometimes it bothers some people. But most of the time, he's pretty right on what he's talking about. It's how you get that through to today's superstars that might be a little more challenging for him.
What's the toughest adjustment you've had to make in the modern day and age as opposed to the way you coached maybe 30 or 40 years ago? Things that Draymond would have to do with, players who are now going to be 15 or 20 years younger than him, players who need to be coached differently.
Hey, 30, 40 years ago, don't make me out to be 100, my God.
Well, you were coaching 30, 40 years ago, right, Coach?
I deserve it. I got you. But anyway.
Sorry about that.
You do have to make adjustments. He's got it a little easier, though, in pro ball, because if he gets mad at a kid, the guy's still got a contract. If I get mad at him, they just leave the next day. That's the new transfer portal. I get mad at the coach and leave, or don't like the way you're playing and leave. And that's one thing I think it reminds me of where Draymond the loyalty Draymond's had over the years to Michigan State, to me, to Golden State Warriors, to those guys. I think it's phenomenal. He's gotten upset with people that want to leave even there, and definitely in college. He's really good with his loyalty, and it is adjustment for all of us, what we got to do. But at the same time, I would adjust. I've adjusted some. I think he would adjust. I just think it's hard when you've been a player that plays so hard and so team-oriented player, that sometimes in this day and age, it's a little more selfish, even in college. And that would be hard for Draymond, but I think he'd adjust. I really do.
Coach, I'm a big fan of people not being defined by their worst moments. And so I get why it's hard to remove what happened with Jordan Poole from this conversation a year and a half ago. But how would you describe Draymond normally as a leader of younger players?
I think awesome. And I'm not with him now like I was, but he was so good here, and I've watched him be good, listen, I'm not going to get into the Jordan Poole thing because I wasn't there, and you ever wanted to get that far? Probably not. Do I think it got that far for some reasons? Probably. I don't think he just had a bad day and hauled off, so maybe there was some reasons, but you couldn't do that as a coach, punch a player now, you got 15 lawyers after you, so you can't do that as a coach. But he wouldn't do that. He'd adjust, and I wish, I tell him all the time, I want him to end his career because you don't want to take away his aggressiveness. You don't want to take away his passion. But I don't want him to be known as those things. I want him to be known as, to me, one of the great winners in the game, because he does all the dirty work to help guys win. When you really think about it, if it's making a pass, Draymond never cares. The only thing he used to threaten me with is he wanted to get 10 rebounds a game or more. So if I take him out with 3 minutes left, and he always knew how many rebounds he had. and he'd tell me he's going back in. Did you hear what I said? He didn't ask me. He told me he was going back in. And I said, sure, go ahead. you know, but then my favorite was he'd go to, if the team was shooting a free throw, he'd get in that first line and he'd tell the other guys, don't go after the ball. I'm getting every missed rebound to get his 10, you know. So he was awesome like that. I just loved him.
Coach, I want to apologize. I hit you with 30 or 40, and it's only been 29 years at Michigan State. So I rounded up, and I'm better than that, and I just want you to know that I'm sorry for painting you as a guy who's been around for 30 or 40 years.
You know what? That's a compliment. It's a backhanded compliment. But in this profession, to survive as long as I've survived at a school, that's a compliment. So I'm just kidding you guys, but it has been cool, the continuity that they've had too, you know. I mean, they've had some great continuity over the years, and, you know, I was hoping they could stay healthy, you know. I was hoping they'd make a run. Usually at this time of year, I'm coming up to watch a playoff game.
Yeah.
And I'd really like to do that again. Maybe next year that happens, and then let's hope that Steve Kerr stays a few more, Draymond stays a few more, and when that's over, you know, maybe he can either be the coach of the Warriors or he can come over and be the coach of Michigan State and send me to the sideline.
There's a thought. Hey, Coach, real quick, has he ever expressed to you interest in coaching?
You know, he never said it right out to me that he'd like to be a coach, but when he comes back in the summer, when he's back and he's telling me how to cover a pick and roll, and he's doing a lot of coaching. I might not even realize it. And when I told you he was calling me on the bench, I mean, we're playing Duke in the NCAA tournament, and he's calling the bench and telling them, you know, or one time we played him at home and got our butts beat. And after I got a 2-hour lecture in my office on how I should have covered some things differently, you know. And as I sat there and I was half mad at him, I said to myself, God darn it, he was right on the money. So I tell you, he's a guy that, you know what? It'd be a privilege to have a guy like Draymond come work here after I was done. It'd be a privilege to see him in the NBA. But boy, with his TNT deal there, the way he handles himself there, I mean, he might be replacing Barkley someday. So who knows? Draymond's going to have some options because we look at, as you say, the couple of moments that maybe you wish wouldn't have happened. But there's so many good moments that you're happy that did happen. And I'm, you know, I stick up for him because I believe in him, because I know how he is on a day-to-day basis. And I think it'd be interesting. It would be a little difficult, as I said, because he'd struggle with people doing their job, you know, or being prepared. I mean, and that's one thing he was, boy. He knew a scouting report inside and out in college, and I think he's the same in Pro Bowl.
Coach, what a treat to have you. Fly safe. Thank you so much for coming on.
Hey, guys, thanks for having me, man. I appreciate you, and hopefully I'll see you next year.
Indeed.
Thanks, Tom.
We hope the same. There he goes. Tom Izzo, live from the Aeroporto.
Yes.
Joining us here on 95.7 The Game. He says that Draymond Green would be a phenomenal NBA head coach.
Yeah, and who could have seen that coming, honestly? A guy who coached Draymond Green, for him to come on and say, I think Draymond would be, I mean, honestly, Draymond's going to be hot garbage.
You're going to get sarcastic after he hangs up. Where was that 5 minutes ago? Well, why didn't you challenge what he was saying?
I'm responding to your, like you're trumpeting his take.
Of course I am.
It was a shock.
It's Tom freaking Izzo.
For sure.
He
Tom
knows what he's talking about.
Of course he does. And he's a head coach who defends his own. Of course he's going to say what he said. And I'm not surprised. I liked what he had to say, though, about Draymond calling him and giving him 2-hour lectures over things that he did wrong. And Draymond's more in tune with, Michigan State than probably I thought.
Well, I like what he said about the struggle point, because the more he said this, the more I agree with him. The struggle point for Draymond would not be
the refs
blowing his top and screaming at everyone and punching players, which is really, if you think about it, kind of a wild perception that he would just be doing that every night. The harder thing would be probably the same thing that has been hard for a lot of great players when they tried to coach. They're coaching players that aren't as good as them.
Right.
And so they can't do what they do, and that makes them mad.
Like Magic Johnson.
Right.
The frustration of Magic going out there and, having to try to tell these guys, don't do what I say, do as I do as I did. and I did this a certain way, and now you can't do that. Why can't you play like I played? Well, Coach Magic, I'm not as good as you are. So that's why I can't do what you were doing. And that's probably where his frustration would lie. But I do think his frustration would also lie with the officials. And I can't see him.
Who doesn't?
Right.
Who doesn't? Who was it? The Pacers that said, we're going to send copies
Rick
of
Carlisle.
78 calls
plays,
to the league. And everybody gets.
Michael Malone ran out on the floor and didn't get a technical foul.
Right.
And, you see a lot of coaches blow their stack. Steve Kerr gets techs, but I don't know if Draymond Green would be able to avoid getting, 2 techs and run more often than other coaches do.
Again, though, if we think about it from the perspective of a head coach and the refs, it's not like Draymond has ever got, because you've brought up the physicality a lot. It's not like Draymond Green's ever shoved a ref. Draymond Green gets tangled up and totally out of his head when he's twisted up in physical battle with people.
Right.
Obviously. Yusef and
Rudy
and Steven Adams and Rudy and LeBron.
Right.
Yes. It's not like he's ever hauled off and thrown a ref into the second row like he's wrestling.
No.
So, he'd get upset with the refs like every other NBA head coach. And he would yell at them, and sometimes he'd get thrown out like every other head coach in the NBA.
I wonder how many how many ejections he has, Steve Kerr.
Not a lot.
Yeah.
Not really his style, but,
No.
Yeah.
And, most coaches don't, and, you're allowed to get ejected, and usually I don't think that the head coaches have, technical foul suspension points. You're more likely to get fined $100,000, and I know that, coaches have been fined for, Rudy Gobert just got fined for doing the money sign to the referee, intimating that the refs were getting paid off in a certain way.
Remember, there's also sort of a built-in advantage for a coach to not get the double T and thrown out, which is the coach has to stay over there at the bench. Refs, honestly, I know people won't want to give them credit for this, they usually do a good job of running away.
Yeah.
When the conversation is over, it's like, I'm out of here, I'm going to run the other way. Well, the player can follow him. We're going up and down the court with each other.
Right.
So Draymond can keep joying. The head coach, dude, you can stay over there by the bench. You can run on the floor, but now you're definitely getting thrown out.
Right.
I don't think he would do that. So I found that conversation to be fascinating in terms of all of the stuff that's not, even though we may know it, we know how smart Draymond is as a player, but I do think that that's relevant in this conversation because when we think Draymond Green, we think of the 15 moments that tick us off.
Yeah.
And that's it. And it's that's not all of Draymond Green.
It's not.
That's not all he's had to offer.
15's being generous. I think you could be closer to 50 if you really wanted to look at.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
A lot of those are just, that's it, like a technical foul. So what? There's only, actually.
There's been 2 techs and eject, and you lose the game because of it. That's happened twice.
Right, but I would argue there's actually less than 15 in terms of those things that really are dude.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Maybe you have more tolerance than I do for.
A technical's a technical. I'm talking about Nurkic, LeBron, Steven Adams, Rudy Gobert. It's not like he's
Jordan Poole.
He's not choked someone 15 times.
No.
There are a handful of things that have really gotten people hot and bothered, and rightfully so.
Right.
I don't actually think those are terribly relevant when it comes to this idea, which, again, if you're just joining us on John Wall's podcast, Draymond Green talking about coaching.
With the conversations that I've had with Joe Lacob over the years, and him saying to me, yo, when you're done, I could see you one day coaching this team when Steve's done. I could see you working with this team. I would love to see that. That means the world to me, because that means the man that owned the organization that I play for is watching me play basketball and saying, this guy can one day coach my team.
Okay, so that's what has this conversation underway. And by the way, there's a bunch of stuff that Draymond said on separate podcasts just in the last 24 hours that we really need to unpack.
I can't wait.
But
I can't wait.
I think you should also reboot what you said on the crossover about the idea of Draymond Green coaching the Warriors.
If he's the head coach of this team, I'm out. I'm going to renounce my fandom, and I'm going to find a new team. That, to me, would be a deal breaker. Is that what you want me to say? Because I said it before.
I don't want you to say it.
And I'll say it again.
Unless you mean it.
And I believe it. And I said it twice now, and I believe it because that to me would be the kind of representation that I don't want as an organization. And I look at Steve Kerr as a head coach, and I'm proud to be a fan of that team because of the way he comports himself. And, he's not perfect. Nobody is perfect as a head coach. I like the way he represents the team and the brand. I like the product that he's put out. I like what he's done with this team. 4 championships, it's easy to like. There's a lot to like. Mark Jackson was a coach that I didn't want to have represent the brand anymore based on what I learned about Mark Jackson and what he showed us. His homophobia, his exclusionary practices as the head coach. It became something that was a distaste to me. It wasn't to the point where I was going to renounce my fandom. I never had to get to that point because they did it for me and they got rid of him. But if Draymond Green was the head coach, I would not want to be a fan of this team.
It's a fascinating comment because if you dislike Draymond to that level, I guess I would ask, why are you still a fan now?
I like Draymond Green, the basketball player.
Why?
Because he's a winning basketball player.
He doesn't represent the organization?
He doesn't represent the organization the way he would as the head coach.
Huh. I mean, he's a leader. He's
a leader, but he's not the leader.
He's certainly the on-court leader. He's the locker room leader.
I've spoken on this very show about my distaste for Draymond Green as a basketball player.
Okay.
And I was the one who said back in February that I would not be bummed if he got traded.
But why is making, by the way, more money now as a player than he would make if he were the head coach?
It's not about the money.
Well, but
it's about the representation and the symbolism of him being the head coach.
That is representation. I guess my point is, or my question is, why would the transition to a coaching role change it at such a level that you'd go from where you've been, which is this is my favorite team of all the teams in the Bay Area, to a point where you would not be a fan anymore? That's not a small leap. That is a significant
It's a big
jump.
leap, no doubt.
Just because he moves over a couple of seats?
Right, because that's all it is. He's just moving over a couple of seats.
It's more than that, but I totally think
it's the symbolism of what that would be.
But you're downplaying who he is in this organization right now.
I'm really not. He is a player on the team, and he's a player who's near the end of his career, and he's a player that I was, looking for them to trade. I was a player who I was looking for them to not sign. So my comments about Draymond Green are well-founded, and they're on the record. And I said this 2 years ago. I said it a year ago. This is not a new take for me. This is a player that I've not been a fan of for a long time now.
That's one thing, though. But
right,
he's not a player on this team.
So I'm supposed to go from him being a player to now I want him to be my head coach?
No, my point is to go so far as to say you renounce your fandom if he were the coach. My guess would be with him being one of the spotlighted players on this team for the better part of a decade, you would be having more of a visceral reaction now than you do.
Absolutely.
Yes, you don't love him, but it hasn't changed a dang thing about the way you go about either loving or covering the team.
Well, it's because he's offset by other players who are on the team and a coach that I love and a GM that I respect and an owner that I respect and all the rest of it. So you can tolerate it. You're not going to love every single member of your organization, but if they elevate him to head coach and he becomes the face of the franchise and he's the guy for 82 games, I'm out.
Okay. It's really a stunning statement. I find it to be. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. What do you all think? Would you be in on the idea of Draymond Green being a coach for the Warriors, the coach for the Warriors? We'll take your phone calls. Plus, coming up next, wait till you hear what he said to Shaquille O'Neal about his current teammates. That's next on Willard and Dibs.
Meantime, we're talking about Fremont Bank. It's a family-owned bank with a family-owned field.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. And you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I just had a flash of like you doing a post-game interview. Then Draymond Green gets the headset on the court there at half court.
Yeah.
And comes on over after a triple-double. And Warriors win a game in Sacramento or something like that. And you've got the first question. I wonder how it would go.
Hey, Draymond, it's Dan. Good game there, huh?
I'm surprised you want to have me on, Dan.
Totally.
After the way I heard you talking about me.
Exactly. Well, What, you coaching?
Always a fun game.
You coaching?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He might be. We'll go to the phones on this. Wanted you to hear this too. So check this out and add this into the conversation. So this one's with Shaq. This is called The Big Podcast. And there's a reason it's called The Big Podcast, because it's with Shaq. And Draymond was asked. Remember, he was asked if late in his career he would ring chase. Check it out.
If there's something that I could offer to a team, and I'm like, oh, I'm the missing piece there, I can go help that team get over the hump. That's a totally different thing, right? Like, that's like, I can go contribute to a championship. That's different than like, man, let me go see if I could just fall into one more. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to be able to contribute. And saying that
has like a big, like a big four. Phoenix, for example. Phoenix say, hey, we need you. Would you?
I think that would be a hell of an opportunity, but the Warriors will have to not want me anymore.
Okay. More to say on that. Take a listen. Why he would not want to leave to ring chase.
People tend to forget, but the Warriors was the laughingstock of the NBA when I arrived there. Won 23 games a year before when I arrived there. I told a story recently about Marshawn Lynch laughing at me when I was like, I'm getting drafted to the Warriors. He's like, y'all suck. Like, I remember those days. I remember walking around downtown Oakland as a rookie, passing out tickets to games. I remember that. That's October 2012. We won our first championship June 2015. Wasn't that far removed. So we built this thing up from the ground, man. It's like, it's a different feeling for us because that's our baby. Like that, the Warriors, they was nothing. And so to see that growth and take part in that growth, that's not something you just walk away from just to walk away from. They'd have to not want me anymore. And for me personally, because I love that organization, I will always do right by the organization because it's no ill will for me. It's not like I've been treated bad. Andre and Sean, they would always tell us like, yo, y'all don't know the real NBA. And I can raise my hand and say, gladly, I don't know the real nasty side of the business of the NBA. I never had to see that. And I'm very thankful to that organization that I haven't. And so they'd have to not want me.
Okay, so a lot from Draymond Green and a quote that's also getting a lot of circulation from this podcast is where he suggests, and this is a la what a lot of fans have said, would rather lose than trade Steph Curry. Draymond Green says, I'd rather stay and lose with my guys than ring chase.
Yeah.
Out and about in the NBA.
Makes sense. And he talked about how he's never been in the, quote, real NBA where you're going out to a franchise that's not as good as this one and maybe not as devoted to winning as this one. And he's had it pretty good here. You think about everything that he's gone through, the ups and the downs. This organization has stood by him every single step of the way. Even when, what he did was unforgivable. This past March, Steve Kerr came on our show and said that very thing. It's unforgivable. And, well, it was forgiven, as was every other thing that Draymond has done. And he won 4 championships, and that's awesome. And all the things that he did on the negative side, it all was forgiven. And so, yeah, I could see why he'd want to be loyal to Joe Lacob and the organization because they've been loyal to him.
Although he made it more about the teammates. He made it much more about his teammates.
He did, but I do think he talked about the organization.
Yeah.
And he talked about where they were when he was out there handing out tickets. And I remember those days where you could get free tickets basically to any Warrior game because they were terrible.
Tim Kawakami is going to join us in just over 20 minutes. And Tim is going to be great on this, the Warriors stuff, Draymond Green. He's also, for the last couple of days, been out at OTAs
with the 49ers, and there are questions there. Not just Brandon Ayuk. Why is Christian McCaffrey not there? And Kyle Shanahan was asked, and he's like, I don't know. How about that? So we're going to get into all of that with Tim, and that's in less than 20 minutes, so stay with us. But right now, let's get to your calls on this idea of Draymond the coach, and if any of you would like to purchase Dan Dibley's Warriors paraphernalia if Draymond becomes the coach, because he out.
I got hats, I got jerseys, I got a ton of T-shirts. I even have some old school We Believe stuff I'd get rid of.
Who you got? What jerseys?
It's my own jersey.
Oh, it just says Dibley on it?
It was the jersey that they gave us, the one that Larry Krueger famously modeled on his Instagram.
It's less cool.
That's about 3 sizes too small. It was the old sleeved jersey. Yeah, I'm not like Doc Pandia with jersey in the cart. I don't do a lot of jerseys.
No, I'm with you because you have to be very careful unless it's a Curry type situation. You got to be careful who you buy because you just don't know how long they're going to be there. I got gifted a Warrior jersey once upon a time. Remember the ones with the cable car on the front, the special jerseys? Yeah. Someone bought me one. This was before I came back home, so I'm living in Southern California, and someone's like, got you a gift, got you a Warrior jersey. And I opened it up, and I'm like, oh my gosh, look at this beautiful thing. Turned it around. What's the name on the back? Van Exel.
Oh, that's a classic.
It is, and I still have it.
Yep.
But, like, you know,
yeah,
not quite a lifetime dub. Anyway, let's go to Pat in Foster City. Hi, Pat. What are you doing?
Hey, you know, I'm with you on this, Dibs. You can have my merchandise, too. And I go back to Joe Barry Carroll days as a season ticket holder for the Warriors. There's no way I would want Draymond Green representing this team. There's no way. I think that I don't look at the punching and the kicking and all that so much for the violence of it, although I certainly don't condone it. I don't like it. He's unique in that regard, and I don't like it a bit. But the thing that really irks me and the thing that I would just couldn't see him being a coach and a leader in the team is that how much he's let the team down. I mean, he's cost us regular season games. He's cost us playoff games. He's cost us playoffs, period. And, you know, the number one thing is being available to your teammate. And if you can't control yourself to the point where you're taking yourself off the court, that's not having a bad game. That's like saying to the team, you know, to me, that's giving the finger to the team. I don't care about you. It's about how I feel. I'm going to act out. I just couldn't support that as a coach and a representative of the team. And
so, Pat, I want to jump in and ask you a question here. Same one that I asked Dibs, because you and I see this differently, which is fine. I think your opinion is probably well represented out there and everybody listening to us right now. But you and Dibs have both said you could not support Draymond representing this team. And what I don't understand is why you don't see him as a representative of this team now.
Well, I would have, before, you know, if you go back maybe, I don't know how many years, 3 or 4 years ago, I supported Draymond. I thought he was, you know, a really good player. I thought he, you know, brought effort. He brought smarts. He brought a lot of things to the team. But over the last several years, with the technical fouls and the violence and punching and missing playoff games and costing us playoff games, I've tuned him out. So I'm a Warrior fan despite Draymond. I've long not been a Draymond fan.
Right.
I wish we didn't have him.
Why would that change if he were the coach is what I'm getting at, Pat. Like you said, you wouldn't want him as a leader of the team, and I would argue he very, very much already is.
I guess the way I look at it, it's not so much from a local standpoint, but more from a standpoint of, you know, who represents the Warriors on the global map. Who is the spokesperson? Who's the person that's people look to? And, you know, now it's Steve Kerr, and I think he's been terrific. He comes out on issues, and he's a team guy, and you know, I have tremendous respect for him, and I think almost everyone does. But with Draymond, I just don't see how he would have that level of respect. Maybe amongst diehard Warrior fans he would, but not on a global stage where people look at him. They look at him as kind of a thug, you know, like a guy that can't control himself.
Pat,
that's just my
take. Yeah, fair enough. Pat, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. I guess where I keep getting stuck is not necessarily, although I don't agree and don't see it the same way as Pat, which is totally fine.
Where I get stuck, though, is when we say, well, except Steve is the one who is representing the Warriors on a global stage. Right. He's out front in terms of the non-playing Warriors. Yes, he's the representative. But I would argue all of these guys, Steve and Steph and Clay and Dre and Mike Dunleavy and Bob Myers before him, are 100% all leaders and all global representatives of the brand.
I would argue and not argue that point because I think you're right, but I would come back at you and say that Draymond Green is a negative representative of the brand more than any of those guys combined.
Wow.
And you can look at, if you're not inside the Warriors bubble, if you're on the outside looking in, what do you think of Draymond Green if you're just a fan? You think, like Pat the caller was just saying, the word thug, I think, is a word I don't like to use because it evokes certain things that I don't think are appropriate to this conversation.
It's not a fair word at all.
It's not, but Draymond Green, as a representative of the brand, is more negative than Clay, Steph, Dunleavy, Lacob, Kerr, or any other member of the organization.
Depends on how you feel, I think, about branding. I see what you're saying.
If you're outside this organization, you think about Draymond Green and the Warriors, you think a certain thing about it.
I'd argue you think about the brand a lot more because of Draymond.
Right, but I think you think negatively about the brand because of Draymond.
I don't.
Not exclusively negatively, but if you're outside this market, you're going to think more negatively about the brand because of Draymond than any other person.
Maybe. It depends on how you feel about branding. Like I said.
And how you feel about Draymond.
Yeah, but Draymond Green... I don't always subscribe to this, but you hear a lot of people say things like, there's no such thing as bad publicity.
Sure.
If you feel that way, then Draymond Green is absolutely a driver of this brand. Like, I would argue.
Do you feel that way, though, if you're like, I mean, I'm sure that...
I don't always buy that there's no such thing as negative publicity. I don't think that.
Right.
Ask Scotty Scheffler this week if he thinks there's such thing as negative publicity.
And I wonder about the endorsements of the guys with the Golden State Warriors because Steph has got massive endorsements.
Right.
Clay's got a lot, and Draymond doesn't have as many.
Who's more marketable, Draymond Green or Klay Thompson?
Probably Klay Thompson.
I disagree beyond wholeheartedly.
Well, and part of that is who seeks out the marketing opportunities.
Well,
Draymond Green is putting himself out there now more and more than ever before.
So's Clay. We don't know who's trying to do what behind the scenes. Draymond Green's a bigger name than Klay Thompson.
He is.
He just is.
He also has more of a negative, I think, impression of him than Klay Thompson.
Negative, yes, to some, but I would say, again, it's also, you could look at that just as like imprint. It could be considered controversial. That's not necessarily quote unquote negative.
Agreed, but his controversy tends to bring with it negativity because of the on-court actions. And if we use the word antics, we would talk about Draymond Green and his antics, which I don't think are positive reflections of the brand.
Well, I just don't think they're as debilitating as people make them sound, and there is kind of an interesting push-pull. First, let me say this. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class money market today. There's always multiple ways to look at something. So my ears perk up when I hear, for example, what Pat just said. Draymond has cost the Warriors, and then fill in blank, fill in blank, fill in blank. The Warriors also do nothing good without Draymond Green. So if you're going to say he cost them a championship.
He did.
And he won them 4.
Well, and
which way do you want to look at it? I'd argue you have to look at both.
Yes.
But I hear a lot of people pick one. Draymond is either irreplaceable. I go, true. Draymond is also a lot. A lot to handle and collateral damage at times. Agreed. But there are some people who only look at one of those 2 points.
And that, to me, is short-sighted, and you can't do that. And I've always said that Draymond Green cost you a championship, but when he cost you that championship, it gave rise to Kevin Durant coming here, and you got 2 championships because of it. If Draymond Green didn't cost you that championship, then Kevin Durant never comes here. if you win that championship with Draymond Green, Kevin Durant does not become a Warriors. And Kevin has said as much. He's not going to come join this team after they win a championship. So, yeah, if Draymond doesn't get suspended and you win that chip, you probably don't win another one right away because Kevin doesn't come here. And I don't think that team wins 3 in a row without Kevin Durant.
Of course, yeah. No, and the story unfolds the way it does. It's just again, my point being, I think you have to look at the whole picture. I hear a lot of people pick one. They're either just Draymond fans,
right?
And they're like, man, we don't win a damn thing without him. Or, like, in my opinion, our last caller, Draymond cost us this, and he cost us that, and he cost us that, and he cost us that.
Well, you got to look at the whole balance sheet.
Like, you're only looking at things like, again, the 5 situations in history where you feel he has completely pushed the team in a negative direction, and you're leaving out the fact that every single person in that organization says dynasty doesn't exist if he's not here.
And I get that, and I'm not trying to look back at any of that. I'm looking at it right now from this point forward, and I look at Draymond Green and 3 more years, and Steph's got 2, and Clay may be done. We don't even know. But I'm looking forward to a time when Draymond Green is no longer doing what he does, which is antics. Yeah, I like when Draymond Green is playing basketball and when Draymond Green is doing what he does, taking charges, playing good defense, passing the ball, podcast all you want. Inside the NBA, sure, if I happen to catch it, he's very entertaining. I love that. I do not want the future of this organization to involve him on the sideline as the head coach.
And I'm sure your point is well represented. I'd be, let's put it this way, I'm not over here being like, he should be the next head coach.
Yeah.
I'd be intrigued. I'd be open-minded.
And
that's how I'd answer it.
Me giving up my fandom might be just a passionate, in-the-moment take, and I don't know if push came to shove and we got to that moment.
No, don't leave your take. I love your take.
I love the take too, Mark.
I got video ideas. There's Dibs in his backyard with the barbecue.
I've never understood that from an... I'm very eco-friendly. I can't imagine that's very eco-friendly.
We can find an eco way to do this.
What do I become? I can't become a Kings fan. I absolutely revile the Lakers. Do I become a Clippers fan? I'm already bald like Ballmer.
Golden State Valkyries.
I love the Valkyries.
There you go.
I love the Valkyries. I can't wait till they get Paige Beckers.
Let's go to, boy, she can't wait to be a Valkyries.
Right.
You can tell. She's all over social media. Diane in Walnut Creek. Hey, what's going on? Thank you for calling the show.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to add that I think that Draymond has really upstaged Steph Curry as the story of the team. It used to be really positive in the beginning when it was Steph Curry was always the conversation. Now it's Draymond Green is the conversation. And I think Draymond Green and John Morant have also both hurt the league in general, and they've turned off fans in general. I know people who won't watch any basketball anymore because of both of them.
It's interesting that you put those two in the same sentence. Can I ask you about that, Diane? Like, why do you put the two of them, their antics on the same level?
Well, one, John Morant just symbolically symbolized violence, but Draymond Green actually is violent.
Okay. Could I not respond that Draymond Green's violence was a punch and John Morant's was a gun?
Yeah, but he just showed a gun. Draymond Green actually choked someone and kicked someone who's very famous, kicking other players and... Yeah, he behaves terribly, worse than John Morant.
So John
Morant punched a 17-year-old and was exonerated.
And Diane, thank you. Yeah, the John Morant story. I know the one that got the most run was him flashing a gun from a club. There's a hell of a lot more to the entire picture of John Morant, and yes, some of it is absolutely at least in the criminal realm, and that is why. That's why the NBA handled Ja the way they did.
Yeah.
And I get the comparison. I just had questions about it. I don't see those two as the same thing. Not me.
I don't either. And, her use of violence to describe both, I think that the only act of true violence that Draymond Green has perpetrated was the punch on Jordan Poole. I think that was a true act of violence. And I don't want to re-adjudicate whether or not Jordan pushed him first and what Draymond, his response, was it appropriate and all the rest of it. But I do know that Ja Morant was involved in a basketball argument where a teenager threw the ball in his face and he punched the kid, and then his entourage jumped on him and pummeled the poor kid.
Yeah, there was also there was also the gun flashing and threats in the car,
brandishing.
Brandishing.
I mean,
no, not the social media
the laser
one.
pointer.
The one outside against the other team after the game. There's just a lot. There's a lot with Ja Morant that I feel is a hell of a lot more dangerous than on court stuff. Even if we're talking the Jordan Poole one, which was horrible, but. I just find those to be a little bit of a different.
They are different. I also wonder, though, Mark, about the ongoing chatter from Draymond Green, which I know is his brand on podcasts and on Inside the NBA, and he's talking his talk about other NBA players. I wonder if that doesn't hurt him if he ends up trying to be a coach in the association.
Let's go to Austin in San Jose. Hey, Austin, thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, Mark. Good evening. We agree again. What the heck's going on?
Well,
man?
that's the end. That's it.
Dangerous.
That's
we're
it.
We're going to ruin this bit.
No, I'm leaving. I'm out. Dibbs is doing the rest of the show solo.
What's going on, Austin? How you doing?
If you and I agree, I'm wrong.
And Dibbs triggered me today, as only Dibbs can. By the way, I mean, this whole thing with Draymond. I mean, this is. I mean, it scares me a little bit, Dibbs, because you're sort of really walking down some dangerous areas as far as the way you kind of characterize Draymond.
Yeah.
Then someone just called and threw in Ja Morant. I mean, come on, man. I mean, we're talking about totally different situations.
Yeah,
here.
and that's what I said, Austin. I immediately refuted that. So don't try to paint me with that same brush, Austin. But go ahead.
Yeah, I get it, but when you're on the radio, sort of suggesting that the guy's bad for the brand, and I mean, listen, the brand has done pretty well with Draymond. Last time I checked, Joe Lacob isn't getting any poorer. In fact, I think the brand's probably getting better. The Warriors as a brand, you take Draymond off that roster, and let's be honest. I mean, Clay and Steph are great guys, but they're not winning anything, and they were getting punked by people before. They had somebody that could actually be an enforcer, and they had, Iggy and those guys here. So let's not get it twisted. I mean, you got to have guys like Draymond as a coach. Absolutely. I think the league-wide, the players respect the fact that he stands up for his teammates, man. I mean, this whole notion that the guys wouldn't want to play for him, I think, is ridiculous. So I totally disagree with you, Dibley. You have your opinion, but I'm sure they wouldn't care too much, by the way. If you were the only guy that left, they probably wouldn't care that much, bro. Talk to you later.
Yeah,
Austin,
thanks, bro.
Austin, thanks. I don't know. That we didn't need that shot at the end, but
you shoot your shot, Austin. It's all you got.
It is all you got. That's true. I mean, look, it's an entertainment entity. I bet you'd agree with me here. Draymond not being a part of this current Warrior brand, it's a hell of a lot more boring. It's a hell of a lot more boring.
For sure. He does make it interesting. We're talking about Draymond Green on May 22nd, and they're not going to play basketball for 4.5 months.
He's easily the most talked about Warrior. It's not even close.
Right?
It's not even close. And one of his teammates is one of the greatest 10 players who's ever played. Yes, I said that.
Yeah.
Yes, I said that. So, I think there's branding there. All right. Much more on this. Those of you on hold, stay right there. We have time for your calls, 888-957-9570. But Draymond, the coach, potential Warrior offseason targets, and what the heck's going on at 49ers OTAs. These are all questions for Tim Kawakami of The Athletic, who joins us next. We're sponsored by the Alameda County Probation Department, Willard and Dibbs.
Want a career with purpose?
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, that's what we do on this show. And we aim to ask more great questions. And this time we're going to ask them to Tim Kawakami, Dibbs, of The Athletic.
I love Tim Kawakami.
We love Tim, who, of course, his TK pod is now a part of the our network and the Odyssey app, and you can, of course, find that and the QR codes there on YouTube and Twitch, and you can download it and check out the TK pod, which, for my money, has had some of the more important Bay Area sports conversations over the last year or two plus, for sure. And here he is, ladies and gentlemen. It's TK. Hi, Tim.
How you doing, Mark? Thanks for the plug. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. I mean everything I said, and I wonder if this conversation over the next couple of years might come up on the TK pod, which is this: like, did you take Steve Kerr's comments to Raj Mathai last week? Like, do you think it's a done deal that he's 2 years and done?
No. I mean, that's when the contract ends. When Steph Curry's contract ends, I mean, you could say the same thing, is that the end of the era. Likely to be the end of a lot of things, whether that means Steve Kerr's not coaching anymore or not. I think that's to be decided. There's so many things that have to happen. I think, we can look at it that way. I think I think Kerr kind of has to start thinking like that himself. He's got the Olympics this year, but things could develop in a way where you want to. If Steph Curry is still really good in 2 years and he says, I still want Steve Kerr as my coach, what are they going to do? Say, tough luck. Sorry, Steph. We're changing coaches. I don't think they're going to do that. So it's just so many different things are at play. I think, there's a reason why contracts have certain lengths, right? We're seeing that with Debo Samuels. We see it across the whole spectrum. But I don't think it could be set for sure. This is the end of it. I don't know. Maybe 50% chance. At this point. I don't know. But I think people have to prepare as if it could be the end. It could be the end of a lot of things in 2 years.
What do you think of the idea of Draymond Green possibly being the next coach? Because Draymond said that he and Joe Lacob have talked about it, and Joe said he sees Draymond as a guy who maybe would be somebody who could fill in for Steve Kerr. What do you think about Coach Green, Tim, for the Warriors?
Yeah. I guess you're going to ask me about that. I'm just going to say really good podcast stuff. It is good. Draymond's a great. I've told him this. He's a great podcaster, and that's all I'll say about that one.
That's well done. Right. I had a little bit more to say, but I have a feeling that you'll take my comments off the air, which were much more pointed about my displeasure over the idea. Yeah. So there you go.
It's a podcast thing. I'm a podcaster. I respect good podcasting.
There you go.
Game recognized game.
Yep.
There you go.
Couple of good podcasters. Tim Kawakami and Draymond Green. Okay, TK. This wasn't on your podcast. This was in your article. Specific targets and their likelihood for the Warriors this offseason. Give us a few names that are in the, and I don't know if you'd use the word likely, but in the likelier range.
Yeah, I mean, you try to spread out kind of an array of them. These big names, I just don't think they're going to get involved. They just don't have the wherewithal, the kind of the cap maneuverability. If they are indeed going to get under the second apron, which I'm sure they're going to want to do, and they could get under the luxury tax. If they're going to have any kind of restraint financially, they're going to not be able to get the Paul Georges, even LeBron or whatever. That whole list of guys, Tyrese Maxey, that they're not going to be in play for those guys, I don't think. And so then you're looking at, I think Brandon Ingram is like the best player that might be gettable. What that likelihood is, it depends a lot on what New Orleans is looking for. It depends on how you value Jonathan Kuminga, how you value the Warriors 2026 and 2028 first-round picks. Those are the two that they can trade
teams might love those. Like, after I wrote that, I started thinking like, teams might really like those picks, right? That might be like getting, I don't want to be insulting here, but that might be like getting a Charlotte's pick, right? You might get some great picks because Steph's only going to be good for so long. This thing might go through a downturn right then. So maybe those picks are going to be very valuable, but also they might be so valuable the Warriors might want to not want to trade them too, right? There's so many different factors here. I think Brandon Ingram and Jarrett Allen are the two really good players, and, differing opinions of both at this point, but they're both 25, 26. They're guys you can see being good right away with Steph Curry and Draymond and maybe Clay. Give the Warriors a better shot in a playoff series against one of the big four in the West. And I don't think they'd make them favorites, but they give them a shot at it. And then guys who maybe can be stars, the leading lights of that next wave. Now, they don't want to trade Kuminga. I think they would have to if they're going to get anybody of that caliber. So then you have to weigh that. But if you're trying to figure out like the biggest impact, I'd say it'd be on that level. It'd be on a Jarrett Allen. It'd be on Brandon Ingram level. Beyond that, I think it's much more realistic or reasonable if they really don't want to give up Kuminga. You're looking at guys like Bruce Brown, who obviously was missed desperately by the Nuggets, is in Toronto now, and they've got a team option. There's various ways that could play out. A swing man could, be that bigger wing kind of second unit guy. There's, Jalen Smith, who's in and out of Indiana's rotation, a shooting five. Again, these are not really sexy players, right? They're just not. But, Derek Lively and Daniel Gafford and P.J. Washington were not the sexiest acquisitions by the Mavericks. You add them to Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic, and they've got something here that's got a real shot to get the NBA Finals. I think that's what the Warriors are looking at, that level. They're always going to try for the home run. They're always going to try to get the star. Who knows? Maybe they got a pathway to one, but the way it's playing out, when you kind of lay out their cards and you kind of lay out the situation, if they're bringing back Clay, and I think they really want to, I just think it's more likely kind of the middle tier, make a couple of middle tier. Otto Porter Jr. was a minimum salary guy, and I think every Warriors fan knows what he meant to that 2022 championship run. David West from previous iterations, guys like that, maybe hit on a couple, don't have to burn every bit of thing you've got to trade, might be the rational way to go, might be where they're aiming.
Tim Kawakami from The Athletic, super podcaster here with Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. I had to get my Kawakami plug in there too. Mark was taking all the headlines. Tim, what's the plausibility of them getting something for Chris Paul in a trade?
Yeah, somebody's going to get the money. You're just basically dealing him as an expiring at this point. No, somebody's might want him to be the point guard. I think that's where CP really, he wants to be a starting point guard somewhere. He did not love coming off the bench. He made that clear throughout the season. He was a good teammate. He did it. Did not love it. I don't know where that spot is at the moment, but there might be a team that will take that $30 million and say, yeah, we absolutely want him to be our starting point guard. But it's mostly going to be for the money because you get, he becomes an expiring deal at that point. You still get 1 year of the leadership. You get a test drive him like the Warriors did, and the Warriors took a test drive and thought, you know what, $30 million is a little bit too much for us. Some other team might take a test drive and say, this guy's great. We want him back. But I don't think it's talent for talent. It's just hard to trade a 39-year-old point guard and get value back. It's the money. It's the matching. It's Chris Paul's contract at this point, plus a first-round pick, plus, whatever. You start adding it, and that's how you get a $30 million player back. There's no other way for them to do it, being over the cap line. You have to have a contract that's tradable, and preferably not long-term, preferably a very useful player. And some teams might really feel like Chris, and listen, the Suns could have used Chris Paul in the playoffs this year. I don't know that they've taken back, but you could just see some good team would want some leadership, can play him 28 minutes as the starter, and then knows it doesn't have to make a long-term commitment to him. I think that's the sweet spot for the Warriors. I can't tell you what team that is, however. I've kind of looked around. I'm not, San Antonio Spurs, that's not a contender, but they could be a contender very quickly. Is that a spot? I don't know. I don't even know what the Spurs could put together to give to the Warriors. I know who the Warriors would want, but they're not getting them. It becomes a tricky little piecing together you're moving Chris Paul, you're moving the contract. You're trying to make the contract fit. It's a salary matching device more than it is. At this point, it is a player value.
Tim, I know you spent some time the last couple of days in Santa Clara. What's your read on why Christian McCaffrey is not there?
I don't know. I mean, there's certainly been no indication tangible, but he has been at OTA. He was at OTAs last year. Tends to be that kind of guy. You look at his contractual situation, for such an incredibly valuable player, he's not making. He's making at the top of the running back market, but we know how devalued the running back spot is. But should it be, right? Should Christian McCaffrey really be making, one half of what Deebo Samuel makes? Maybe close to 1/3 of what Brandon Ayuk is about to make. You can understand if there's some discussion about that. Now, these are voluntary. I'll stress that they're voluntary. It's just notable because McCaffrey was at every single one of these last year and isn't here now. And usually, if you're in a contractual sort of thing, you skip. And we'll see if it gets really serious. If he's not here for the mandatory minicamp in June, then we'll know. But it wouldn't surprise me if there's some discussions. And he's like, you know what? While we're having discussions, while these things are in flux, I don't need to be at a voluntary thing. Wouldn't be surprised if that's it. I just don't know. That's usually a pretty good guess, though.
Yeah, you would figure it has a lot to do with the reason why Brandon Ayuk is not there, which we know is contractual. But Brock Purdy is there, his first real offseason. Is it fair to say that we can expect Brock Purdy to take another step forward in his development?
I think so. I mean, maybe not like that we can really tell on the field. It's going to be hard for him to put up better stats than he did last year. I just think in kind of command, in assurance. And if this isn't there, I know this other thing is there. Instead of searching for it. Talked to Brian Greasy. All the 49ers assistant coaches were available today. And I usually can't go to this annual thing. I'm usually covering some team in the playoffs, but is not in the playoffs right now. So I try to take advantage of it. Talked to Brandon Staley at length. Talked to Brian Greasy. And he kind of talked about, leadership. He talked about, just kind of command of, not command's probably the wrong word, but, just the presence in the locker room. And I think Purdy has risen, you've seen that build, you've seen things being put together, but, with the injury last offseason, with him being the 7th round pick as a rookie, going to camp as the 4th stringer, it's hard to just say, hey, I'm the dude now, right? I'm the guy. Everyone got hurt, so I'm the guy. And didn't really feel it last year. He's not, he's not that kind of chest out guy, but I think becoming, the guy, the quarterback, there's no question whatsoever that he's their offensive leader, right? He's the guy everything turns upon, and it's only going to get more and more as his season's under the belt. And I think Kyle Shanahan is totally happy with that. He wasn't always so sure about that with Garoppolo. Even when they won a lot of games, even when Jimmy played well, I don't think Shanahan all the way was willing to put everything on it. We could tell in the offseason when they would look at other guys. They are not looking at other guys. Brock Purdy is it. They're going to pay him an incredible, huge contract next season. And the fact that, Boza brought that up yesterday. Even when he gets his contract next season, he's not going to change. This is in the air around the 49ers. This is going to become Brock Purdy's team, if it isn't already. And kind of how does he feel with that? How does he meet that sense? And I think he's doing it. He's already being a little more colorful and playful in the media, right? We're already seeing that. I don't know if we'll call it swagger, but some of that, quarterbacks should have swagger. Guys got to want to believe, this crazy guy, when it's 3rd and 11 in the 4th quarter, he's so crazy, he's going to make that play. And I think kind of that's the next step for Brock Purdy. Not that anything was lacking before, not really, but one or two, three, three moments in a big game where guys are completely relaxed because Brock Purdy's in the huddle. That might make a big difference for a team that's been 2 plays away from 2 different Super Bowls. That might be, I think, where we feel the difference in Brock Purdy this season.
Tim, how's Pearsall look?
How's who? Oh, Pearsall. Yeah, he looks like a pro. Yeah, he looks like a pro. Again, he's not breaking out, 95-yard touchdown catches. It's hard to tell in this situation. But, I just look at him physically. He looks like a guy who gets in and out of cuts fast. He looks professional. You don't look at him and go, man, this guy, I don't know what they saw on him. And that doesn't happen all the time. It did happen when they drafted A.J. Jenkins way back when. Like, immediately, that was clear. Sometimes you can see, or sometimes guys just surprise you with how great they look. I just think Pearsall looks like, that's what a number one pick, 30, whatever pick, 31st pick, that's what he's supposed to look like. He looks like he's aware. He looks like he's at rhythm. He's at speed. Nobody's waiting for him to catch up. He's not intimidated. There's a couple, tight balls that he was involved with yesterday. One he caught, one he didn't. But, DBs are on top of him. He's competing with them. I can't predict what the number is going to be for catches or whatever, or how much playing time he really gets if Ayuk and Debo are still locked in at those spots. But he looks professional, and I think that's kind of the baseline for a camp like this. Like, does he just look like he belongs on the field with everybody else? And absolutely he does.
You mentioned Brandon Staley. What do you think his role is going to be for this staff this year?
Yeah, I think they're figuring it out, but I think he goes into it as kind of like Kyle and John's guy. He kept saying that. Like, Nick Sorensen, defensive coordinator, no question, he's calling it, he's running the meetings. But Staley kept talking about, like, I'm going to do what Kyle and John need me to do. I'm going to do it. And it's going to be like, I don't know, like a liaison, like whatever. When Kyle's got too much time, he's got to spend much more time on third down offense. I need you to kind of talk to this other assistant about this. Or if you see a thing in the game plan that you don't love, come to me and we'll talk about it. I think it's just much more holistic. It's general. It's, it's not, the literally assistant head coach. Like, he is kind of like overview, obviously with a defensive focus. DBs is his specialty. I do think, I'll be a little cynical, I do think he's kind of backup defensive coordinator. Like, he's sort of there. If things aren't working out with Sorensen, I think they would have loved to have had Staley around during Steve Wilkes' tenure, right? Like, they would have loved to have someone else they could turn to. And so maybe that's like a back end part of this, the emergency part of this. It's not on the front vision, but that's in the back end. On the beginning of it, it's just kind of take a look at things. Like, you've been a head coach, you've been through this, you've run your schemes, you run a different kind of system than we do. You defended the Shanahan offense. What do you think about when I do this with my tight ends? Or what are you thinking about? And I think some of that's already come into play. He's been fired. He's been all these things. I think they're really, Anthony Lynn has been the assistant head coach for a couple of years, but not, he was running backs, wasn't exactly like, in charge of anything beyond that. He wasn't an administrator. He got that because of the respect they had for him as a former head coach, respect he's got carries in the league. Staley, I think, is more like a Shanahan Lynch sounding board, or like, you come to us with big ideas. What do you think? We got something that we're not sure about. What do you think? And they'll figure it out. But he kept saying, I'm going back over the tape now. What's your relationship with Nick Sorensen? What's your role? Well, I like Nick, and I'm going to hear what Kyle and John want me to do. I'm here for Kyle and John. The team. I'm teaming up with Kyle and John. That doesn't mean he supersedes Sorensen. I just think it's off to the side of Sorensen, it's a kind of a larger view of the goings on. That when Kyle and John are like immersed in something else, he can kind of say, "Hey, there's something over here that maybe let's talk about." That's I think the vision they have for him this season.
He's just like Draymond. He's a podcaster. Tim Kawakami, right here on you are on 95.7 The Game. Thank you, Tim.
You got it, guys.
Okay, there he goes. That's TK, and he's a podcaster, and he did not seem to want to entertain the idea of Draymond Green as a coach in the NBA.
That was a next question, and I had a feeling he would say that. And usually when somebody has that take, that opinion, it's, he doesn't want to be on the record saying what I have said on the record, which I guess I'm not a podcaster, and I'm on the air 20 hours a week, and it's important that we have opinions, and that's just an opinion I feel strongly about.
Well, and it's also this. I read what Tim's saying as, look, that is very unlikely to happen.
Right.
But that does not mean, in my opinion, that it's not discussion worthy, because we're talking about at least 2 years down the road, and we're talking more about a conversation that has taken place. And Tom Izzo came on with us earlier, said he thinks Draymond would be a phenomenal coach. I think the heavy betting favorite is that Draymond Green's going to be a big-time, and I mean big-time, NBA analyst after his career. Could that twist and turn into coaching? Yeah. Absolutely.
We've seen it before, and we're about to see it again. If J.J. Redick gets the job with the Lakers, he's going from broadcasting from the court to the booth into the sideline as a coach. And a guy named Steve Kerr did the same thing. Mark Jackson did the same thing. And you've seen it many times before, so it wouldn't be that out of the ordinary for it to happen. And maybe that's the best way for Draymond to go about it. Take a few years and get in the media and, get a little distance away from the game, a little bit of, extra maturity and, be able to figure out exactly how you want to do this.
Let's go to Gene in Oakland on this very discussion. Hi, Gene. What's up?
Hey, guys. Hey, Dibs, listen, of all you guys on 95.7, I would have to say I agree with you probably at least as much and maybe more than all of them put together. So,
crap.
But I'm in total disagreement on Draymond. Okay, listen, I frankly think he would be a great coach. All right, I think he's a coach already. He's a coach on the floor. All right, when he's on the floor, he helps get everybody in defensive positions. He's talking to people. Our defense is significantly better when he's on the floor. He talks to them off the floor, as far as I know. He's respected in the locker room, albeit, he did have that one terrible experience and, lost the locker room a year ago. But by all, indications, the guy, off the court is he's a perfect citizen. He's basically a good family man, good father, good husband. He belongs to more charitable and community organizations than I can remember. And I think that in time, I think he'd be perfect. I hope he stays with the organization, whether it's coaching or maybe even being a general manager one day. I want him to stay with this community. But it all depends on whether he can get that rage problem under control, which I think he's making every effort to do. I look at it as a sickness, and he's trying to deal with it. He's going to have 2 and maybe even 3 years. Doesn't he have an option after 2 years?
He does.
For a third?
Yeah,
okay.
two more years and a player option.
All right. So we're looking at 3 years for him to show, that he can get control of this. And if he can, by all means, he should have that opportunity. I want Draymond to stay here and be part of this community.
Yeah, thanks, Gene. Here's what I would say. Like, even if I have sort of expressed on today's show leaning more in the direction that Gene is, there's too many firm statements in that call for me. In other words, what I said to you about the idea of Draymond coaching, I'm intrigued and I'd be open-minded. I'm not in the camp of, 1,000% he'd be great at this.
Right.
I don't know. I'd be intrigued. I'd be open-minded. To me, the story of our conversation, me and you, is not the idea that you don't think he'd be a good coach. It's that you are completely closed off to even the idea of it.
He could go be a coach at Charlotte.
Well, and I'm talking about with the Warriors.
Oh, yeah. I'm closed off to it with the Golden State Warriors. And maybe if it's a 10-year gap, my tune will change. But right now, the way I feel about Draymond Green, I'm good on Draymond Green. I'm looking forward to the time when Draymond Green is not a Golden State Warrior anymore. Assuming that they're not going to win anymore, and I don't think that they're going to win championships again, watching Draymond play is not as enjoyable as watching many other guys play.
You want him gone ASAP. Is that like?
I mean, if they can get something back for him, sure.
How would you describe it? No, but you
trade him.
I look forward to the time where he's not on the team anymore.
Yes.
So, I mean, do you even care how that comes to be?
No. I mean, I would love for them to trade him and get something back for him.
Yeah.
I don't want to see them just, get nothing back because I enjoy having this team be good and competitive and all the rest of it. But I don't watch Warrior basketball now and think, man, I got to get out to the arena to see Draymond Green play.
Yeah. All right. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. 888-957-9570. Your thoughts on the idea of Draymond Green being a coach for the Warriors or even the coach for the Warriors. And we will also play for you why we're asking that question. There are 2 comments you absolutely must hear. He talks about the conversations he's had with Joe Lacob about coaching, and also talks about what he would rather do than leave the Warriors. You're going to want to hear both of these if you're a fan of the team. That's next on Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Happy Memorial Day from Safeway.
to get me aggravated, huh?
Yep. Yep.
You know what my Twitter feed will look like if I answer your questions?
On 95.7 The Game.
You know what today is, Dibs?
I'm angry, Jeff. That's awesome.
It's an aggravation sensation.
It is. You got me aggravated early.
Cha-ching!
I came in hot.
Well, it's not hard.
Well,
all you got to do is say nice things about Draymond Green.
I mean,
I do
Joe Lacob says he wants me to coach.
Well,
there's a show. Yeah.
He did.
Yeah, he did.
He did. Here it is. Draymond Green on the Point Game podcast with John Wall.
With the conversations that I've had with Joe Lacob over the years and him saying to me, like, yo, when you're done, I can see you one day coaching this team when Steve's done. Like, I can see you working with this team. Like, I would love to see that. That means the world to me because that means the man that owned the organization that I play for is watching me play basketball and saying, this guy can one day coach my team.
Now, he goes on to say that at least at this moment in his life, that does not really sound terribly interesting to him.
Right.
Because he doesn't want to be on the NBA schedule.
On the grind. And
because
he
you miss
missed
a lot.
watching his son learn to walk.
Yeah.
And I get that. That's got to be hard when you're out there doing 82 games and the travel and the dedication and all the rest of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, the other side to it, though, is that, this has kind of been the push-pull all along. I know, and you know, and I think most people have heard, that inside the organization, are there Draymond Green-related frustrations? Well, yeah, absolutely. However, from the outside, we always go, God, they forgive him for everything. Now, why do you think they do that? We've often said, well, it's because they want to win. I also do think it is because they do know a different Draymond than we do. Remember, Draymond Green's, if you want to call them struggles, his antics, as everyone says,
yep.
When do they happen?
On the floor.
Okay,
mostly.
During the game. What do we see?
Him during the game.
The game.
Yeah.
What else do we see?
The podcast.
Right.
The broadcaster.
We don't. We his behavior. We don't get to see any of it unless there's a hidden camera from the rafters and he's punching a teammate. And to our knowledge, that's happened one time.
Yeah, once.
One time, right? So I do think this. I think that we, the public, we have a little bit of a skewed view of who Draymond is because the only thing we see is the antics. We get 2 to 3 nights a week and we get antics from 7:15 until 9:40. And we get antics. And that is hard for us because we're also invested in the outcome of these basketball games. I think that the rest of the organization, the teammates, the coaches, the staff, whatever, they get all kinds of other stuff from Draymond Green that is largely positive. It is my perception based on what they've said to us. Or else, why would they all behave the way they behave?
Right. And they behave in such a way that he gets a 4-year, $100 million contract after punching a teammate in the face and after, getting suspended indefinitely from the league for on-court antics.
Yes.
And I know that happened after the contract, but to your point, they have never shied away from their devotion to Draymond Green through all of it. So yes, they see him in a different light than we do. All we see is what we're allowed to see, which is game action and, the things that he puts out there on his podcast and when he goes inside the NBA on TNT and we see how he comports himself there, and Shaq's podcast where he's calling Yusuf Nurkic soft and he's made fun of Rudy Gobert and other players. That's all we really get a chance to see about Draymond Green other than watching him play basketball.
Well, I also think, look, we've arrived at an interesting time in whether you want to call it content or even just the way that we all sort of talk to each other. You look at how a presidential election sounds now versus what it sounded like 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago.
It's all very different, and controversy is now more accepted. Saying it, what you weren't supposed to say back in the day, is now much more acceptable. So does that make someone like Draymond Green much more, quote-unquote, head coaching material than would have been true in the past? This just happened moments ago. The Wolves are getting ready to take on the Mavs. The inside the NBA set is right there in the arena. It's Ernie and Shaq and Chuck and Kenny, and right in the middle of the set is Draymond Green. And what do you think the Minnesota crowd sounded like?
Meantime, we've mentioned how long it's been, Draymond, that since we've had the Minnesota Timberwolves in the Western Conference Finals, goes back.
If you can't catch what the crowd is saying,
I caught it.
Draymond sucks is the chant.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that is a terrible thing for quote unquote branding. I know it may not be it's not everybody's cup of tea, but entertainment entity.
Right.
Like,
it moves the needle.
Sure does.
He moves the needle, and you mentioned it. If Draymond Green wasn't around, things would be a lot less interesting. Here we are doing a show about Draymond Green and something he said on a podcast, and it's May 22nd. Normally, we'd be talking about Draymond Green, the basketball player, and the Golden State Warriors, hopefully in the Western Conference Finals. We'd be talking about, can they win and can they advance? Can they get one for the thumb and all the rest of it? But instead, we're talking about his own comments about Joe Lacob, saying that Joe Lacob could see him maybe being a coach that replaces Steve Kerr. So, yeah, Draymond moves the needle. I get that. And you don't hear the fans in Minnesota chanting, Kenny sucks, or Ernie sucks, or Shaq sucks, or Charles. I mean, Charles has gotten the ire.
We do that here.
We sure do. But Draymond is a guy who, if he moves on to the media, he's going to definitely move the needle.
I also just think this, I think we've arrived at a time where we have to be a little bit more open to outside the box. I remember having conversations when John Lynch was hired as the general manager of the Niners. And there were people who were like, what the hell is that? What has John Lynch done to be qualified to be a general manager? He's played safety, and then he's been a broadcaster. How the hell is that guy going to run the cap for the San Francisco 49ers? Well, sometimes, and I think we're getting better at this, just go find a smart person who knows the industry. Like, what are you looking for in a head coach? I'd be looking for somebody who's got a big personality, who can inspire players, get their attention, who really knows basketball and knows how to manage egos. I don't think I said anything there that Draymond can't do.
Oh, he can't. I don't know if he can manage egos. Jordan Poole had a big ego. How did he do managing that ego?
Well, that's different. That's ego.
I don't know if it's that different.
It's different. That's
Jordan
ego,
Poole was his little brother.
That's ego that was directed at him. That's different than you would have as a head coach, unless Latrell Sprewell's running around with a 2x4.
Right, but this was a teammate who, was probably running his mouth more than the veterans, and it wasn't just Draymond, because Clay had those comments after their trip to Asia, and
you don't trash
Clay came back
coach.
And said, Clay said what he said, and you could see that Steph eventually became frustrated. But as far as ego management goes, that to me is an area that I don't think that he can walk in and necessarily navigate. What if he has another player like Jordan Poole who is equally cocksure and having his own feelings about what he's doing and whatnot? Draymond's going to have to figure out how to navigate that.
I'm
not saying he's going to go immediately from zero to punch.
No, but there's no way that would ever happen to a head coach. That's a different dynamic. And I'd argue that Draymond has managed many huge egos because he has literally been the central figure of leadership for a highly successful team.
But he's not been the leader. To me, there's a big difference when you're not the head coach. You got Steph, you've got Clay, you've got KD, you have David West, you had Sean Livingston, you had Andre Iguodala. You had other people who had more leadership gravitas than he did.
Oh, goodness.
You tell me that Andre Iguodala is not a leader of that team?
That's not what you said. You said
he was one of the people I mentioned.
More leadership gravitas than Draymond.
You tell me when Sean Livingston was there, he didn't have more of a leadership voice than Draymond Green? Absolutely.
Not even close.
Sean Livingston, one of the OGs. And David West?
Sean Livingston is a bench player.
Yes, but he's a guy who's been around a lot longer, and he's a guy who's an older player.
Like you've literally...
It doesn't only work like, if you're good, then you get a voice.
No, but like there's never been a moment in this dynasty, except for the very early years, where anyone would say anyone other than Draymond when asked, who's your vocal leader? And I'd argue that from some leadership characteristics, whoever the player leader is often more important than the head coach in terms of leadership. The head coach is a different kind of leader. That's the guy that's upstairs.
Right.
Yes, he needs to but he's not in there. He's not a compadre. He's not at the next locker. Like, in terms of mentorship of young players, who matters more, your teammate or the coach? I totally would argue the teammate. Wouldn't you?
Depends on the player and depends on the construct. And Draymond's leadership was a big reason why KD decided he wanted to fly the coop because of Draymond's quote-unquote leadership. So he drove that player out. And, it's not like he's been flawless as a leader. That's for sure.
No.
Barking at his own head coach and drove Kevin Durant out and punched Jordan Poole. I just think that ego management is an area that I would say that he falls short of the bar.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First-Class Money Market today. I can't argue those shortcomings. I can, again, stick with the same argument, which is we point to those things because they're the only things we know.
Sure.
There's no national news story when it's like, boy, Draymond crushed that leadership with that young player over there. I mean, we asked Festus Ezeli this a few weeks ago. This is absolutely one of my favorite teammates I've ever had. Helped me out in so many different ways. That happens all the time, I would argue, with Draymond, but there's no story about that. There's only a story when he and Kevin Durant yell at each other, or if after a game or at halftime, he and Steve Kerr are yelling at one another, or there's the punching of a teammate. Obvious shortcomings. Obvious.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of good in that area too we never get to know about.
But we also never hear teammates or former teammates come out and say anything negative about Draymond or any other former teammate. These guys don't do that. So you don't hear the negative.
It's happening on podcasts all the time now.
Right.
People are firing on one another every day.
Draymond's firing on guys who he didn't play with.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
And guys are firing on him and other people too.
Yeah. And so that to me doesn't show much leadership. You say what you ever want to say. It's your podcast or you're a guest on a pod. You can say whatever you want, but that to me is not an endearing quality in a guy who wants to be a coach.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily.
If he does.
Yeah, I might agree with you on endearing. I don't know if that's what I'm going for with my head coach, though. We'll go back to the phones on this in a sec, but we do have some breaking news.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
All right, the 2023-2024 All-NBA team has been announced. Where do you think Steph Curry landed? Here is the first team, All-NBA. It is Nikola Jokic, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and the guards, Luka Doncic and Jason Tatum. There's your first team. Second team, Jalen Brunson, Anthony Davis, Kevin Durant, Anthony Edwards, and Kawhi Leonard. That's your second team. Third team, Devin Booker, Tyrese Halliburton, LeBron James, Domantas Sabonis, and Steph Curry.
The chef.
The chef comes in as a third team All-NBA player. 26th player in NBA history to earn at least 10 career All-NBA team selections.
It's pretty awesome.
Yep.
And I think he joins LeBron James on that list. I would imagine he's been more than 10 times in the All-NBA in his 21 years. And Kevin Durant's probably knocking on that door if he's not already there. I don't have the list of the other 25 in front of me, but you think about that as a longtime Warrior fan when you wouldn't get maybe anybody in the All-Star game and you wouldn't get anybody who would be an All-NBA team selection, and now you've got a guy who is a 10-time All-NBA selection. That's pretty awesome.
I tell you, the one that jumps off the page to me is a little bit of an eyebrow raiser. Kawhi Leonard, second team. I thought you had to play basketball to make this list.
Well, he obviously played the requisite 65 games.
Barely.
Did he?
Played 68.
Oh, you looked at it?
Yeah. He played 68 this year.
Yeah, and I think that he was really good early, and then he kind of had a little bit of a late Kawhi.
I mean, he's obviously an awesome player, but they had so many sort of like name value, leading scorer type guys. I thought based on that roster, the Clippers kind of played an indifferent feeling season at times, and he is the absolute face of indifference when it comes to the NBA the last 3 or 4 years.
No doubt.
The face of it.
And you're not going to get me to sit here and defend Kawhi Leonard. It's not something that I've ever done. When healthy, he is an unbelievable player, and we talk a lot about contributing to winning. He contributes to winning, and he's done it at multiple stops, and he did it against the Warriors in Toronto, and he certainly did it in San Antonio when he was a young player and they won the title, but he's been unable to be healthy enough. And even in the postseason, how many of those games did he miss? Did he miss 3 or 4 in that series against Dallas? It felt like he missed almost the entire series, right?
I'll let Willard find that out. I do have a factoid to add here. You're talking about Steph joining LeBron as double-digit All-NBA selections. He does. LeBron, though, is now in a category all by himself, the first player in NBA history to have 20 All-NBA selections. This year was his 20th All-NBA honor.
I'm just looking at that. 13 first team, and he's got 3 second team and now 4 third teams. Kobe and Kareem and Tim Duncan with 15. The only other active player with more than Steph is Kevin Durant, LeBron James, as mentioned, and Chris Paul, Mark. Chris Paul with 11 All-NBA selections in his career.
If I'm looking at this correctly, would it make sense that the Clippers and Dallas series was late April, right?
Yeah.
Kawhi played in 2
of the 6.
2 of the 6.
Yeah.
Both losses.
Yeah.
And averaged 12 points per game.
Yeah. It just...
Second team, All-NBA.
Well, okay. And again, it's a regular season award, as you know. You don't vote after the postseason. No. All these votes were in before the fizzle.
I understand, but I'm looking at third-team players such as Steph or even LeBron James or even Halliburton. I'm going, those guys all had a bigger imprint, in my opinion, on this year in the NBA than Kawhi Leonard did, in my opinion. I would have gone with any of those guys over Kawhi Leonard. However, I will not be losing any sleep.
Okay.
I will not be losing. Don't worry about that.
Because I know that when you hit the pillow, it is all over.
It's gone. Let's go to Rob in Richmond. Rob, thanks for calling the show. What are you doing?
I just actually got some nice flowers for my pot for my porch.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Nice. Look at you being a DIY guy.
A good. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to chime in. I did all 4 Uber towers for Master Painting DC 16 Union, the 2 that are attached to the Chase Center. And we got to meet Draymond Green several times, and he was the most lovable guy. I don't mean to keep dripping names. We met them all. These were back in the days. But Dibley, having a bad day? I've met you several times and got a lot of pictures with you too. I don't know why you're so down on Draymond and the shortstop for the Giants. Just doesn't sound like a good day for you.
It's actually a fantastic day. I'm actually having a great day.
Thanks, Rob.
And let the Dibber eat is what you need to do. And I've been very clear, and I think I've been very eloquent. Maybe I'm not as sunshiny and goofbally as you want me to be, but
don't call yourself eloquent. That's not a good look.
Very eloquent. I've been well spoken. Okay. My points have been well reasoned, and you can agree or disagree, but this is how I feel. And we can get into shortstops maybe later or maybe tomorrow, but it's a different topic. For me and Draymond Green, I've felt this way for a long time. It doesn't mean that I'm in a bad mood or I'm having a bad day just because I don't want him to be the coach of the Golden State Warriors.
Well, okay, hang on. Not to disagree with anything you just said, because you're
allowed to.
You're a very eloquent man.
Thank you.
You have gone much, much further than the idea of I don't want Draymond Green to be the head coach of the Warriors. You went way past that. You flew by that and waved out your window because you said, and you have grown up a Warriors fan first over any other sports team in the history of ever. And you have said twice that if Draymond were ever the head coach of the team, you turn it in your wings.
I'm out.
That's a very, I'm not going to let you underplay that.
I'm not trying to underplay it.
That is an incredibly firm statement of disavowance based on what is obviously simply just a fun idea.
Right.
But that's a big, and so the fact that people are reacting to that, I'm going to back them because I reacted.
Well, you can react to that, but for you to imply that I'm having a bad day because I have a passionate opinion about that, you're wrong.
No, that's just the way. He's not here. He's not sitting here talking to you. That's just his way of asking, like, wow. Right. I felt the same way where it's like, wow, that's a big statement.
And that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, and I think what people are reacting to is trying to figure out if that's like a bluster or sarcastic kind of a thing. It's almost like when someone says, "Oh, I'm going to kill you." It's like, well, no, you're not actually going to murder the person. You know what I mean? Like, I think people are trying to figure out, is this an overstatement in order to try to really accentuate how firm you are about it? Or like, do you actually mean that? Is it that much of a turnoff to you that you would go pick a new basketball team?
Oh, yeah. The Utah Jazz. Got my eyes on Utah.
No, but for real?
For real. For real. It's that much of a turnoff to me.
And therefore, I think fair to go, all right, let's explore the depths. The idea of not liking Draymond, that's not, thousands of people listening feel that way about Draymond Green. I don't know that a very large percentage feels that about Draymond Green. So that's worth, I think, exploration.
Of course it's worth exploration. We've done the majority of the show on it.
You know what that is.
Yeah, it's a conversation is what we're having.
No, it's an exploration sensation.
Oh, yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Don't keep up, will you?
I'm trying.
Out loud.
I'm trying. I'm trying to stay edgy here. I'm trying to stay angry, Mark, because I do.
That's awesome.
I do feel that. Thank you. I do feel that. It would be,
Jeff. That's awesome.
That level of a turnoff for me. That they would choose to go in that direction. A guy who, he's been a great Warrior. I'm not going to discount what he's done, but you reach a point where enough's enough. And I'm sure there are former Giants who, if they came back to manage the team, it would be tough for you to...
Oh, Aubrey Huff.
That'd be one.
Okay, but...
I was thinking A.J. Przinsky to try to, ease our way into the water. I didn't want to go straight to Aubrey Huff.
Yeah, Przinsky.
But if he became the skip, if Aubrey Huff was the new skipper... I'm not saying you would disavow your fandom, but you would be quite upset, I would imagine.
And I think you just pointed to why some of us have questions of your statement, because to put Aubrey Huff and Draymond Green in the same sentence is a tough one for me. That's a tough one for me.
Sure.
Right? And that's what I'm getting at. Like,
well, there are names you could use that are short of Aubrey Huff that maybe would move you in a similar direction.
I don't know. Like former Giants that'll like really, really bother me at such a level. I don't know. Yeah.
Jock Peterson.
I might have qualification questions there.
He's kind of tearing it up for the D-backs right now.
Is he? I haven't even, I'm not a fan.
He hit a homer last night against the Dodgers.
Well, then good for him. Bay Area legend, forever Giant. No, my question in the end has been the same all along. For those of you who are that turned off
about the idea of Draymond Green, quote, representing your franchise, my question is, why don't you feel like that's already happening? He's totally already representing your franchise nightly.
Yeah, but he's not the representative like he would be as the head coach.
I don't
and
think
that's what I've been, trying to relay to you in the audience.
I hear you. My opinion being there is not the representative of the Warriors. There is not one person. If I asked you who's a bigger rep, Steve Kerr or Steph Curry, you'd have a hard time answering that question. I don't know. It's probably different for different people. Yeah, like who represents the Warriors? A bunch of people do.
Well, if you went around the globe and you asked about the Warriors, more people would say Steph Curry than they would say Steve Kerr.
And then probably more people would say Draymond Green than Steve Kerr.
That's interesting. I think if you go outside the bubble and outside the market.
Like who's more globally recognized? I would argue probably Draymond. The way that especially overseas fans are. I mean, I know Steve Kerr is one of the handful of NBA coaches we can name.
Yeah. Well, certainly if you're not a diehard fan or if you're outside the area or outside the country, Steve Kerr would be one of those people that you would be able to name.
Like, again, Steve Kerr comes and talks to us every single week, so we're super tapped into who's the head coach of the Warriors. Ask me how many other head coaches I could name in the NBA. Roll off all the teams. I bet I would bat.
Probably 12.
I'd bat under 100. I'm not even kidding. You know why?
You do better than you think, but
do you know why it'd be so bad? Because I don't care.
Right, you care about the players.
I don't care who coaches your team. I know a few. Thibs ran the Knicks into the ground. Sweet. Who's coaching the Bucks this week? Great.
He still is.
Great.
Somehow.
Right? But they're
you get Miami.
They're big-time teams, right? Dallas is about to play. Okay, Carlisle, I got you. Okay, Finchy, because you've become this name. Mike Malone, you're screaming at your press conference.
Carlisle's back in Indiana.
Right, well, there you go.
Jason Kidd in Dallas.
Jason Kidd. Yep. See, I don't even know. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. And on most of you, I don't know. Who's the coach of the Oklahoma City Thunder? A dude. Somebody coaches Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Chet
Art
Holmgren.
Dagnall.
There you go. Somebody with a K or a C. What's he got?
A K.
All right, then he's a good guy.
I don't like him.
I'm in on Mark, whatever the hell you said his last name. Who
good
cares?
Young coach. Yeah.
Great. Call me when it matters.
Finchy in Minnesota. It matters.
Not in terms of global.
Finchy coached circles around Michael Malone.
And his name didn't even come up until Steiny started having a man crush on him at Christmas time.
Well, because he grew up with the guy.
Right.
They went to college together.
Speaking of coaches you may not know, do you guys know who the NBA's Coach of the Year was this year?
Sure.
They already voted on it?
Mm-hmm. Already been named, already been announced.
Oh, jeez.
Hang on. Game show.
Da-da-da.
NBA Coach of the Year.
No, what?
What?
You can't Google.
No, I'm not Googling.
You Googling?
No, I'm not Googling. I swear I'm not Googling. NBA Coach of the Year was probably,
You got to Google it.
Yeah, I don't know. Was it whoever? I would guess whoever was with Finch or Mark with a K. Like those should have been it.
Dagno.
Yeah.
It's one of those two. Make a guess.
It should have been one of those. All right. When do they vote? Is it after the regular season's
Yes.
totally over?
Yeah.
All right, we'll go with Mark with a K.
Yeah. You guys really ruined the bit.
Why?
Should have been like, I have no clue. Well, it's the guy you're just talking about.
Well, that was the other reason I guessed it. I'm like, that's probably why it just came up. Yeah. Who cares? Oh, Darvin Ham. You know who doesn't care anymore? Most teams.
Apparently.
We're obsessed with JJ Redick. He's 39 and hosts a podcast with LeBron. And Pat Riley's name is coming up as a comparison to JJ Redick.
Because he's got great hair. That's why.
What are we doing?
Well,
they don't care. Why should I care?
Well, what is LeBron doing? Because he'll be on his 10th head coach when they eventually settle on a head coach, assuming that he still is a Lakers when the next year comes around.
Right.
So maybe he doesn't care.
Doesn't seem like he does.
Right. So heck, why do I care? Go ahead, Draymond. Coach the Niners too while you're at it.
That'd be great. He's got kind of a football mentality.
Yeah.
You wouldn't even notice his antics if it was in football.
His antics would fit right in.
You wouldn't even notice a damn thing.
Well, and you know what? His antics wouldn't be his antics on a football field.
What do you mean?
I mean, it'd be hard for him to find somebody that he can push around like he does on the basketball court.
Well, except for
going after Yusuf Nurkic, who he called the softest player in the league, and Rudy Gobert. And, he goes at certain players.
Yeah, but if you do those things on a football field, you don't even get flagged, let alone suspended.
Right. There's another play, and those players then go at you as well.
Burns in Fremont. Hi, Burns. What are you doing?
Just picking up some cutwaters for my buddy's birthday tonight, and just flaming over Dibs. Dude, it's not that you're having a bad day. You're just a straight hater, my friend. Just straight hater, dude. And I almost feel that you are what I say, intimidated by a strong black man, dude. You being so dang white and your comments seem so white, dude. That's just pure whiteness coming out of you. Bottom line, dude, stupid rat on the freaking table is, look, I'm running red lights because of this.
Woo! Boy.
The rat on the table is there would be no titles without Draymond. I want you to say that on the air.
I already have said that, my friend. Just get your cut water and take your race baiting and bring that somewhere else. It has nothing to do with his skin color or my whiteness or me being intimidated. I'm not intimidated by Draymond Green. I just don't like the antics, and I don't want to see the antics patrolling the sideline for the team that I love. It has nothing to do with where he's from, where I'm from, or intimidation. So we go ahead and save that for someone else and for another day.
But what about what if he did a good job? Like, what happened to this? Is almost the conversation, and again, like the whole race angle of things like Trey Lance and Brock Purdy. You remember that,
right?
And I think for a lot of us, the final straw for me is simply the idea of like I want the quarterback to be the one who does the job the best. So I don't care if I don't care if you're black. I don't care if you're white. I don't care if you're quiet. I don't care if you're loud. I don't care if you kind of push people's buttons. I don't care if you're Tony Dungy and you pray 7,000 times a day. I don't care. I would like whoever does the job best. And so that's my answer on the Draymond sort of fun question. I'm not even saying that he's clearly who should succeed, Steve Kerr. But I'm intrigued because I'm like, what if he did a great job? I think it sounds to many, let me make sure you speak for you. What if he did get the job and you've said you then disavow the team? What if he came in and did a great job? Would you come back?
Oh, I'm back.
You would.
First game, first night they win, I'm back in. Of course not, Mark. I mean,
so then what's that about? I think that's why it feels personal. Maybe
I don't think that it's personal.
It's not.
For me, it comes down to how I feel about his antics. And yeah, if he comes in after a 7-year break and he presents himself as a different person, and he comes in and they're going to come out and they win. Fine, they win.
So does the coach needs certain personality characteristics?
No, for me, it's more about his personality characteristics that are a turnoff to me, and what he's been, the way he's carried himself as a player. So if he goes from being a player right to being a coach, that would not be something that I would be that into.
Okay. What if there was a break? More open to it?
Probably, depending on how he comes in and how he presents himself. And for me, it's about being the leader of the brand. And right now, I don't think that he gives off an impression that I'm that in favor of.
What if he was an assistant coach in charge of defense?
Well, then it's not as much of a factor because he's not the head coach.
Right, but then...
Maybe he's a second row guy and he's the video coordinator. Or
No. Like the Mike Brown role. In charge of the defense, which I think he is incredibly qualified for.
Yeah.
And it also sets him up to be a candidate for head coach sometime after that. What if that were a track? Does that bother you or less? Or
it probably bothers me less, because he's not, going to be the one who's out front and, the front-facing person in the organization.
Okay. Yeah, I just find I find all of it interesting. Aaron on 680. Hi, Aaron. What's cooking, man? What are you doing?
Not too much, man. I'm on 680. I call you guys the Sano Grade Busters.
Oh, yeah? How'd we do today?
Well, you haven't cut it yet. I'm getting there.
Okay, good.
Hey, previous comment, by the way, completely outrageous. Totally uncalled for. With regard to this current line of discussion, haven't we been talking all week on this low news cycle week about how Steve Kerr has been so vital to the success of the Warriors? Bringing in all these former players and experts talking about how key he's been and crucial. And then I'm hearing Willard make comments about not knowing who coaches are and how he's indifferent to them. And it could be Draymond or it could be anybody else.
Whoa, yeah, nope, stop right there. You are completely misunderstanding my point, Aaron. We're having a conversation about branding. At no point did I say the coach doesn't matter. Did not. I said I don't care. I don't care who the Thunder coach is. At no point did I say that the job he's doing doesn't matter. Do you understand the difference?
Yeah, so you're saying that you don't care about the coach, who the coach is as a person, as much as the job that he does.
Well, and I also don't care who the coach is of teams I don't care about. So we were having a conversation about branding, leadership in terms of the imprint that it has globally. And so certain coaches are going to earn that, but you only earn that through time. I think that some teams are trying to find that earlier. That's why they're hiring big-name former players right when they retire, like a Steve Nash. There's name value there. There's branding there. I think that would be one of the accolades for Draymond Green if something like this were to happen. But that's all I'm saying. I just want to make sure we get that clear. I'm not saying that the job of head coach does not have a positive effect on the team. I'm simply saying, like, for instance, who coaches the Orlando Magic right now? I don't care.
I see.
You know what I mean?
Well, I would counter. I understand what you mean.
Yeah.
I would counter that the Warriors, having ascended to their position amongst the elite of this national sports franchises in this country, if they're going from the branding of the Bay to the branding of Steph Curry to the branding exemplified by Draymond Green, and I tell you, I love him as a player, that would be a downgrade.
Well,
thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. And that's a completely fair opinion, and I understand it. I'm just telling you that the way I would react to that is sort of by going ... Like if they announced right now, Draymond Green's going to play for 2 more years, and then Steve Kerr is going to retire and Draymond's going to take over. My immediate response would be like, well, I would be very interested to see how that works. And I might even have certain portions of it where I'd be skeptical. But I tend to treat most coaching hires. I did this with Gabe Kapler when we sat there at the press conference, and there was a half-angry mob in the room because Gabe had been part of the Dodgers when something happened that wasn't even on his watch, and he wasn't even in the city where it happened, but we wanted to attack him because this happened. Some minor leaguers are misbehaving in another city, in another state, and so we're livid that Gabe Kapler's been hired. And my immediate response was, well, let's see how he does. And if he stinks, he'll be out of here. And that is, in the end, what happened. He also won a Manager of the Year award along the way.
Right.
So, like, I would just be intrigued and open-minded. Doesn't mean he's going to be great, but I'm not turned off by what I see as a player to the point where I'm, like, completely unaccepting of the mere idea. That's all.
Yeah. And I am in the other camp where I am turned off to the idea because of what I've seen and the way he's carried on. And to go from Steve Kerr, who has been very diplomatic, and I think he's handled the job very well in many ways as a front-facing member of the organization. And to go to Draymond Green, I think it would definitely be a dramatic change from what we've seen from Steve Kerr.
Let's keep it going. 888-957-9570. How about Mike in Santa Clara? Hi, Mike. What's shaking?
Afternoon, guys. How are you doing?
Good.
Good. Hey, so regarding the Draymond Green thing, look, I personally think, and you guys kind of said it already. I don't know if it was, I think it was you, Willard, that made mention of it, was he might be a better fit just as an assistant coach, just for now, just to kind of give him that little bit of background. But I still think he would be a great presence after the Kerr era to be on that coaching staff, whoever the next tenured coach would be, and then make his way into building into a head coaching job, whether it's with the Dubs, whether it's with another team, preferably with the Dubs, in my opinion. But, I want to keep it homegrown with, especially since we drafted the guy. So, in general, I don't see it being a bad thing for him being on the coaching staff, but I personally think he's going to stick to broadcasting. I mean, he's got the podcast. He's on, Inside NBA. I just think that might be the route that he may end up going. And one last thing, Dibs, I love you, man. But, just like the great Martin Lawrence and Bad Boys 2, pinch those earlobes and woosah, man. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it. It's not getting to me. It does annoy me when people want to inject my whiteness into my opinions about anybody and anything. That annoys me.
Well, I mean, look, we are who we are.
I get it, but my opinions are not based on anything that has to do with the color of somebody's skin, Draymond's or mine or anybody else's. So when people inject that into the conversation, that annoys me.
I mean, look, we don't need to go down that rabbit hole, but your opinions are based on who you are. That is a piece of who you are. I don't know that that's unavoidable entirely. I'm not siding with Burns's call. I don't believe that about you at all. But I don't think that we can divorce ourselves from our background and our experience when we're having conversations about anything, for that matter. Do you know what I mean?
I do, but for someone else...
I'm not accusing you of anything.
Well, and, for you or anybody else to accuse me of something, that to me is just not only incorrect and inaccurate, but it's wildly inappropriate because people don't, caller, you don't know me. You don't know where I'm from or who I associate with or what I think or what makes me tick. So to go to that level it's just wrong. And for me, it's out of line.
Yeah. And that's totally fair. And again, in fact, I think Suzette wanted to say something similar. Hey, Suzette, thanks for calling. What's up?
Hi, this is my first time calling. I listen to you guys every day. I used to call in the morning show and it just boils my blood right now because, I listen to him and Dibs is like the coolest dude ever. Okay, I never met you, Dibs, but when you were on the show with Lolo, which we called the Big Cheesehead, you guys had the rapport. You are far from being racist. This is not a racist thing, but people keep putting that racism in there. And in regards to Draymond, it's his antics. It's like, I'm done. I've seen enough. I don't want to see the other shoe fall. The house of cards have already fallen so many times. And frankly, I don't want to see him anymore. I want him to move on. I wasn't happy about his contract. He has disrespect. And I'm just going to say one more thing. I've said it before. He's disrespectful. When he started calling these women refs the B word, I lost all respect for this person. That's all I have to say. And Dibs, I'm in your corner, man, because it has nothing to do with race. And if people don't like our opinion, it's too bad because that's part of who we are in our diversity in America. So you guys have a good evening.
Suzette, thank you very much.
Suzette.
Yeah. No, look, this is one of those things. The idea of race is very, very difficult to avoid in any conversation that we have in 2024. Right. And that is, I don't know, for me, that's something we have to accept because I think that's something that, right, like to say I don't want that to be in the conversation is almost
I get
in and
that.
of itself is an insensitive thing to say. However, we're getting off track with that whole thing.
I get it.
You say you don't to the caller, you don't know me. I do, and I know there's not a racist bone in your body. So there's that aspect of it.
Right.
What I'm trying to explore today, and Suzette is similar to you in this, I always find it fascinating when anything comes up with regard to Draymond Green. How deep-seated is the dislike? Because it is interesting to me how deep it's gotten for a lot of you.
Right.
Like, that's a tough spot to be when all you're trying to do is root for a basketball team.
Exactly.
And I'm not there, and you are, and I know a lot of people are in your corner on that. And so that to me is that's what interests me. And actually I find very, very unfortunate for the Warriors, for the fans, for Draymond. I wish it wasn't there, but it is for a lot of people.
Yeah, I don't know if it affects him even one iota. And we played the clip earlier in the segment of the Minnesota crowd behind him when he's just broadcasting and they're chanting Draymond sucks. And he goes to Boston and it's blank you Draymond. And I do think that got to him and he admitted as such. Then, he gets ejected in Memphis and he's inciting the crowd and he's waving him up and bringing on and bring me more. So I don't think that these things affect him, whether or not it's a sports talk radio host who doesn't like him or his antics. I don't think that that's something that he takes with him.
I think it probably, I don't want to say it gets to him. I think he's probably got a very thick skin through the years.
Right.
But at the same time, I think it matters to people way more than anybody ever admits. And we have watched it get to him at times.
Yeah.
He admitted it in Boston.
That's what I was just saying that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he said it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's not only that he said it at a press conference afterwards.
They're chanting blank you Draymond over and over. It definitely got to him.
Michael in Oakland is next. Hey, Michael, what's up?
Hey, I was just wanting to chime in on the Draymond conversation as well. And I guess my take on it is, what do you want in a coach? And I think when it comes down to what you want in a coach, you want somebody who can do the research. You want somebody who can come to bring a game plan to the table. And I think you want somebody who can lead men or women to be able to accomplish an objective. And I think Draymond has definitely earned that on the floor as a basketball player. He's brought that to time and time again with game plans. And I think he's an exemplar. Of the brand itself by going from the second-round draft pick to becoming Defensive Player of the Year on multiple occasions. So I think that he oftentimes gets an unfair rap. So in my mind, as a coach, I'm like, is Draymond going to be worse with his antics than the coach who was in Indiana? And I can't call his name. I know his name. It's just drawing a blank. But, it's just like, he's flipping chairs on the court and doing all this other
Bobby
stuff.
Knight.
He's a great coach.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bobby Knight. It's like, I think that Draymond he embodies all of those things and that passion. And it's like, it does. He might rub people the wrong way. But I think in hindsight, I can't ask for more in the coach than somebody who's going to be able to go out there and fight for their guys, who's going to bring a different game plan, who's going to be able to adjust and kind of evolve with times. And I think Draymond's kind of exemplified that.
Michael, thanks. One thing, let's get this very, very clear. Bobby Knight would not get hired in 2024, period.
Let alone rehired.
Period.
I mean, he got hired and then he moved to Texas Tech, even though we had already seen everything that he had done, choking players and throwing a potted plant at a secretary or above the head of a secretary and throwing the chair and doing all the rest of it. You're right. Bobby Knight would not be hireable in this day and age.
No, and if he was hired and he did even one of those things, he'd get fired so fast his head would spin. So, to say he's no worse than that, well, that's not good enough. I just do think that Draymond Green is, I don't want to say, it's not unfair because believe me, he's earned all of his criticism. He's earned it.
Yeah.
But I don't think that the Draymond we cruise around talking about is the whole Draymond.
Of course.
I think it's part of him. It's in there. Obviously, he did these things. But how many times, and you're one of the people, as am I, blessed enough to have been in a room and shared 30 seconds with him. Draymond is really nice to people.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's very, very you know what I mean? Stop, look you in the eye, shake your hand, and that kind of a human being in a spot where not everybody's like that.
Right.
Not all the 25, 35, and $45 million NBA players are like that. But he is. But that's another aspect of him.
Right.
So who would he be as a coach? I would gather maybe a little bit of all of those things.
He'd probably be all of it, exactly. And any coach, I'm sure that Steve Kerr has moments that are behind closed doors that are different than what we see in the outward-facing Steve Kerr, who, for the most part, has his emotions in control. I'm sure he has private moments where, he loses his cool or he gets heated or behind the scenes. We've seen him snap a couple clipboards for crying out loud.
No doubt. All right, we're sponsored by the Alameda County Probation Department. I'm not taking this call right now. Not with not enough time to let him cook. Make sure Filmo Mike stays. Filmo, stay right where you are. Because that, along with much more, including what Grandy's going to lead off with, is coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
No. Okay, you.
then we got to fight.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, great stuff today, man. I find the whole thing really, really interesting. And therefore, I can only assume that the best of with Mark Grandy is all from our show. Is that accurate, Mark?
I don't know exactly.
Wow.
It's definitely going to lead off with Tom Izzo because that was us talking about Draymond.
There you go.
I haven't decided about the second half.
I love that you're always like 10 minutes before being on air and you're like, I don't know what I'm going to do.
You'll figure it out.
Yeah.
It's been a busy day back here.
Just making crap up as you go along.
You know, 3 guests on is a lot to do. So
you pick the lead and then you play that, and then you figure out from there what you want to follow it up with.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're Lucas, you run it until about 7:08, and then you get to the national network a little bit late. That was my favorite when Lucas filled in.
Fine. That's fine. That was funny when you're like, you've had 3 guests. I'm like, we did? I forgot. Yeah. Like, doesn't FP feel like it was 17 days ago?
Yeah.
It does.
No doubt. I keep waiting for you to ask me if I want to do it again tomorrow, and the answer is going to be no. I'm going to go ahead and take tomorrow off.
You're taking tomorrow off?
I talked too much today.
Oh,
is this what it's like?
Uh-huh.
Is this what it's like?
Look.
Sir talk a lot?
Who pushed the chair away from the table today?
That would be you, Captain.
Uh-huh.
I actually was keeping track. I think that is your weekly word limit. So thank you, Dibs. You're good.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I want to thank you. I want to thank you for coming to the show today.
Okay. Finally.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I thought first when Grandy's like, you've had 3 guests. I'm like, Dibs is not a guest. He's on the show every day.
Oh, my fault.
Yeah, he's on the show. You know who's on the show almost every day also?
My guy.
Phil Mo Mike. Come on, Phil Mo. You better bring it.
Hey.
What's good?
Diz, your new name is Daniel.
Oh, God.
You're a Karen. You're a Caucasian Karen. Daniel. No, I'm joking. I'm joking, Diz. You ain't. I don't know it. I don't know, but you know what? I'm gonna keep it real. If I didn't really know you, Diz, and going off how you were talking, you did sound like you was kind of afraid of strong black men. But I know you love Malcolm X, so it ain't no big deal. So I know you. You feel me?
I get
if
that.
you go off with how you sounded, you did sound kind of like I don't want him at all. My thing is, you rock with him as a player. So it's like you got you know what I'm saying? Like I kind of agree with Willard. How can you rock with him as a player but not rock him as a head coach? It's a bigger role. I get that. I do agree with Willard when he said more people recognize Draymond Green. He's pretty much he's not the best player in the league, but he's very recognizable. My last point. How about this? Not the Warriors, but the Valkyries. Reason being, I know, and also female refs have been doing horrible this whole last 2 years. It is what it is. Guy refs do horrible too. It's more guy refs, they suck as well. But the Valkyrie, because you get a little, you're gonna get the good Draymond. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna get the one that's trying to always high side. You're gonna get a more responsible Draymond. Females, they listen more better than males for the most part. You know what I mean? So it wouldn't be no. You laughing, but it wouldn't be like a struggle. I'm just bigger man. You know what I'm saying?
Philmo, I'm laughing because I'm just like, man, I'm gonna find you wherever you are right now and give you a shovel. Like, you got to be careful now. Like, how long are you gonna go with how women are and how men are? I get you. I know what you're saying, but at the same time, you better be careful.
Well, we all been voicing our opinions today.
Yes,
so
indeed.
It's just my opinion.
And that's fair.
I think females listen more. I think they listen. They receive information better than males because males we have a bigger ego, and I think that would help Draymond. I just think that would be a great idea. That's just me. Maybe other people be like, "What the hell, females?" I think it would be a nice little, like a buffer for them. I can't go there because I got to respect my mama. Mary Barnes Green. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm thinking.
So you like Draymond as the head coach of the Golden State Valkyries?
Yes. Sign me up. I'm with it.
That's a take.
Philmo,
that's a good one, Philmo. Thank you.
Not a terrible take, except for that the Valkyries play next year, and I think Draymond's still going to be on the Warriors.
You better be careful.
Right.
And if he doesn't like the NBA schedule, how would he like the NBA schedule along with the WNBA schedule together? Feels like a little much.
Yeah, the WNBA schedule's much shorter. It's a much shorter season. It's about a 2 or 3 month season.
But if you're still doing both.
Right.
It's a lot.
He'd be busy. Well, right now he'd have the free time because they're not playing. So if they, WNBA is about 2 weeks into their season. Right. So Draymond actually could be doing both.
No, Dibs. He's going to be in the playoffs next year.
Gotcha. The playoffs.
Hello.
Right. Not just the play-in, but they're going to be in the playoffs. Okay.
Yeah.
Hopefully they're playing deep into May next year. It's a lot more fun around here when they are.
That's the playoff team next year. And I say that without even knowing who the hell's on it.
Yeah.
But that's kind of what I was getting at in that conversation we had yesterday about what does it mean to you for the Warriors offseason that their record was 46-36. To me, it means two things. One, I think the sound of Warrior fans right now sounds like the Warriors were worse than they were. And secondly, I think all things being equal right now, and without the knowledge of the roster reconstruction of all NBA teams, I think the Warriors are a playoff team. I think they're a playoff-level basketball team. I think that the talent that they have and the idea that you'll add to it however you do if there's a normal season where most teams don't have debilitating injuries, suspensions, whatever, are the Warriors one of the 8 best teams in the Western Conference? I believe yes.
Yeah.
That's all.
You got to be top 6 to be a playoff team unless you get into that play-in again.
Yeah, and then you come out of the
fight your way out.
And then you're a playoff team.
Feels to me like this team is going to be in the play-in again. And then hopefully they're in the top end of it and they don't have to worry about winning twice to get in the playoffs. But I see a lot of teams who, and again, we don't know how the league will come back, but Warriors did have a lot of things go their way this year in terms of health. They didn't really have Chris Paul missed games. Steph missed a couple. Draymond's suspension cost him about 20. Other than that, they had almost everybody the whole year.
I would take the health they were blessed with this year again next year. I agree with you there. Yeah, absolutely. Ethan in Pacifica next up. Hi, Ethan. What's cooking?
Hey, guys. How's it going? Sorry, so I was going to jump into the conversation about Draymond being a potential coach. And so my thing is, he's an amazing player, right? But at the end of the day, there are 2 voices for the team, in my opinion, one of which is being the coach and the top player, right, which right now would be someone like a Steph Curry. So Draymond's fantastic, but I think if he were to take over as the coach, it does carry a little bit more weight, in my opinion. And I think the way that he's conducted himself, I don't, know that it necessarily would be a positive thing for the team. I think it's... it's interesting, right? Because
gone.
We lost you.
All right, there
Ethan.
it is. Look, I
guess
the entire premise I'm working with is I don't know that Draymond the player would be the same person as Draymond the coach.
Yeah, nobody knows that.
No, but I think largely the conversation has centered on us taking characteristics of Draymond the player and being like that would or would not work as a coach, and you and many don't think it would work because hothead, and I'm like, I don't know if he would do that as a coach.
We don't know, and you won't know until you actually see it, and maybe in 5 years or 8 years or 12 years, 2 years, whatever the time period is, maybe he's different, and the hothead act, maybe it goes away when he's not on the court competing. We just never know.
Comedian and actor Kevin Hart is coming to the Bay on October 25th. Did you know that?
Funny guy.
And the 26th at Paramount Theater in Oakland. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com and for your chance to score a pair of tickets to the show on the 26th. That second show, you can enter online at 957thegame.com. Here comes Grandy, everybody. That's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises, a full hour of the best of the game. And Grandy has promised that will, at least as a starting point, go to Tom Izzo, Draymond Green's college coach. What did he say about the idea of Draymond potentially being an NBA coach? You will have to wait to find out. But it was a pretty interesting conversation.
Yep. I love Tom. Always good to talk to Coach Izzo.
He was live at the airport. And, very, very good conversation. All right. You have one chance to reboot your answer. You want to do it again tomorrow?
Yes, Mark. I've got no choice. I'm out of sick days.
No, you're not.
I've got a ton of sick days. This was fun today.
Yes.
Even though the audience turned on me, I enjoyed it.
No, they didn't. A few of them.
Yeah.
That means you're doing a good job. You started some conversation.
Filmo Mike calling me the white male Karen. That one hurt a little bit. Filmo.
All right, but anyway, you're doing it again tomorrow.
Okay.
So that's the deal.
Yeah.
For Dibs, for Getty, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to round up the whole neighborhood to track me down. It was a mess. A lot of tears. Well, now that we got Xfinity, we have Wi-Fi all over the house, including all my favorite super secret hiding spots. So I can kill time in here by streaming my shows and...
Ha! Found you.
The heck? How?
You left Find My tablet on.
This generation, ruining the game with their performance enhancers.
Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for a reliable connection throughout your home. Now through June 21st, get gig speed internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless plan and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Gig speed Wi-Fi requires gig internet and Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. The month of May was named after the Greek goddess Maya. She was the caretaker of plants and fertility. May is also known as the month of love and success, and with that in mind, Stevens Creek Subaru wants to make your new vehicle journey one that you'll love. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we're constantly looking for ways to make the car buying process easier and transparent. When you're shopping from home or at Stevens Creek Subaru, we let you take control of our computers to build a deal that works best for you. Whether you're looking for a new Subaru, somewhere to service your Subaru, or just want a great cup of coffee from one of our Subaristas, we look forward to seeing you at Stevens Creek Subaru.
Stevens Creek Subaru is now taking advance orders for the all-new Solterra. They're also an official Kelley Blue Book buying center and will buy any vehicle regardless of condition, even if it's a lease or still has a loan.
We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. That's StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
76 is there for those who never stop going, like parents chasing a fleeting moment of freedom.
Ready, set, go. Okay, honey, we have exactly 18 minutes to grab ice cream before the kids get back, so get your butt in the car. No, drive to the one that has the strawberry swirl. I know it's farther away, but it's so worth it. And oh no, there's a line! Finally, 2 beautiful cones. Make this light or so help me. Now we have 5 minutes to down this before they get here, and we're gonna end up giving this to the kids, aren't we?
There's go in everything you do. 76 is there to fuel all the ways you go, go, go.
I lock up my Old Spice Fiji aluminum-free dry spray to keep that 24/7 lasting freshness safe for myself. Fresh coconuts, palm trees in the wind. It's like catching waves in Fiji. Actually, I just talked myself into a refreshing spritz of Fiji. My Old Spice is missing! No!
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Posters, flyers, signs, and menus for less? Think Staples. Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. Now at Staples, save $50 on your print purchase of $150 or more. Same-day service available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. And all backed by Staples' Print Perfect Guarantee. So it's done right or it's printed again free. Staples, your local print and marketing expert. N61, visit staples.com/print for details.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Ruby from San Mateo. Thank you, R&S. Marcos was an exceptional worker. He was attentive, communicative, and did an amazing job. I don't know much about welding, but the results look beautiful. The paint matched the exact color I requested. We'll definitely hire again.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain.
The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu.
Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Welcome to the best of the game. We're highlighting the best interviews, topics, and sounds of the day.
Hey, everybody.
On 95.7 The Game.
Happy Wednesday. Welcome to Best of the Game here on 95.7 The Game. Mark Randy with you to get you caught up on the day that was here on 95.7. I'll give you the best 60 minutes of the day that you might have missed. So if you were busy today at work, couldn't tune in for as long as you wanted, keep it locked here for the next 60 minutes. I'll get you caught up on everything that you missed. Let's begin with Willard and Dibbs, the guys reacting to Draymond Green saying, and you will hear Draymond Green talk about this, but I will just give you the quick description. Draymond Green said that Joe Lacob has approached him and said that he could potentially see him becoming head coach of the Golden State Warriors in the future. So Willard and Dibbs decided who better to talk to about Draymond Green and his potential chops as a head coach in the NBA than his collegiate head coach, Tom Izzo of Michigan State. So Tom Izzo, the legendary coach at Michigan State, joined Willard and Dibbs to talk about Draymond Green and the characteristics that, as Tom Izzo said, would make him a, quote, phenomenal head coach. So let's hear from Tom Izzo on Earlier Today with Willard and Dibbs, again talking about Draymond Green's potential as a head coach, not necessarily just for the Golden State Warriors, but in general. Here is Tom Izzo on Earlier Today with Willard and Dibbs.
Man who knows Draymond just a little bit and also knows coaching just a little bit. His name's Tom Izzo. Joins us now on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Coach, how are you?
How you guys doing, man? I'm actually in California, believe it or not. I'm at the airport. I was out here for our Big Ten meetings, inviting our new Oregon, Washington, USC, and UCLA to the Big Ten.
That's just weird, Coach, to be out here for the Big Ten meetings.
Is there any chance you guys discussed letting us have them back?
Yeah, you can have them back. I don't want to travel all the way out here either.
Yeah, there we go. Coach, it's a real treat to have you. What kind of coach do you think Draymond Green would be? Before you answer, take a listen to why we're asking. Listen to this comment he made on John Wall's podcast recently about a talk between him and Joe Lacob.
With the conversations that I've had with Joe Lacob over the years and him saying to me, like, yo, when you're done, I can see you one day coaching this team when Steve's done. Like, I can see you working with this team. Like, I would love to see that. That means the world to me because that means the man that owned the organization that I play for is watching me play basketball and saying, this guy can one day coach my team.
What kind of coach in the NBA do you think Draymond Green would be?
Well, guys, you might not believe this, but there was a couple times that we're playing in the NCAA tournament, and Draymond would be calling my guy, Austin Thornton, who he played with in college, telling him what to tell me to do on a pick and roll or ball screens and all that during the game. I mean, Draymond is a passionate human being. First of all, I'd like to say this. I hope Steve Kerr stays forever, because Steve Kerr, to me, has been one of the greatest, and it's been an unbelievable relationship there. I love Steve Kerr. But as far as Draymond goes, in every way, shape, or form, I think he'd be a phenomenal coach. He's got an incredible basketball IQ, incredible. He's passionate. He is demanding. I think in every way he'd be good. He'd make adjustments. He'd do all those things. Where I think he'd have the problem is the same place Magic Johnson had a problem when he went with the Lakers, is I think it would be hard for him to watch other guys not do the things that he would do, and maybe he couldn't get that through. Now, maybe he would get that through, but it's just not as easy as you think when you coach. So I think in every way he'd be great. He would just maybe struggle a little bit, because whether, you like everything about Draymond, which I do, but, he plays so hard, and he's such a team guy, and sometimes some guys don't play as hard and aren't as good at team guys, and that's the only area I think he'd struggle in.
What about the idea of emotional control? Is that something that he'd be able to contain, not being on the court and having the adrenaline? Feels to me like over the course of 82 games, you might see some of those classic Draymond flare-ups.
Well, that would be, I know one set of people that probably wouldn't like, Draymond can get mad during a game at a bad call on him and maybe go off a little bit. But when you're the coach, you got to protect all five of your guys. So any bad calls on any of the five guys, he might go off on. So I do think he could lead the league in technicals in some way. But at the same time, believe it or not, Draymond, he doesn't get credit. And I know I've been on show, I've listened to people talk about him. He's really, really smart. And usually, we all have our moments. I've had a few myself. But usually, he's making educated decisions. Sometimes you get a technical to get your team going, is what I'm saying, and things like that. But that would be, hard, because he's always looking out for five guys, not just himself, like you do sometimes when you get upset on calls, But I think he'd find a way to work around that. I really, really, really do. It would be, could he put up with people not doing the things that he does when he's in charge of all of them? He sometimes is a coach on the floor if you really look at him. I always coined the phrase back when I had him, a player-coach team is better than a coach-coach team, and he was a damn good coach on the floor.
The great Tom Izzo, of course, Draymond's college coach, Michigan State, with us here, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Coach, here's my question about that, and it's sort of, I guess, one that calls for a little bit of guesswork, but how much of that behavior, that emotion that we see from Draymond is because he's playing? In other words, would he be kind of a different human being if he were the coach and not the player?
Well, like you said, I don't know if any of us know the answer. The best part of the answer that I know is, for the most part, he's calculated what he does. He's very intelligent, and I think he would adjust. Like we can say, well, sometimes he doesn't adjust. He's got the technical here. He's done this there. But, for the most part, like, I thought he had a really good year this year, shot the ball as well as he has. I think Draymond can adjust to a lot of things, and I think one of the things he would adjust to would be that. Steve Kerr, like I said, to me, him and his staff have done a phenomenal job over the years that Draymond's been there. But at the same time, I think Draymond does do a lot of coaching on the floor, Sometimes it bothers some people. But most of the time, he's pretty right on what he's talking about. It's how you get that through to today's superstars that might be a little more challenging for him.
What's the toughest adjustment you've had to make in the modern day and age as opposed to the way you coached maybe 30 or 40 years ago? Things that Draymond would have to do with, players who are now going to be 15 or 20 years younger than him, players who need to be coached differently.
Hey, 30, 40 years ago, don't make me out to be 100. My God.
Well, I mean, you were coaching 30, 40 years ago, right, Coach?
I deserve it. I got you. But anyway.
Sorry about that.
You do have to make adjustments. I mean, he's got it a little easier, though, in pro ball, because if he gets mad at a kid, the guy's still got a contract. If I get mad at him, they just leave the next day. That's the new transfer portal. I get mad at the coach and leave, or don't like the way you're playing and leave. And that's one thing I think it reminds me of where Draymond, with the loyalty Draymond's had over the years to Michigan State, to me, to Golden State Warriors, to those guys. I think it's phenomenal. He's gotten upset with people that want to leave even there, and definitely in college. I mean, he's really good with his loyalty, and it is adjustment for all of us, what we got to do. But at the same time, I would adjust. I've adjusted some. I think he would adjust. I just think it's hard when you've been a player that plays so hard and so team-oriented player that sometimes in this day and age, it's a little more selfish, even in college. And that would be hard for Draymond, but I think he'd adjust. I really do.
Coach, I'm a big fan of people not being defined by their worst moments. And so I get why it's hard to remove what happened with Jordan Poole from this conversation a year and a half ago. But how would you describe Draymond normally as a leader of younger players?
I think awesome. And I'm not with him now like I was, but he was so good here, and I've watched him be good. I mean, listen, I'm not going to get into the Jordan Poole thing because I wasn't there, and you ever wanted to get that far? Probably not. Do I think it got that far for some reasons? Probably. I don't think he just had a bad day and hauled off, so maybe there was some reasons, But I mean, you couldn't do that as a coach, punch a player now, you got 15 lawyers after you, so you can't do that as a coach. But he wouldn't do that. He'd adjust, and I wish, I tell him all the time, I want him to end his career because you don't want to take away his aggressiveness, you don't want to take away his passion, but I don't want him to be known as those things. I want him to be known as, to me, one of the great winners in the game, because he does all the dirty work to help guys win. When you really think about it, if it's making a pass, Draymond never cares. The only thing he used to threaten me with is he wanted to get 10 rebounds a game or more. So if I take him out with 3 minutes left, and he always knew how many rebounds he had. and he'd tell me he's going back in. Did you hear what I said? He didn't ask me. He told me he was going back in. And I said, sure, go ahead. But then my favorite was he'd go to, if the team was shooting a free throw, he'd get in that first line and he'd tell the other guy, don't go after the ball. I'm getting every missed rebound to get his 10, So he was awesome like that. I just loved him.
Coach, I want to apologize. I hit you with 30 or 40, and it's only been 29 years at Michigan State. So I rounded up, and I'm better than that, and I just want you to know that I'm sorry for painting you as a guy who's been around for 30 or 40 years.
You know what? That's a compliment. It's a backhanded compliment. But in this profession, to survive as long as I've survived at a school, that's a compliment. So I'm just kidding you guys. But it has been cool, the continuity that they've had, too. I mean, they've had some great continuity over the years. And, I was hoping they could stay healthy. I was hoping they'd make a run. Usually at this time of year, I'm coming up to watch a playoff game.
Yeah.
And I'd really like to do that again. Maybe next year that happens. And then let's hope that Steve Kerr stays a few more, Draymond stays a few more. And when that's over, maybe he can either be the coach of the Warriors or he can come over and be the coach of Michigan State and send me to the sideline.
There's a thought. Hey, Coach, real quick, has he ever expressed to you interest in coaching?
He never said it right out to me that he'd like to be a coach. But when he comes back in the summer, when he's back and he's telling me how to cover a pick and roll, and he's doing a lot of coaching. He might not even realize it. And when I told you he was calling me on the bench, I mean, we're playing Duke in the NCAA tournament, and he's calling the bench and telling them, or one time we played him at home and got our butts beat, and after I got a 2-hour lecture in my office on how I should have covered some things differently, And as I sat there and I was half mad at him, I said to myself, God darn it, he was right on the money. So I tell you, he's a guy that, you know what? It'd be a privilege to have a guy like Draymond come work here after I was done. It'd be a privilege to see him in the NBA. But, boy, with his TNT deal there, the way he handles himself there, I mean, he might be replacing Barkley someday. So who knows? Draymond's going to have some options because we look at, as you say, the couple of moments that maybe you wish wouldn't have happened. But there's so many good moments that you're happy that did happen. And I stick up for him because I believe in him, because I know how he is on a day-to-day basis. And I think it'd be interesting. It would be a little difficult, as I said, because he'd struggle with people doing their job, or being prepared. I mean, and that's one thing he was, boy. He knew a scouting report inside and out in college, and I think he's the same in Pro Bowl.
Coach, what a treat to have you. Fly safe. Thank you so much for coming on.
Hey, guys, thanks for having me, man. I appreciate you, and hopefully I'll see you next year.
Indeed.
Thanks, Tom.
We hope the same. There he goes. Tom Izzo, live from the Aeroporto.
Yes.
Joining us here on 95.7 The Game. He says that Draymond Green would be a phenomenal NBA head coach.
Yeah, and who could have seen that coming, honestly? A guy who coached Draymond Green, for him to come on and say, I think Draymond would be, honestly, Draymond's going to be hot garbage.
You're going to get sarcastic after he hangs up. Where was that 5 minutes ago? Well, why didn't you challenge what he was saying?
I'm responding to your, you're trumpeting his take.
Of course I am.
It was a shock.
It's Tom freaking Izzo.
For sure.
He knows what he's talking about.
Of course he does. And he's a head coach who defends his own. Of course he's going to say what he said. And I'm not surprised. I liked what he had to say, though, about Draymond calling him and giving him 2-hour lectures over things that he did wrong. And Draymond's more in tune with, Michigan State than probably I thought.
Well, I like what he said about the struggle point, because the more he said this, the more I agree with him. The struggle point for Draymond would not be blowing his top and screaming at everyone and punching players, which is really, if you think about it, kind of a wild perception that he would just be doing that every night. The harder thing would be probably the same thing that has been hard for a lot of great players when they tried to coach. They're coaching players that aren't as good as them.
Right.
And so they can't do what they do, and that makes them mad.
Like Magic Johnson.
Right.
The frustration of Magic going out there and, having to try to tell these guys, don't do what I say, do as I do, do as I did. And I did this a certain way, and now you can't do that? Why can't you play like I played? Well, Coach Magic, I'm not as good as you are. So that's why I can't do what you were doing. And that's probably where his frustration would lie. But I do think his frustration would also lie with the officials. And I can't see him.
Who doesn't?
Right.
Who doesn't? Who was it? The Pacers that said, we're going to send copies
Rick
of
Carlisle.
78 calls
plays,
to the league. And everybody gets.
Michael Malone ran out on the floor and didn't get a technical foul.
Right.
And, you see a lot of coaches blow their stack. Steve Kerr gets techs, but I don't know if Draymond Green would be able to avoid getting, 2 techs and run more often than other coaches do.
Again, though, if we think about it from the perspective of a head coach and the refs, it's not like Draymond has ever got, because you've brought up the physicality a lot. It's not like Draymond Green's ever shoved a ref. Draymond Green gets tangled up and totally out of his head when he's twisted up in physical battle with people.
Right.
Obviously. Yusef and
Rudy
and Steven Adams and Rudy and LeBron.
Right.
Yes. It's not like he's ever hauled off and thrown a ref into the second row like he's wrestling.
No.
So, he'd get upset with the refs like every other NBA head coach. And he would yell at them, and sometimes he'd get thrown out like every other head coach in the NBA.
I wonder how many how many ejections he has, Steve Kerr.
Not a lot.
Yeah.
Not really his style, but,
No.
Yeah.
And, most coaches don't, and, you're allowed to get ejected, and usually I don't think that the head coaches have, technical foul suspension points, you're more likely to get fined $100,000. And I know that, coaches have been fined for, Rudy Gobert just got fined for doing the money sign to the referee, intimating that the refs were getting paid off in a certain way.
Remember, there's also sort of a built-in advantage for a coach to not get the double T and thrown out, which is the coach has to stay over there at the bench. Refs, honestly, I know people won't want to give them credit for this, they usually do a good job of running away.
Yeah.
When the conversation is over, it's like, I'm out of here. I'm going to run the other way. Well, the player can follow him. We're going up and down the court with each other.
Right.
So Draymond can keep joying. The head coach, dude, you can stay over there by the bench. Like, yeah, you can run on the floor, but now you're definitely getting thrown out.
Right.
I don't think he would do that. So I found that conversation to be fascinating in terms of all of the stuff that's not, even though we may know it, we know how smart Draymond is as a player, but I do think that that's relevant in this conversation because when we think Draymond Green, we think of the 15 moments that tick us off.
Yeah.
And that's it. And it's like, well, that's not all of Draymond Green.
It's not.
That's not all he's had to offer.
15's being generous. I think you could be closer to 50 if you really wanted to look at...
Really?
Oh, yeah.
A lot of those are just, that's it, like a technical foul. So what? There's only, actually...
There's been 2 techs and eject, and you lose the game because of it. That's happened twice.
Right, but I would argue there's actually less than 15 in terms of those things that really are dude.
Well...
You know what I mean?
Maybe you have more tolerance than I do for...
A technical's a technical. I'm talking about Nurkic, LeBron, Steven Adams, Rudy Gobert... It's not like he's
Jordan Poole.
He's not choked someone 15 times.
No.
There are a handful of things that have really gotten people hot and bothered, and rightfully so.
Right.
I don't actually think those are terribly relevant when it comes to this idea, which, again, if you're just joining us on John Wall's podcast, Draymond Green talking about coaching.
With the conversations that I've had with Joe Lacob over the years and him saying to me, yo, when you're done, I could see you one day coaching this team when Steve's done. I could see you working with this team. I would love to see that. That means the world to me because that means the man that owned the organization that I play for is watching me play basketball and saying, this guy can one day coach my team.
Okay, so that's what has this conversation underway. And by the way, there's a bunch of stuff that Draymond said on separate podcasts just in the last 24 hours that we really need to unpack.
I can't wait.
But
I can't wait.
I think you should also reboot what you said on the crossover about the idea of Draymond Green coaching the Warriors.
If he's the head coach of this team, I'm out. I'm going to renounce my fandom and I'm going to find a new team. That, to me, would be a deal breaker. Is that what you want me to say? Because I said it before.
I don't want you to say it.
And I'll say it again.
Unless you mean
it. And I believe it. And I said it twice now. And I believe it because that to me would be the kind of representation that I don't want as an organization. And I look at Steve Kerr as a head coach, and I'm proud to be a fan of that team because of the way he comports himself. And, he's not perfect. Nobody is perfect as a head coach. I like the way he represents the team and the brand. I like the product that he's put out. I like what he's done with this team. 4 championships, it's easy to like. There's a lot to like. Mark Jackson was a coach that I didn't want to have represent the brand anymore based on what I learned about Mark Jackson and what he showed us. His homophobia, his exclusionary practices as the head coach, it became something that was a distaste to me. It wasn't to the point where I was going to renounce my fandom. I never had to get to that point because they did it for me and they got rid of him. But if Draymond Green was the head coach, I would not want to be a fan of this team.
It's a fascinating comment because if you dislike Draymond to that level, I guess I would ask, why are you still a fan now?
I like Draymond Green, the basketball player.
Why?
Because he's a winning basketball player.
He doesn't represent the organization?
He doesn't represent the organization the way he would as the head coach.
Huh. I mean, he's a leader. He's
a leader, but he's not the leader.
He's certainly the on-court leader. He's the locker room leader.
I've spoken on this very show about my distaste for Draymond Green as a basketball player.
Okay.
And I was the one who said back in February that I would not be bummed if he got traded.
But why is making, by the way, more money now as a player than he would make if he were the head coach?
It's not about the money.
Well, but
it's about the representation and the symbolism of him being the head coach.
That is representation. I guess my point is, or my question is, why would the transition to a coaching role change it at such a level that you'd go from where you've been, which is, this is my favorite team of all the teams in the Bay Area, to a point where you would not be a fan anymore? That's not a small leap. That is a significant
It's a big
jump.
leap, no doubt.
Just because he moves over a couple of seats?
Right, because that's all it is. He's just moving over a couple of seats.
It's more than that, but I totally think
it's the symbolism of what that would be.
But you're downplaying who he is in this organization right now.
I'm really not. He is a player on the team, and he's a player who's near the end of his career, and he's a player that I was, looking for them to trade. I was a player who I was looking for them to not sign. So my comments about Draymond Green are well-founded, and they're on the record. And I said this 2 years ago. I said it a year ago. This is not a new take for me. This is a player that I've not been a fan of for a long time.
That's Willard and Dibbs. Earlier today, you heard Tom Izzo, of course, a legendary coach for Michigan State, Draymond Green's coach in college, saying that, again, quote, Draymond Green would be a phenomenal coach if he chose. Now, you did also hear from Draymond during that segment with Willard and Dibbs. Draymond would go on to say after that quote, where he said Joe Lacob has mentioned to him that he could see him potentially being the coach of the Warriors in the future. He would go on to say, at this very moment, he's not sure that's something that he wants to pursue. But he did also mention he's a guy that's never going to say never. So who knows when the time does come, when Draymond Green's playing days are over, if maybe he changes his mind and maybe he becomes interested in coaching. Only time will tell there. All right, time for a break here on Best of the Game. More reactions to Draymond coming up on the other side as Best of continues right here on 95.7 The Game.
It's the 6 o'clock shop. Head to Safeway this week for digital deals for their members. USDA Choice New York Strip Steak, bone-in $6.97 per pound. Limit 1 mega pack. Visit Safeway.com for more details. And we will see you in the aisles.
The Summer Starts Here sales event is on now through Memorial Day at your Toyota dealer. Hit the road in a brand new Toyota truck and explore new trails on any terrain. The time is now, so don't miss out. Right now, get financing as low as 0% APR on 2024 Tundra Hybrid or up to $2,000 cash back. Or check out the all-new redesigned 2024 Tacoma. Hurry, Toyota's Summer Starts Here sales event ends soon. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Tundra Capstone models only. Excludes TRD Pro. N6324.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Celebrate Memorial Day weekend at the Golf Mart by Worldwide Golf. Don't miss incredible deals like 50% bonus trade-in on all new clubs. Buy any 2 apparel items and receive a 3rd free. And save big on shoes, bags, carts, and travel covers. The more you buy, the more you save. Shop with us this Memorial Day weekend, in-store or online. The Golf Mart by Worldwide Golf. Get there.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title? No problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Were you uninvited to game night? Do you play board games with the ferocious intensity of an iron-fisted oligarch? Have friends left game night asking, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. Get to Mattress Firm's Memorial Day sale and save up to $500 on select Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress sets, plus get a $300 instant gift, all with free and fast delivery. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code MONTHFREE by May 31st. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. Be 21.
Some say Memorial Day is the unofficial start of summer, but I say this is. Lighting up Kingsford Original Charcoal on the grill with family and friends is a summer ritual, and there's no better time than Memorial Day weekend. Whether it's burgers, veggies, or some chicken drumsticks, Kingsford Original gives you that authentic wood-fired barbecue flavor that means summer is finally here.
So good. Delicious.
Kingsford Original Charcoal, America's grilling expert. Kingsford.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I think my battery's dead. With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road.
Get in zone, Auto.
So what if I need a new one? We have the right Duralast battery for you, only at AutoZone.
Get in zone, Auto.
And what about my old battery? We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Now at O'Reilly Auto Parts, save $8 on a pair of Bosch Icon wiper blades in-store only. We'll even install them for free at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now, back to the best of the game on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back. Mark Randy with you here on 95.7 The Game, getting you caught up on what you might have missed from earlier today here on 95.7 The Game. And last segment, you heard, of course, Tom Izzo, legendary head coach of Michigan State men's basketball, Draymond Green's collegiate coach, talking with Willard and Nibbs. Then after the fact, Willard and Nibbs reacting to what he had to say and continuing the conversation about Draymond Green as potential Warriors head coach of the future, because he was on a podcast and he said Joe Lacob has told him that he could see him being coach of the Warriors at some point in the future, and it led to essentially the entire Willard and Dibbs show, but it was also part of the conversation on Steiny and Guru in the midday with Evan in for Guru. And at one point, you heard Willard and Nibbs reference the conversation they began in the crossover with Steiny and Evan. So I wanted to play at least a portion of that conversation on the crossover for you here on Best of the Game. It's Steiny, again with Evan, in for Guru this week. And then Willard and Dibbs talking about Draymond, potential future coach of the Golden State Warriors. That's where we continue Best of the Game today. It all starts with Steiny asking the guys a very simple question.
You want Draymond to coach the Warriors? Is that what you're saying?
Less than I want Luciano to be shortstop. And I don't want Luciano to be a shortstop of the Giants.
Oh, I see.
If Draymond becomes the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, you can go ahead and take my jerseys. You can take my shirzies. You can take my free giveaway shirts. You can take my sleeve jersey that I got about 9 years ago, and you can throw them all into, not the dumpster, not into a bonfire, but into a big bag, and it's off to Goodwill. I'm out.
Why dibs?
Because Draymond Green is, to me, indicative of a guy who I do not want representing my team as the head coach. I don't want him mentoring my young players. I don't want him to be the face of the franchise. I don't want him on a weekly with Willard and Dibs every afternoon.
What do you mean? That'd be great.
Wow, I do.
That would be the most
good
must-listen interview in the Bay Area.
Oh, I'm for real.
You don't want a weekly with Draymond Green on the radio.
No.
Wow, I would.
What about a podcast?
You know what this company would do if you said that?
Phony. I mean, I'm saying it.
You can sit out that segment.
Fine,
then.
I'll sit it out.
I'll do it solo.
Yeah, but that would be unlike what other interviews, right?
Well,
exactly.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, he would be controversial, but would he be a good coach? Do you want him to coach the young people in your organization? You want him to mentor your young 18 and 19-year-olds? I don't.
I actually think he'd be better with the young guys than he'd be with the veterans, personally, because I think vets have, I don't know, a little too much ammunition against them. I think young players do take a calling to them, assuming he doesn't slug them.
Exactly. There you go. We couldn't even get through one 10-second take without somebody bringing up the fact that he punches young people. That's, I mean...
Don't say that in a plural. That's not fair. Don't say that in a plural.
Oh, he punched young people.
Well, I'm a big believer in life that you are not defined by your absolute best moment and you are not defined by your absolute worst.
And I don't want to spend this time collectively to run down his best moments with an S, because there have been more than one time when he's had a bad moment.
Right, but he's not...
Young people, mediocre people, old people, all the rest of it.
But only once where he punched someone.
Well, you could ask Yusuf Nurkic how he feels about that.
I don't know. Why would I care about what Yusuf Nurkic thinks?
Did he not punch Yusuf Nurkic?
He did not punch Yusuf Nurkic.
Okay. No. Did he body slam Michael Beasley? Did he punch LeBron James? I mean, we can parse the words.
No, he didn't punch
when he
LeBron
hit him
James.
in the family jewels. I don't know what you would call that.
That wasn't even with his hand. What do you mean? Did he punch him?
Was it with his forearm?
No, it was with his leg.
No, the leg was Steven Adams, and he flail kicked a couple times. Anyway, we can run down all the incidents. I don't want Draymond Green to represent the team that I love the most.
To the point where you'd give up your fandom.
Yes, absolutely.
That's quite a statement.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt. No doubt.
The reason why I guess I wouldn't want him is because typically great players don't have great track records as head coaches. I mean, that would be the reason why. But as far as, I mean, just from a media perspective, yeah, I would love it. I mean, dude, he would give us so many things to talk about on a day-to-day basis. Some things great, other things not. But he's polarizing. I mean, I think it's one of the reasons why I enjoy watching him on Inside the NBA, because I'm not sure what he's going to say.
Well, I'd add this, and this is less about Draymond, more in a general sense. And this, I think it's always a challenge for people who come to know something one way and then it changes in life. Like, you know what I mean? There's probably some 75-year-old baseball fans who somewhere are still upset that the DH has come to the National League. You know what I mean? Like that stuff is difficult for people. The bottom line is, this is the kind of hire that the NBA is starting to move toward. Like, there is actual smoke that someone younger than LeBron James, who is also his podcast co-host, might be his head coach next year. Like, that's a thing. The former players who pop out of the league and retire and then get gigs. Like, what did Steve Nash do to be a head coach? I have no idea. But this is a growing thing within the industry, and to a degree baseball as well, where you've seen like the manager become like less of a leadership position. It's more kind of a co-manager type of a thing. And so I think it's challenging for fans who've been around for a long time to understand that it's going to start looking and feeling different. And people who you wouldn't think are quote unquote head coach material are going to be head coaches. And I do think we should open our mind to some of that. I'm not speaking directly about Draymond on that comment, but in general, that, like, you got to start thinking outside the box a little bit.
I mean, the last two Warriors head coaches, I guess the current one and the one before, are non-traditional.
Yeah,
I mean, they had no experience.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, and J.J. Redick going to get a job with the
People
Lakers,
are calling him the next
maybe.
Pat Riley, though, Dibs.
Right.
Before he's coached a game.
Because his hair, or, I mean, why is he the next Pat Riley?
Because he's got Pat Riley's style characteristics.
He'll give an F.
If you want to name all of the other coaches that you just were talking about, Steve Nash and Mark Jackson and Steve Kerr, these are all coaches who have a different countenance and a different behavior pattern than Draymond Green. I don't know if Dennis Rodman or Rasheed Wallace or Ron Artest, Meta World Peace have gotten jobs. And let me know if they have. And I know Steiny was saying that Rasheed is coaching in the high school area in Philadelphia. Good for him. And, you know, a Tiger can change his stripes for sure. But I think about Draymond going from the court to the bench with this team. It's not something that I'm interested in or excited about.
Interesting comps of the names you just brought up, though, because there is a very significant difference between those players and Draymond Green. Those players were never considered basketball savant type coaches on the floor. Good players, and obviously instigators, and Draymond is all of those things in terms of characteristics, but you'd agree that Draymond's a smarter basketball player than those guys, no?
Maybe not Rasheed Wallace. Rasheed Wallace was a very smart player, very gifted player, and he played in a different era where he wasn't able to do things that Draymond does, and Draymond as a point guard for this team, he is one of one. And you can run through the Basketball Reference until the end of the show, and you can try to come up with a comp for Draymond Green. There isn't one in what he does as a player and as a leader and the basketball IQ and all the rest of it. I'm thinking about the behavior. And when you're a head coach and you've got 82 games and you have to be the leader and the number one tone setter, and I think about what Draymond does on the court, where we all watch him. He's a ticking time bomb of emotion. Is he going to get a tech here? Will he get thrown out here? Will he punch a guy, choke a guy, flail kick a guy, groin punch a guy, body slam a guy? It's all happened.
But does that mean he would coach like that?
I don't know if he wouldn't.
Right, but you don't know if he would.
Right, but I would imagine he would be more prone to that than somebody like J.J. Redick, for example. Well, a guy who has never done any of those things on the court. Yeah,
I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, to be honest with you.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Who's the coach right now in the NBA closest to Draymond in behavior?
I don't know if it's relevant, to be honest with you. Again,
it's relevant to the question that he'll be a coach, I think.
Well, but we don't know that that's who he'd be as a coach. Like, you're putting a characteristic on him that I don't know that we know yet.
All we know is what we've seen from him in the association.
Right, but it's completely reasonable, I think, to think that a lot of those behaviors are triggered by the actual art of playing. The emotion of playing.
Right.
Not being in a polo on the sideline. Like, that would actually be my bet. That would be my guess.
Yeah.
I don't think he'd be the same person as a coach.
And that's fair for you to think that. And, you can also look at things that he's done off the court, such as pimp slap a Michigan State football player at a party 7 years ago and think that maybe that's the behavior that he would bring to the floor as well.
All right, quite the conversation on earlier today on the crossover between Steiny and Guru with Evan in for Goo and Willard and Dibs. Fun conversation there about Draymond Green's potential future as head coach of the Golden State Warriors. How about that? All right, a few more minutes left here in Best of the Game on this Wednesday on 95.7 The Game. Mark Randy with you. Let's now fast forward and jump back ahead in the day to Willard and Dibs, who welcomed on Tim Kawakami of The Athletic to talk about more pressing issues for the Golden State Warriors. Because even if this Draymond coaching thing does end up happening, we know it's not happening for at least a couple more years. So more pressing for the Golden State Warriors is, what do they do this offseason? And Tim Kawakami, again, of The Athletic, wrote up a big piece about targets, free agents, trades, targets, just players that the Warriors are interested in at least kicking the tires on this offseason. You do also hear a little bit from Tim Kawakami about Niners OTAs, notably Christian McCaffrey absent. Tim Kawakami will tell us why he thinks that's the case, if Niner fans should be worrying. All that and more with Tim Kawakami of The Athletic on Earlier Today with Willard and Dibbs as we wrap up Best of the Game on this Wednesday right here on 95.7 The Game.
You know, I wonder if this conversation over the next couple of years might come up on the TK pod, which is this. Like, did you take Steve Kerr's comments to Raj Mathai last week? Like, do you think it's a done deal that he's 2 years and done?
No. I mean, listen, that's when the contract ends. That's when Steph Curry's contract ends. I mean, you could say the same thing, is at the end of the era. Likely to be the end of a lot of things, whether that means Steve Kerr's not coaching anymore or not. I think that's to be decided. There's so many things that have to happen. I think, we can look at it that way. I think people, I think Kerr kind of has to start thinking like that himself. He's got the Olympics this year, but things could develop in a way where you want to. If Steph Curry is still really good in 2 years and he says, I still want Steve Kerr as my coach, what are they going to do? Say, oh, tough luck. Sorry, Steph. We're changing coaches. I don't think they're going to do that. So it's just so many different things are at play. I think, there's a reason why contracts have certain lengths, right? We're seeing that with Deebo Samuels. We see it across the whole spectrum. But I don't think it could be set for sure. This is the end of it. I don't know. Maybe 50% chance. At this point. I don't know, but. I think people have to prepare as if it could be the end. It could be the end of a lot of things in 2 years.
What do you think of the idea of Draymond Green possibly being the next coach? Because Draymond said that he and Joe Lacob have talked about it, and Joe said he sees Draymond as a guy who maybe would be somebody who could fill in for Steve Kerr. What do you think about Coach Green, Tim, for the Warriors?
Yeah. I guess you're going to ask me about that. I'm just going to say really good podcast stuff. It is good. Draymond's a great. I've told him this. He's a great podcaster, and that's all I'll say about that one.
Okay. That's well done. Right. I had a little bit more to say, but I have a feeling that you'll take my comments off the air, which were much more pointed about my displeasure over the idea. Yeah. So
it's a podcast thing. I'm a podcaster. I respect good podcasting.
There you go.
Game recognized game.
Yep.
There you go.
Couple of good podcasters. Tim Kawakami and Draymond Green. Okay, TK, this wasn't on your podcast. This was in your article. Specific targets and their likelihood for the Warriors this offseason. Give us a few names that are in the, and I don't know if you'd use the word likely, but in the likelier range.
Yeah, I mean, you try to spread out kind of an array of them. These big names, I just don't think they're going to get involved. They just don't have the wherewithal, the kind of the cap maneuverability. If they are indeed going to get under the second apron, which I'm sure they're going to want to do, and they could get under the luxury tax. If they're going to have any kind of restraint financially, they're going to not be able to get the Paul Georges, even LeBron or whatever. That whole list of guys, Tyrese Maxey, that they're not going to be in play for those guys, I don't think. And so then you're looking at, I think Brandon Ingram is like the best player that might be gettable. What that likelihood is, it depends a lot on what New Orleans is looking for. It depends on how you value Jonathan Kuminga, how you value the Warriors 2026 and 2028 first-round picks. Those are the two that they can trade. Teams might love those. After I wrote that, I started thinking teams might really like those picks, right? That might be like getting, I don't want to be insulting here, but that might be like getting a Charlotte's pick, right? You might get some great picks because Steph's only going to be good for so long. This thing might go through a downturn right then. So maybe those picks are going to be very valuable, but also they might be so valuable the Warriors might not want to trade them too, right? There's so many different factors here. I think Brandon Ingram and Jarrett Allen are the two really good players, and differing opinions of both at this point, but they're both 25, 26. They're guys you can see being good right away with Steph Curry and Draymond and maybe Clay. Give the Warriors a better shot in a playoff series against one of the big four in the West. And I don't think they'd make them favorites, but they give them a shot at it. And then guys who maybe can be stars, the leading lights of that next wave. Now, they don't want to trade Kuminga. I think they would have to if they're going to get anybody of that caliber. So then you have to weigh that. But if you're trying to figure out like the biggest impact, I'd say it'd be on that level. It would be on a Jared Allen. It'd be on Brandon Ingram level. Beyond that, I think it's much more realistic or reasonable if they really don't want to give up Kuminga. You're looking at guys like Bruce Brown, who obviously was missed desperately by the Nuggets, is in Toronto now, and they've got a team option. There's various ways that could play out. A swing man could, be that bigger wing kind of second unit guy. There's, Jalen Smith, who's in and out of Indiana's rotation, a shooting five. Again, these are not really sexy players, right? They're just not. But, Derek Lively and Daniel Gafford and P.J. Washington were not the sexiest acquisitions by the Mavericks. You add them to Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic, and they've got something here that's got a real shot to get the NBA Finals. I think that's what the Warriors are looking at, that level. They're always going to try for the home run. They're always going to try to get the star. Who knows? Maybe they got a pathway to one, but the way it's playing out, when you kind of lay out their cards and you kind of lay out the situation, if they're bringing back Clay, and I think they're, they really want to, I just think it's more likely kind of the middle tier, make a couple of middle tier. Otto Porter Jr. was a minimum salary guy, and I think every Warriors fan knows what he meant to that 2022 championship run. David West from previous iterations, guys like that, maybe hit on a couple, don't have to burn every bit of thing you've got to trade, might be the rational way to go, might be where they're aiming.
Tim Kawakami from The Athletic, super podcaster here with Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. I had to get my Kawakami plug in there too. Mark was taking all the headlines. Tim, what's the plausibility of them getting something for Chris Paul in a trade?
Yeah, somebody's going to, it's the money. You're just basically dealing him as an expiring at this point. No, somebody's might want him to be the point guard. I think that's where CP really, he wants to be a starting point guard somewhere. He did not love coming off the bench. He made that clear throughout the season. He was a good teammate. He did it. Did not love it. I don't know where that spot is at the moment, but there might be a team that will take that $30 million and say, yeah, we absolutely want him to be our starting point guard. But it's mostly going to be for the money because you get, he becomes an expiring deal at that point. You still get 1 year of the leadership. You get a test drive him like the Warriors did, and the Warriors took a test drive and thought, you know what, $30 million is a little bit too much for us. Some other team might take a test drive and say, this guy's great. We want him back. But I don't think it's talent for talent. It's just hard to trade a 39-year-old point guard and get value back. It's the money. It's the matching. It's Chris Paul's contract at this point, plus a first-round pick, plus, whatever. You start adding it, and that's how you get a $30 million player back. There's no other way for them to do it, being over the cap line. You have to have a contract that's tradable, and preferably not long-term, preferably a very useful player. And some teams might really feel like Chris, and listen, the Suns could have used Chris Paul in the playoffs this year. I don't know that they'd take him back, but you could just see some good team would want some leadership, can play him 28 minutes as the starter, and then knows it doesn't have to make a long-term commitment to him. I think that's the sweet spot for the Warriors. I can't tell you what team that is, however. I've kind of looked around. I'm not, San Antonio Spurs, that's not a contender, but they could be a contender very quickly. Is that I don't know. I don't even know what the Spurs could put together to give to the Warriors. I know who the Warriors would want, but they're not getting them. It becomes a tricky little piecing together. You're moving Chris Paul, you're moving the contract. You're trying to make the contract fit. It's a salary matching device more than it is. At this point, it is a player value.
Tim, I know you've spent some time the last couple of days in Santa Clara. What's your read on why Christian McCaffrey is not there?
I don't know. I mean, there's certainly been no indication tangible, but he has been at OTA. He was at OTAs last year. Tends to be that kind of guy. You look at his contractual situation, for such an incredibly valuable player, he's not making, he's making, at the top of the running back market, but we know how devalued the running back spot is. But should it be, right? Should Christian McCaffrey really be making, one half of what Deebo Samuel makes? Maybe close to 1/3 of what Brandon Ayuk is about to make. You can understand if there's some discussion about that. Now, these are voluntary. I stress that they're voluntary. It's just notable because McCaffrey was at every single one of these last year. it isn't here now. And usually, if you're in a contractual sort of thing, you maybe you skip. And we'll see if it gets really serious. If he's not here for the mandatory minicamp in June, then we'll know. But it wouldn't surprise me if there's some discussions. And he's like, you know what? While we're having discussions, while these things are in flux, I don't need to be at a voluntary thing. Wouldn't be surprised if that's it. I just don't know. That's usually a pretty good guess, though.
That's Tim Kawakami talking about the Warriors offseason. He says for the Warriors, Brandon Ingram is the best player that is legitimately gettable for the Golden State Warriors. Tim doesn't think names like Kevin Durant or LeBron James are realistic for the Warriors this offseason, and he's probably right with that. But Brandon Ingram, that would be a nice addition for the Golden State Warriors. And he also speculates that there's a decent chance that Christian McCaffrey's absence from Niners OTAs on this early stage is at least partially contractually related, but only time will tell on that as well. All right, that'll do it for Best of the Game today here on 95.7 The Game. As always, we're sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. We're back tomorrow here on 95.7 The Game, bright and early as always. For now, though, it's Mark Randy signing off. We'll talk to you tomorrow on a Thursday here on 95.7 The Game.
At Skechers, we put the S in comfort. Now, I know you're probably spelling comfort in your head and asking yourself, is that possible? Am I just a really bad speller? Look, I don't know your spelling aptitude, but Skechers most definitely put the S in comfort, because Skechers is the comfort technology company and has developed fits and features that change everything you know about comfort, like hands-free Skechers slip-ins, the ultimate in comfort and convenience. It's footwear you just step into and they're on, with no bending down. Find Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, even $30,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, stop struggling to stay afloat and call Accredited Debt Relief today for faster relief. Depending on your financial situation, you may qualify for a 40% or higher reduction in your monthly payments and only have to make one consolidated monthly payment you can afford. Accredited Debt Relief has helped over 300,000 qualified consumers pay off over $1 billion in debt, earning them an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. This is the light at the end of the debt tunnel to become debt-free. So make the call to Accredited Debt Relief now and see how much you can save. There's no obligation, so call now and get relief from your debt faster.
Call 888-794-4844, 888-794-4844. That's 888-794-4844.
Program and services not available in all states.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Baseball season is heating up. With the free Odyssey app, you can get the most entertaining local coverage of your team while you're at work or on the go. Stay locked in and in the know with your favorite hosts as they bring you unfiltered takes, react to the latest team news, and talk to callers. Don't miss any of the action. Stream the shows you love live or on demand with the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Download it today for free.
Are you facing eviction or homelessness in San Francisco? EDC Radco offers rental assistance to eligible residents through the San Francisco Emergency Rental Assistance Program, or SFERAP. Get help with move-in costs, back rent, or eviction process payments. Apply at sferap.com. Together we can fight for your rights and ensure that you have a place to call home. sferap.com.
Founded in 1964, Fremont Bank understands the difference 60 years can make. It's the difference found in the details.